Chapter 2368. Can you lead the way now? Ningqi smiled. Yes, of course. Yuan Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded in fright. Ningqi smiled and loosened his grip, allowing Yuan Hao to lead the way while he followed behind. Yuan Hao wanted to seize the opportunity to run away, but he could feel an unbearable gaze on him. Recalling how Ningqi killed an Earth immortal, Yuan Hao gradually gave up on the thought of running away. Humph. As long as I bring you back to the clan, there will naturally be an old ancestor who will come forth to suppress you. You really don't know what's good for you. But just where did this person come from? He's merely a cultivator at the perfected stage of the human immortal realm. Why isn't he afraid of my Yuan family? Instead, he took the initiative to head to my Yuan family? Yuan Hao had guessed several reasons for this doubt along the way, but he rejected them one by one. A dozen days later, a huge city appeared in front of Ningqi. Above the city gate, there was a golden stone tablet with a word carved on it. Yuan. Yuan Hao let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at the giant city with joy in his eyes. Now that he was here, he would be safe. Thinking of this, Yuan Hao secretly glanced at Ningqi from the corner of his eyes, but found that Ningqi was expressionless. He could not guess what Ningqi was thinking at that moment. The Yuan family is in this city. Do you dare to enter? Yuan Hao smiled. Why not? Ningqi smirked. The Earth Immortal Realm warrior he killed had earned him hundreds of thousands of Dragon Slayer crystals. He could buy a Tai turtle aura talisman if he killed 10 of them. I hope the Yuan family won't be too scared. Ningqi seemed to be implying something. He walked past Yuan Hao and headed straight for the city gate. Humph. I'd like to see what else you can do once you enter the city. Yuan Hao's eyes flashed with coldness. When the two arrived at the city gate, Yuan Hao shouted, "This man is the Yuan family's enemy. Kill him." Is that Yuan Hao, the third son of the Yuan family? Is he really the Yuan family's enemy? Kill him. All eyes fell on Ningqi. Then several Earth Immortal Realm warriors attacked at the same time. Judging from their clothes, they were probably the Yuan family's dogs. Let's see how you're going to defend against several Earth Immortal Realm warriors. Yuan Hao was proud of himself. Bang, bang, bang. Ningqi punched 3 times in a row. Each punch turned an earthly immortal into a mist of blood. He died even more thoroughly than the first one. Even his spirit couldn't escape. His spirit was shattered. Yuan Hao gasped inwardly. How is this possible? There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Ningqi. When the immortals nearby saw this, they retreated a few hundred feet, then looked at Ningqi with curiosity and schadenfreude. Anyone who dared to kill the Yuan family's revered elder in the Yuan family's territory was courting death. Someone had already reacted and ran to the Yuan family to deliver the news. What are you waiting for? Keep up. Ningqi smiled at Yuan Hao and walked through the city gate. Yuan Hao followed behind Ningqi with a livid expression. He couldn't help but look at the place where the 3 earthly immortals died. Yuan Hao recognized one of the earthly immortals. He was a rogue cultivator who had recently joined the Yuan family. His cultivation base had already reached the mid-stage of the earthly immortal realm. That was why he was assigned to guard the city gate. Even he wasn't a match for his opponent. Where did this kid come from? Is his cultivation really at the perfected human immortal stage? Yuan Hao had many questions in his mind. As soon as he entered the city, all eyes focused on Ningqi. There was no way he could hide what had happened at the city gates from these immortals. At the same time, Ningqi had no intention of hiding it, so he openly walked towards the Yuan family. Looks like he's here to seek revenge against the Yuan family. Just now, he made a clean move and directly killed 3 earthly immortals. Among them, Yangzhen, the primeval chaos hand, was quite famous in our Taisui lane. He had practiced a special body-refining skill, and his hands were comparable to fairy weapons. He could take the fairy sword head-on, but he was also killed by this guy. His body was beaten into a mist of blood. Late-stage Earth Immortal, or even complete Earth Immortal. No, his aura is only that of a perfected human immortal. Perhaps he has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique that conceals his aura and pretends to be weak. This kind of method is really despicable. I think he's gone mad. The Yuan clan has numerous heavenly immortals, and the Yuan clan's patriarch is a perfection stage heavenly immortal who's made a name for himself a long time ago. Even if he's concealing his cultivation, how could he possibly be a match for the Yuan clan's patriarch? Let's follow him and see. Not long after, Ning Qi was followed by many people. In addition to the itinerant cultivators of Taisui Lane, there were also many disciples of the Yuan family. They looked at Yuan Hao and Ning Qi with solemn eyes and secretly communicated with Yuan Hao through voice transmission. Yuan Hao, the patriarch has received the news. Uncle Yuan Lai is on his way. You don't have to worry. I've never worried. Since this guy wants me to lead the way, I'm ready to see how he'll die in the hands of our Yuan family. Our Yuan family has dominated Taisui Lane for countless years and has countless enemies. This guy has come alone. He's really arrogant. Let's see what he's capable of. Yuan family. The news of Ning Qi's entry into the city reached Yuan Lai's ears immediately. As the great elder of the third branch, he was also in charge of all the external affairs of the Yuan family. Originally, Yuan Lai could handle such a trivial matter alone. Even if the other elders heard it, they would not have any interest in intervening. However, when they learned that Ning Qi came alone openly, the elders of each branch of the Yuan family seemed to smell an unusual aura. At this moment, they were sitting in the main hall and discussing. Looking at the past 500 years, our Yuan family doesn't seem to have an enemy like this. A mere perfected human immortal dares to come to our Yuan family alone to seek revenge? Moreover, his combat strength is quite strange. Even mixed Yuan Han Yangzhen was killed by him. Yuan Lai, this is a portrait from my subordinates. Do you know who he is? The fourth branch elder suddenly waved his hand, and the immortal Qi condensed into a face in front of everyone. Yuan Lai recognized Ning Qi at a glance. His expression instantly turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, Xianjian sex Ning Beixian. Xianjian sex Ning Beixian? The elders of each branch were slightly stunned, and then their expressions became somewhat ugly. As expected, Chen Ligong sold out our Yuan family. This guy really deserves to die. Xianjian sect only sent Ning Beixian here? What does that mean? Chapter 2369. If you want to know why he came alone, you can just go over and ask. Yuan Lai smiled coldly, stood up and walked out the door. Seeing this, everyone revealed a trace of worry in their eyes. If Yuan Lai killed Ning Beixian in front of too many people because of his desire for revenge, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to the Yuan family. Thinking of this, they hurriedly followed, thinking to themselves, no matter what, they had to persuade Yuan Lai to endure it and not act rashly. The elders of the Yuan family have appeared. Hiss. The elders of the 9 houses have gathered? What kind of background did the other party have? To be able to get the elders of the Yuan family to appear? Wait, look at his sleeves. That mark! There was a mark on Ning Qi's sleeves. It looked like an iron sword. This was the mark of the Xianjian sect's sweeping disciple, and after many people recognized this mark, they were even more shocked. Xianjian sect's sweeping disciple? Could it be that the Xianjian sect is going to attack the Yuan family? Impossible. Yuan Long, the genius of the third house of the Yuan family, is an inner disciple of the Xianjian sect's Dajiang Peak. His master is Ancestor Jiang, a golden immortal. Why would the Xianjian sect attack the Yuan family? Then what's going on with this sweeping disciple? Speaking of which, a mere sweeping disciple dares to behave atrociously in the Taisui Lane? Isn't he a little too bold? Everyone was puzzled and curious, but they knew that the truth would soon be revealed. Grand Elder. When Yuan Hao saw Yuan Lai and the others appear, his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Other than Yuan Lai, the other elders of the 9 houses all followed Yuan Lai and appeared in front of Ning Qi. They looked at Ning Qi with a serious, fearful, and strange gaze. I wonder which peak master of the Xianjian sect is the direct disciple of? Why have you come to my Taisui lane? Yuan Lai looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, from his expression, it was impossible to tell that he had already known Ning Qi in advance and had even hired an assassin to assassinate Ning Qi. Are you playing dumb? Yuan Lai, when you asked Qin Ligong to kill me, didn't you already know who I was? Ning Qi said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Ligong? As soon as Ning Qi uttered these 3 words, the surrounding immortals looked at each other in shock, and a strong sense of doubt rose in their hearts. Qin Ligong was an early-stage heaven immortal, and in the Taisui lane, he was much more famous than Hunyuan Hanyangzhen. This disciple of the Xianjian sect actually said that Yuan Lai had asked Qin Ligong to assassinate him. Then how could he stand here today? Questions arose one after another. Everyone was at a loss, and they were even more eager to see what would happen next. The news that Yuan Long had asked Yuan Lai and the others to avenge him was only known to the elders of the Yuan family and the 10 geniuses of the Yuan family who had won the previous Yuan family grand competition. The ordinary disciples of the Yuan family did not know about it at all. Therefore, people like Yuan Hao looked at Ning Qi in shock as if they were looking at a madman. Yuan Lai frowned and looked at Ning Qi. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? You don't understand? You should recognize this one. Ning Qi smiled. When he was preparing to come to the Yuan family, he already knew that the Yuan family would never admit to hiring an assassin, because that would be equivalent to openly going against the Xianjian sect. Therefore, Ning Qi brought something and casually threw it. That thing stuck itself in front of Yuan Lai and swayed left and right a few times. When everyone saw this thing clearly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, and the scene became somewhat quiet. Is that Yuan Lai's son Yuan Long? I saw him once a few years ago, and he looked exactly the same. But isn't he the direct disciple of the Xianjian sect's great river peak master, ancestor Jiang? Why would he die? Could it be that this kid killed him? No, this kid's cultivation is only at the worldly immortal great circle. Even if he used some unknown method to kill a few earth immortals, he shouldn't be a match for Yuan Long. He has long been in existence at the worldly immortal great circle, and is only half a step away from the early stage of heaven immortal. Big brother Yuan Long. Is it really Yuan Long? How did he become like this? Whether it was the immortals who were watching the show or the people of the Yuan family, all of them looked at the head that was swaying in the wind with a face full of disbelief. How could this be? How could big brother Yuan Long die? Yuan Hao's entire body was ice cold, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yuan Long actually died in his hands. This is going to be difficult. After the elders of the other houses recovered from their shock, their eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as they subconsciously looked at Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's face was expressionless as he looked at Yuan Long's head. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and only after 3 breaths did he take a deep breath and look at Ning Qi once again. His voice seemed to be completely emotionless as he asked, "My son Yuan Long, who killed him?" It can't be that the elders of the Xianjian sect personally took action, right? When the various elders heard Yuan Lai's words, they all reacted. No wonder Yuan Lai did not explode at the first moment, and instead suddenly became so calm. Because if the elders of the Xianjian sect killed Yuan Long, then not only would they not be able to take revenge, they would also have to behave themselves and keep a low profile in the following period of time. They treated this as a warning from the Xianjian sect. Yuan Long asked you to hire someone to kill me, so the person who killed him is naturally me? Who do you think it is? Ning Qi laughed. Hiss, how could he have killed him? Everyone's eyes revealed disbelief as they looked at Ning Qi in shock. You killed my son, Yuanlong. I will definitely go to the Xianjian sect to seek justice for this matter. This place does not welcome you, leave. Yuan Lai said indifferently. After he saw Ning Qi, several guesses had already flashed through his mind. Now, this guess was getting closer and closer to the truth. Yuan Long's cave is at the Great River Peak. There's no reason for this kid to kill his way there and take his head so easily. How can the many heaven immortal elders of the Great River Peak not take action to suppress this kid? Unless the low-grade Tao artifact in this kid's hands was not taken away by those sects. Yuan Lai had personally seen the power of the mountain and river purple gold hammer before. Now that Ning Qi really had this Tao artifact in his hands, no one present today was his match. Unless the Yuan family patriarch personally made a move, he would be able to suppress this child. However, if that was the case, then they would truly be on the opposite side of the Xianjian sect. No, as a last resort, the Yuan family did not want to make things so tense. Old Man Mysterious Sword already knows that Yuan Long asked you guys to invite someone to kill me. If you go to the Xianjian sect, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. So, let's settle our grudge here. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly as he said, How is this possible? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that we have completely broken off from the Xianjian sect? Chapter 2370. Ning Qi nodded and laughed. Of course, otherwise, do you think I would be able to walk out of the Xianjian sect? Killing fellow disciples is an extremely heavy sin in the Xianjian sect. This kid can't be speaking the truth, right? The Yuan family really went to hire someone to assassinate the disciples of the Xianjian sect? It seems like the Yuan family has been running amok in the Taisui lane for so many years, and has no enemies, causing them to be a little complacent. When the nearby immortals heard Yuan Lai's words, they had already guessed the result. Since that's the case, then don't leave today. I will send you down to apologize in front of my son. Yuan Lai laughed sinisterly. Elder Yuan Lai, don't be rash. The other elders could not help but advise. It's already come to this. So what's the difference between killing this kid or letting him go? If the Xianjian sect really wants to attack our Yuan family because of this matter, do you think that it will be fine if you let this child go? Furthermore, this child is unwilling to leave today. I think he still wants to take my head. Yuan Lai's eyes were filled with ridicule as he swept his gaze across the elders of the various houses. Then he looked at Ning Qi, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You're right about that. I've always thought that a family should be together. Your son has already gone down, so what are you still alive for? Ning Qi laughed. Suppress him. When the elders of the various houses heard this, they had already made up their minds and brazenly attacked. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with boundless immortal spirit energy. When the immortals who were watching the show saw this, they hurriedly retreated a few hundred meters, not daring to stay close, afraid that they would be affected by the aftershocks. This child has a low-grade Tao artifact on him. Be careful and wait for the ancestor to make a move. Yuan Lai sent a sound transmission to remind the elders of the various houses, but his reminder was clearly a step too late. When the elders of the various houses chose to attack Ning Qi, a mountain and river purple gold hammer appeared in each of Ning Qi's left and right hands, and he immediately smashed the nearest heaven immortal elder to the ground. 2. Yuan Lai was slightly shocked. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. When he left the ancient immortal mystic realm, he clearly saw that Ning Qi had only obtained one low-grade Tao artifact. How did it become 2? Thinking of this, Yuan Lai did not advance, but retreated, because he thought of Qin Ligong's outcome. Ning Qi was able to kill an early-stage heavenly immortal, like Qin Ligong, with a low-grade Tao artifact. If he had 2, then what level would his combat strength reach? Originally, he had planned to use the advantage of numbers to suppress Ning Qi together, but now, Yuan Lai knew that the elders of the various houses present had all been defeated, including him. Even if they joined forces, there was no way to kill Ning Qi. How is this possible? No. Boom! With all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates opened, in addition to the mountain and river violet gold hammers, great Tao of mountains and rivers, Ning Qi was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. With each hammer strike, he killed the Yuan family elders in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaping a stage higher to kill a beginner stage heaven celestial. You've obtained 1 merit point. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! The system sounded 3 times in a row. Ning Qi's merit points had changed from 3 to 6. As for the other earthly immortal elders, they only brought some dragon-slaying crystals to Ning Qi. How could this be? All the Yuan family disciples present felt their bodies go cold. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Their respective patriarchs had all died in Ning Qi's hands in the blink of an eye. Is this really the Xianjian sect's sweeping disciple? It must be a lie. How can a sweeping disciple be so terrifying? A heaven immortal can be killed just like that? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As far as I know, among the successor disciples of the Xianjian sect, there aren't many who have such methods. Just which one of those successor disciples is this child? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. After Ning Qi killed those elders, he walked towards Yuan Lai with a smile on his face. I killed Yuan Long, but you don't even dare to kill me? No wonder your Yuan family is only worthy of secretly hiring a lowly assassin to deal with me. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth carried a trace of ridicule. Yuan Lai's expression was incomparably solemn. The Yuan family elders and disciples who arrived later all stopped in their tracks and looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Elder Yuan Lai, where are the other elders? They're all dead, Yuan Lai said coldly, his eyes staring straight at Ning Qi, not daring to relax for even a moment. They're all dead? Was it killed by this person? Damn it! All disciples of the Yuan family, listen up, kill this person. One of the Yuan family elders fell into a rage. He could not tell the difference between the enemy and himself. After he gave the order, countless Yuan family disciples mustered up their courage and attacked Ning Qi together. Ning Qi smiled. He did not care about these attacks at all, and casually waved the mountain and river purple gold hammer as if he was swatting a fly, because with every swing, a group of Yuan family disciples would be smashed into minced meat. Ancestor, if we don't make a move, our Yuan family will all die in this child's hands today. Yuan Lai suddenly let out a long howl. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky from the direction of the Yuan family. Immediately after, a figure stepped on the air and appeared above everyone's heads in the blink of an eye, looking down at Ning Qi from above. It's the Yuan family patriarch. I wonder if this child is a match for the Yuan family patriarch. Since the Yuan family patriarch is here, why didn't he make a move just now? I'm afraid. He's afraid of the Xianjian sect. The Yuan family patriarch had already sensed it when Ning Qi had just entered the city. He only wanted Yuan Lai and the others to deal with this matter, and if the Xianjian sect were to question him, he could say that he did not know anything. In the end, Ning Qi killed all the elders of the various houses the moment he made a move. When he reacted, the first thing he did was not take revenge for his descendants. Instead, he focused all of his attention on the mountain and river purple gold hammer. To him, as long as he didn't die, it didn't matter if a group of Yuan family disciples died. On the other hand, the mountain and river purple gold hammer surprised and delighted him. Ancestor, not only did this child kill Yuan Long, he also killed the elders of the various houses. This child should be killed. Yuan Lai cupped his hands and said, looking at Ning Qi with eyes filled with hatred, "Why didn't you tell me before that this child has a Tao artifact?" The voice of the Yuan family patriarch sounded in Yuan Lai's ears. Yuan Lai was slightly startled, and his expression turned ugly. He wanted to explain, but the Yuan family patriarch had already smiled faintly at Ningqi. "Little fellow, you have killed so many of my Yuan family elders today, and there is no lack of heaven immortals among them. Then, give me the 2 low-grade Dao tools in your hands. I will make the decision and let you leave safely. If you don't believe me, I can swear a blood oath to the heavens." When Yuan Lai heard this, his expression immediately changed. He was in disbelief. The other Yuan family disciples also found it hard to believe that their ancestor had personally said these words. "Oh, I've killed so many people from your Yuan family, and you'll let me go as long as I have 2 low-grade Dao tools?" Ningqi looked at the Yuan family patriarch with a smile that was not a smile. Compared to these 2 low-grade Dao tools, their lives are indeed not worth mentioning. I also do not want to fight to the death with your Xianjian sect. As long as you hand over these 2 Dao tools, the grudge between us will be written off. The Yuan family patriarch smiled and nodded. Chapter 2371. Ningqi's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Their eyes were filled with horror. This guy dared to take the initiative to attack a heaven immortal in the exceptional stage, just because he had 2 Dao artifacts? These guys were not disciples of sects, so their understanding of Dao artifacts was very shallow. Many of them had never even seen a supreme grade immortal artifact, let alone a lesser Dao artifact or a Dao artifact. They only thought that a Dao artifact was a level higher than a supreme grade immortal artifact. They didn't know how powerful the traces of the Dao on a Dao artifact were. Terrifying. The patriarch of the Yuan family had a trace of solemnity in his eyes. A trace of anger rose in his heart. "I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't leave today." He stretched out his hand, and 8 giant dragons, condensed from immortal qi, rushed out of the void. The aura of these 8 dragons was no weaker than an early-stage heaven immortal. Moreover, each dragon was stronger than the previous one. The last dragon's aura was similar to the patriarch of the Yuan family. The Yuan family's 4th-rank immortal art, 9 dragons unite. I didn't expect the patriarch of the Yuan family to have cultivated the 9 dragons unite to such a level. He's only 1 step away from the great realization stage. Die. Yuan Lai stared coldly at Ningqi as the corners of his lips curled into a sneer. In his opinion, the patriarch had displayed the Yuan family's most powerful immortal technique in order to kill Ningqi with a single strike. Break! Ningqi swung the purple golden hammer and smashed it at the giant dragons in front of him. The first 3 or 4 giant dragons only withstood 1 blow before they dissipated. This kid's cultivation isn't high, but he can activate most of the power of these 2 Dao artifacts? A hint of bewilderment flashed across the Yuan family's patriarch's eyes. He was knowledgeable and had played with lesser Dao artifacts before. He thought that he had a good understanding of Dao artifacts. In order to truly unleash the power of a Dao artifact, one must at least have the strength of a golden immortal. In his opinion, although Ningqi had 2 lesser Dao artifacts, his combat strength had soared to the heavens. An early-stage heaven immortal was unstoppable, but at most it was equivalent to a mid-stage heaven immortal. But now Ningqi had destroyed several giant dragons, condensed from the 9 dragons unite. One of them was equivalent to a mid-stage heaven immortal, but it was still killed in 1 blow. Looks like this kid is stronger than I imagined. However, this is the extent of it. The patriarch of the Yuan family stood with his hands behind his back as he watched mockingly as Ningqi was besieged by a few dragons. However, he did not maintain his composure for long before a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Break! 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 With a few consecutive angry roars, the incomparably ferocious purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers ruthlessly smashed into the last giant dragon. The rest of the giant dragons had already been smashed into smithereens by the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers. Only the last giant dragon with an aura similar to that of the Yuan family's great ancestor was left. After being smashed by Ning Qi 3 times in a row, it also let out a pop sound. His voice dissipated in the world as if it had never appeared. Hiss! Everyone gasped and stared blankly at Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The aura of that dragon is equivalent to a perfection stage heavenly immortal, and it's the strongest dragon amongst the 9 dragons. Yet, it's actually no match for this kid's 3 hammer strikes. The might of a Dao artifact is so terrifying. If we can get our hands on these 2 Dao artifacts, doesn't that mean, in an instant, the shocked gazes gradually turned into greed? They stared at the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers in Ning Qi's hands. They could not wait to suppress Ning Qi and snatch the hammer away. After Ning Qi killed the last dragon, he did not stop and continued to attack the patriarch of the Yuan family. Damn it! The patriarch of the Yuan family's expression changed slightly. He was a little shocked that Ning Qi had broken through the 9 dragons' unification technique. However, he was at perfection stage, heavenly immortal after all, and had lived for a very long time. When Ning Qi broke through the 9 dragons' unification technique, the patriarch of the Yuan family immediately reacted and reached out to grab Ning Qi. Since the celestial technique was useless against him, he would use his own strength to suppress Ning Qi. This was what the patriarch of the Yuan family thought. He did not know how powerful Ning Qi's physical strength would be after the mountain and river purple golden hammers were added. The hand of the immortal spirit was immediately shattered. Immediately after, the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers landed viciously on the patriarch of the Yuan family's palm. With a cracking sound, the bones and tendons of the patriarch of the Yuan family's arm were broken. The tremendous force had yet to dissipate, and it continued to strike the patriarch of the Yuan family's body like a tidal wave. Just like that, a dignified, full-circle heavenly immortal spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It flew out. How is this possible? The old ancestor of the Yuan family's hair was scattered on his shoulders. He looked rather disheveled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He finally understood why his 9 dragons' unite technique had been so easily broken by his opponent. This pure power was just too terrifying. Forefather? Yuan Lai cried out in shock. He could not believe what he was seeing. At that moment, he saw Ning Qi continue to pursue and attack the Yuan family's great ancestor. Just as he was thinking of a way to suppress Ning Qi's momentum suddenly changed, and he headed in his direction. You're shameless! The mountain and river purple golden hammers fell on Yuan Lai's head. Yuan Lai only had time to let out a resentful roar before he was smashed to the ground by the mountain and river purple golden hammers. Ning Qi did not even look at him. He carried the hammers and flew toward the Yuan family's great ancestor. The others looked over, but found no trace of Yuan Lai on the ground. Yuan Lai is dead. Our 3rd branch is finished. Yuan Hao muttered to himself. Yuan Hao mumbled to himself. When he looked at Ning Qi again, there was some resentment in his eyes. However, there was even more fear in his eyes. The Yuan family's great ancestor could not think of a way to deal with Ning Qi, so he did not plan to fight Ning Qi in close combat. Instead, he fled into the Yuan family's ancestral residence. Ning Qi followed without hesitation. As for whether there were any traps inside, he was not afraid at all. With the mountain and river purple golden hammers in hand, unless it was a formation that could trap a golden immortal, Ning Qi could easily break through it. This was the terrifying power that came when one's strength reached a certain level. Rumble! Everyone's eyes followed the 2 figures closely. They saw the 2 of them fighting, and loud noises could be heard. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Yuan family's residence was almost flattened. Only the main gate remained standing. Another half an hour passed. The 2 silhouettes suddenly disappeared. The Yuan family's ancestral residence became extremely quiet. It seemed that the two of them had stopped fighting. Is it over? Who won? Everyone looked around carefully. Not long after, a figure appeared at the main gate. The nearby Yuan family disciples could not help but gasp. How could it be him? Where's the forefather? Before they could think about it, Ning Qi was already walking toward them with a smile. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Qi had smashed all the Yuan family disciples he could find with one blow. Chapter 23:72. Only after Ning Qi had left for an hour did someone muster up the courage to enter the Yuan family. In the end, everyone discovered that the number 1 family of the Taisui lane had already turned into ruins. There was no corpse of the Yuan family patriarch, nor were there any corpses of the other members of the Yuan family. The Yuan family has been exterminated. No, it can't be considered exterminated. There are still disciples of the Yuan family in the various sections. If they are not dead, the Yuan family is still here. TSK, the strongest of those disciples, can reach the heaven immortal stage. In short, the Yuan family has already been destroyed. The internal strife within the sect is even more intense than between us, rogue cultivators. Without the backing of the Yuan family, those disciples of the Yuan family will probably find it difficult to survive in the sect. They can only keep a low profile. Hurry up and see if the treasures that the Yuan family has collected over the years are still there. Someone exclaimed, as if he had just thought of it. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other strangely. Then, as if they had a tacit understanding, they searched the entire Yuan family. In the end, their expressions were extremely ugly. Forget about treasures, they could not even find a single pill. It was obvious that the Yuan family's treasures over the years had all been taken by that person. Just now, the Xianjian sect's sweeping disciple was taken away. At this moment, several figures broke through the air one after another. The pressure that those people unintentionally emitted made the people below feel as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. Even breathing became much more difficult. Their eyes revealed shock, and they did not know who it was. The Yuan family was destroyed by that brat? There is no aura of the Yuan family patriarch here. I wonder if he died or escaped. If Ningqi was present, he would definitely be able to recognize that the person who spoke was the Wind Cloud sect's golden immortal, who was stationed at the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. Have you seen this child before? One of them waved his hand lightly, condensing a portrait in the air, and asked the crowd below. Senior, it was this child who destroyed the Yuan family. Someone mustered up the courage to say, "Where is he?" He went in the direction of the Xianjian sect. We're a step too late again. This child's cultivation is not high, but his whereabouts are very secretive. Those people looked at each other and then disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The Yuan family of the Taisui lane was almost annihilated by a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Once the news spread, all the great families in the Taisui lane were in a state of panic, afraid that they would end up like the Yuan family. They thought that the Xianjian sect was planning to make a move on them, the small families. After learning the reason for the Yuan family's annihilation, he immediately became excited. Soon, those families that had been suppressed by the Yuan family began to take action after the Yuan family was destroyed. In order to become the number 1 in Taisui lane, all the families competed with each other. For a while, Taisui lane became extremely chaotic. At the same time, Ningqi also became a figure that was spread by word of mouth among the practitioners of Taisui lane during this period. Everyone basically talked about what happened that day in their spare time. After various exaggerated rumors, Ningqi became a strong man with a height of more than 10 meters, holding 2 giant hammers in his hands, who killed anyone he saw. What, has he returned to the missing moon peak? Is this news true? It's true. Someone saw him at the missing moon peak with his own eyes. Strange. How can this child escape from under our noses again and again? This Xianjian sect's territory has long been covered with an inescapable net, waiting for him to walk into the trap. How did he hide from us and return to Xianjian's sect? Could it be that he has a doppelganger technique? There's another news. Ing Zizai of the Missing Moon Peak came back some time ago. Ing Zizai is back? I thought this guy died outside. Is he at the Missing Moon Peak now? The Wind and Cloud sect's golden immortal elder was stunned for a moment. Beside him stood the other 4 golden immortals. The place they were at was the place that they had to pass to return to Xianjian sect. They were waiting to catch Ning Qi, but in the end, they didn't even see Ning Qi's shadow. Other than them, the prodigies of the various sects were also restless around the Xianjian sect. Even though they knew in their hearts that the chances of them obtaining a low-rank Dao artifact from Ning Qi were extremely low, the attractiveness of a Dao artifact was simply too strong, causing them to have no choice but to try their luck. He left half a day after he came back. However, do you know that his cultivation has reached the golden immortal great perfection? A golden immortal said with a solemn expression. Golden immortal great perfection? How is that possible? The crowd gasped. At the golden immortal realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation by a small level. They were the same generation as Ing Zizai. When Ing Zizai disappeared, they were already early-stage golden immortals. Now, even if some of their peers were mid-stage golden immortals, they were still early-stage golden immortals. When they suddenly found out that Ing Zizai's cultivation had reached the golden immortal great perfection, they couldn't help but be shocked. Ing Zizai's talent is almost the same as those people. They are only mid-stage golden immortals. But Ing Zizai is already a golden immortal great perfection? What kind of fortuitous encounter has he had all these years? Fortuitous encounter? Is it considered a fortuitous encounter to become a disciple of White Emperor Immortal Lord? White Emperor Immortal Lord. Hiss! The golden immortals present were all in disbelief. Other than that, he has already adopted Ning Beixian as a son. I don't plan to take those 2 low-grade Dao tools from him anymore. If Ing Zizai really becomes a disciple of White Emperor Immortal Lord and finds out about this, he will definitely suffer. With that, the golden immortal waved his hand and turned to leave. The other golden immortals stood where they were and remained silent for a moment. Eventually, all of them sighed and glanced at Mystic Sword Sect reluctantly before leaving one after another. None of them were fools to be able to cultivate to the realm of golden immortals. If they were to offend the disciple of an immortal lord for 2 low-grade Dao tools, it would not be worth it at all, unless they were to flee the home world after taking the Dao tools and never return. That way, they might be able to avoid Ing Zizai's wrath. Revenge. Even so, everyone's roots were in the home world. They would not leave the home world unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 2373. Ancestor. This kid is ruthless and actually killed his way into the Yuan family. Even the Yuan family's ancestor's life and death are unknown. Although Yuan Long was in the wrong, he used his life to pay for it. Now that Ning Beixian has done such a thing, if we don't punish him, others will think that our Xianjian sect has become a demonic sect. Jiang Kuin stood in front of the stone tablet with a solemn expression. On the stone tablet was Mysterious Sword Elder's face. He looked at Jiang Kuin indifferently. As Yuan Long's master, how could you not know how many tricks the Yuan family has been playing behind our backs? Jiang Kuin's heart skipped a beat and his expression turned ugly. Before Ning Beixian went to the Yuan family, he already told me about it, and I agreed to it. As for how many Yuan family members died, it doesn't matter. When they hired someone to assassinate my Xianjian sect's disciple, they had to be prepared. Mysterious Sword Elder said indifferently, Ancestor, if that's the case, my Dajiang Peak will be in danger. If I can't even protect my disciple's family, how can I be the peak master of the Dajiang Peak? Jiang Kuin's eyes flashed with anger. Oh, you don't want to be the peak master anymore? Mysterious Sword Elder raised his eyebrows. Let's not talk about this for now. Pei Kangle disappeared in the ancient immortal secret realm. The 4 direct disciples who traveled with him suspect that it was Ning Beishuan's doing. I wonder if Ancestor can call this kid over and question him face to face. Jiang Kuin's expression changed slightly when he heard that mysterious sword elder seemed to be implying that he wanted to remove him from the position of Peak Master of the Dajiang Peak. He immediately changed the topic. Although he was angry, it was definitely not worth it to lose the position of Peak Master for the Yuan family. The stone tablet was silent for a while. Then Mysterious Sword Elder's voice sounded. Ning Beishuan has already told me everything that happened in the ancient immortal secret realm. Pei Kangle did indeed die in Beishuan's hands, but that was his own fault. You can leave now. What? Jiang Kuin was stunned. Even when he left the valley, he was still in disbelief. Old man, Yuan Long only hired an assassin, but before he succeeded, he was killed by that kid in the Dajiang Peak. Even the Yuan family suffered heavy casualties, and he killed a direct disciple of the sect, but nothing happened. Biased. Extremely biased. Jiang Kuin's expression was extremely ugly. Not long after returning to the Dajiang Peak, he left the Xianjian sect with Feng Mu and the rest. Immediately after, Yi Rulong also left the Dan Peak. This time, Ning Qi had killed quite a number of heavenly immortals from the Yuan family. As a result, he now had 8 contribution points. As he had yet to utilize the contribution tower, Ning Qi did not know what these 8 contribution points could be used for. Then, as Ning Qi waited for Merit Hall to open, he also practiced the confining dragon elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates in the top training field. Not long after, Ing Zhenshuan returned to the Missing Moon Peak with a large batch of Earth Spirit Pill S. A single stage 2 top-grade Earth Spirit Pill could be exchanged for nearly 20 sets of Earth Spirit Pill S. Ing Zhenshuan had almost emptied the market near the Xianjian sect in order to exchange for so many Spirit Pill S. Ning Qi arrived. After that, he entered the top-notch cultivation training ground and continuously refined Earth Spirit Pills. 10 years later, Quest Hall. Ning Qi obtained the first batch of ancient devil poison S, which amounted to more than 5,000 bottles. When the Xianjian sect disciples received the top-grade second stage Earth Spirit Pellet that Ning Qi promised, they were extremely excited, and more disciples joined the ranks of searching for the ancient devil poison. Almost every year, they would be able to steadily bring Ning Qi 10 to 20,000 bottles of ancient devil poison. And Ning Qi's Earth Spirit Pills were also spent like water. When he had just obtained the first batch of ancient devil poison, Ning Qi had already broken through to the early stage of the human devil in the top training field. His body had once again been greatly tempered, and his combat strength had increased by quite a bit. After that, Ning Qi used the spirit materials that Ing Zhenshuan had helped him exchange for to refine Earth Spirit Pills, while absorbing the ancient devil poison to increase his cultivation and temper his body. He continuously ran back and forth between the top training field and the quest hall. Time passed year by year. In the second decade, Ning Qi had broken through to the middle stage of the human devil. During this period, he had already absorbed tens of thousands of bottles of ancient devil poison. Oh, what do you guys think Ning Beishuan needs so much ancient devil poison for? I've been observing him recently and realized that other than cultivating in seclusion at the Missing Moon Peak, he would go to the quest hall to obtain the ancient devil poison. I don't know what he's up to. A group of inner sect prodigies gathered together and discussed in low voices. The person who spoke was also someone Ning Qi was familiar with. It was Yang Xiaolong, the disciple of the Elixir Peak who had been hung by Ning Qi at the Missing Moon Peak. Inside our Xianjian sect, there are already more than 200,000 disciples who have accepted his mission to help him search for the ancient devil's poison outside, and the top-grade Earth Spirit Pills he has given us have also reached an extremely terrifying number. Jiu Jian said lightly, "TSK, TSK, over 200,000 people working for him? Humph." Su Zhongxin sneered. He was probably the one who hated Ning Qi the most out of everyone. Ning Qi's actions had caused the Dajiang Peak to lose face, and he had even been secretly mocked by many because of this. Do you remember that during the sect grand competition, Yuan Long used the ancient devil's poison to sneak an attack on this kid? In the end, this kid swallowed all the ancient devil's poison in one gulp. Ordinary people would have been poisoned to death, but nothing happened to him. Li Zhangtong said with a solemn face, "What a pity. If he had died back then, there wouldn't have been so much trouble." Su Zhangxin sighed. Then he suddenly came to a realization and looked at Li Zhangtong in shock. "You mean, this kid is using the ancient devil poison to cultivate?" "That's right." Li Zhangtong nodded. "Hiss," the inner disciples gasped. "Using the ancient demon's poison to cultivate? Isn't this too sick? What kind of cultivation technique needs to be used with the ancient devil poison? Ning Beishuan's cultivation level isn't high, and he can't be compared to us. However, there's a terrifying power hidden in his body. I suspect that he has cultivated some kind of demonic art that requires poison to cultivate. That's why he was able to suppress us Earth Immortals when he was only a human immortal." Li Zhangtong said coldly, "If that's the case, hasn't his strength increased over the years? If one day he breaks through to the Earth Immortal stage, I'm afraid." Yan Feiwu's face was solemn. "Why don't we order the sect disciples to stop searching for the ancient devil poison for him?" Jiu Jian suddenly said. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Zhangtong. When he saw Li Zhangtong smiling at him, his heart was instantly filled with sweetness. "I don't think that's a good idea. If Ning Beixian finds out that we've done something behind his back, won't we?" Yan Feiwu and the others were shocked. "We didn't hire anyone to assassinate him. Would he dare to kill us? If that's the case, the ancestral patriarch will not sit idly by." Li Zhangtong said calmly, "That's right." Jiu Jian nodded. Chapter 2374. Li Zhangtong and the others went their separate ways after a short discussion. Jiu Jian wanted to stay and talk to Li Zhangtong, but he saw Hizhe walking into the hall. "Martial nephew Jiu Jian, you can leave first." Li Zhangtong smiled. Jiu Jian looked at Hizhe, then at Li Zhangtong. He turned around and left without saying goodbye to Hizhe. Although Hizhe was a true disciple, Jiu Jian was also a perfected Earth-level deity. He had always thought that he was not much weaker than Hizhe. "Jiu Jian seems to have a problem with me." Hizhe looked at Jiu Jian's back and smiled. "He's not good with words. Please don't blame him, senior brother Hizhe." Li Zhangtong smiled. "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Hizhe smiled and nodded. "It's done. We just need to wait for them to take action." Li Zhangtong said. She paused, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. "Senior brother Hizhe, is it really okay to do this? Ning Beixian is narrow-minded and vengeful. You can see what happened to senior brother Yuan Long. Don't worry. Although he is vengeful, he has never tried to kill us before. It means that he has a bottom line. As long as he doesn't hire people to assassinate him, like Yuan Long, he will be fine. We're just cutting off the source of his ancient demon poison. What can he do?" Hizhe smiled. "I hope so." Li Zhangtong nodded. This time, she had agreed to join forces with Hizhe to secretly cause trouble for Ning Qi. A large part of the reason was that Ning Qi's previous actions had caused these intersect geniuses to feel a sense of coldness. Yuan Long, a dignified Dajiang Peak genius and Jiang Kuan's personal disciple, had ended up in such a miserable state. There was also a hint of anger in their hearts. "Well then, I'll leave first." Hizhe smiled and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment and said, without turning his head, "If this matter is exposed, senior brother Hizhe, don't worry. It has nothing to do with you." Li Zhangtong smiled coldly. "Then I'm relieved." Hizhe smiled and left quickly. Top-level cultivation training ground. Ning Qi had already transformed into his demon body, and was constantly absorbing the ancient demon poison to refine his body. The demon qi in his body was several times more majestic than before. Now he had entered the peak of the early stage of human demon and was only half a step away from the middle stage human demon. There were only about 60 years left. If not for the fact that the flow of time in the top-notch training field was different from the outside world, it would have been impossible for Ning Qi to reach the late stage of demonic human in 100 years. 1 year later, with the ancient demon's poison depleted, Ning Qi left the top-tier training ground and headed for the mission hall. When Ning Qi walked into the mission hall, countless gazes landed on him. These gazes were filled with fear, worship, curiosity, and various other emotions. Elder Bailey, how many bottles of ancient demon poison are there in total? Ning Qi walked directly to the exchange counter and looked at Bailey Russian. This person was a deacon elder of the mission hall. His cultivation was weaker than 9 swords and the others, and he was at the late stage of Earth Immortal. All these years, Ning Qi had obtained the ancient demon poison through him, and had also paid a lot of stage 2 top-grade Earth Spirit pills. When Bailey Russian saw Ning Qi, his eyes slightly evaded, and he laughed dryly. A total of 30,000 bottles! After saying that, he handed over Universe Ring to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a look and frowned. According to what I know, there are at least 250,000 Xianjian sect disciples who have accepted my mission. How can there only be 30,000 bottles of ancient demon poison? Although the ancient demon poison was rare, it was not rare. Ever since the ancient immortal secret realm appeared, there would be at least 1,000 bottles of ancient demon poison flowing out every year. Other than a small portion of them for personal use, many people would sell them or exchange them for other items, such as immortal pills and talismans. Although the production was not much, after so many years, the number of ancient demon poison on the market was still very large. Ning Qi's offer of a Tier 2 Earth Spirit pill to exchange for a bottle of ancient devil poison was considered very high and worth it. He did not need to enter the ancient, immortal secret territory at all. As long as he walked around the city square, there would be a large number of people willing to exchange for the ancient devil poison. He estimated that there would be at least 80,000 bottles, but right now there was only a mere 30,000 bottles. Marshal Nephew Ning, this matter is hard to explain. Bailey Russian laughed bitterly. He looked at the disciples in the hall and sent a sound transmission to Ning Qi. I don't know when it started, but these guys requested to use a bottle of ancient demon poison to exchange for 3-stage, 2 top-grade Earth Spirit pills. Only a few disciples are still willing to use the previous ratio to exchange. The rest of the people are afraid that they will not easily take out the ancient demon poison unless they are satisfied. Is there such a thing? Ning Qi frowned and looked at the crowd in the hall. Do you think that 1-stage, 2 top-grade Earth Spirit pill for a bottle of ancient demon poison is a loss? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. After a moment of silence, someone finally mustered up the courage to say, Senior Brother Ning, the ancient demon poison is getting harder and harder to obtain. We don't want to lose out too much. Therefore, 1 bottle of ancient demon poison for 3-stage, 2 top-grade Earth Spirit pills is very reasonable. That's right, we can't lose out just because Senior Brother Ning has a high cultivation level. It's not easy for us to cultivate. Actually, it's fine to exchange for 2 pills, the crowd spoke one after another. Anyway, it was clear that they wanted to raise the price. Ning Qi looked at this scene with a smile and did not say a word. The crowd's voices gradually became softer. Finally, the mission hall became very quiet. Ning Qi smiled at Bailey Russian and said, Elder, this task is cancelled. Huh. Bailey Russian was startled. The expressions of the Xianjian sect disciples in the hall changed greatly, especially those who had already stored a lot of ancient devil's poisonous. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. If Ning Qi were to cancel this mission, wouldn't the value of the ancient devil's poison in their hands drop greatly? Junior Nephew Ning, do you really want to cancel this mission? Bailey Russian confirmed. That's right. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Bailey. A small thank you. Ningqi smiled and nodded. He took out a porcelain bottle and placed it in front of Bailey Russian. Then he turned around and left. He did not even look at the people who were staring at him in shock. Bailey Russian opened the porcelain bottle, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. There were more than 30 stage, 2 top-grade earth spirit pills inside. To him, this was not a small fortune. Senior Brother Ning really cancelled this mission? Then what about the ancient demon poison in our hands? If I had known this would happen, I would have regretted it. Chapter 2375 Dan Mountain. How could Ning Beixian be so decisive? Yan Feiwu was in disbelief. Yang Xiaolong's expression was extremely ugly. Before setting up a trap for Ning Qi, he had purchased quite a lot of ancient devil poisons from the other disciples. He was planning to make Ning Qi bleed while he made a killing. However, he did not expect Ning Qi to cancel this task. The ancient devil poisons in his hands were now in vain. Senior Sisterly, didn't you say that Ning Beixian needs the ancient devil's poison to refine his body? Yang Xiaolong looked at Li Zhangtong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The inner sect prodigies looked at Li Zhangtong with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Logically speaking, Ning Qi should not have cancelled the mission so decisively even if the price was several times higher. Although they did not know where Ning Qi got those level 2 earth spiritual pills from. They believed that he would use such a high price to exchange for the ancient devil's poison. This showed how important the ancient devil's poison was to Ning Qi. They had originally planned to earn money from Ning Qi first. Then they would slowly spread the news and let the disciples raise the price. This way, not only would Ning Qi bleed, but it would also reduce the number of ancient devil's poison that Ning Qi could obtain. That's right. Li Zhangtong nodded. She thought of a few reasons. Maybe Ning Beixian doesn't have enough earth spiritual pills, or maybe he doesn't need the ancient devil's poison anymore. This is really not enough. Yang Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Jinchuan, how's the investigation going? Missing Moon Peak. Ning Qi and Ying Jinchuan sat facing each other. Ying Jinchuan smiled and nodded. I've already asked Fan Zeng to investigate. He should be back soon. After a while, Fan Zeng walked into the hall and bowed to Ning Qi and Ying Jinchuan, then said in a low voice, Senior Brother Ning, Senior Sister Ning, there are some clues to the matter. Recently, the disciples of the Xianjian sect have received news from somewhere that Senior Brother Ning needs the ancient devil's poison. Then, someone secretly caused trouble and made those disciples think that they can exchange a bottle of ancient devil's poison for 3 level 2 earth spiritual pills. Which mountain did this news come from? Ying Jinchuan frowned. It happened too long ago, so we can no longer find out where it came from. Some people say it's Dan Peak, some say it's Dajiang Peak, and some say it's Gold Sun Peak. It seems like our Xianjian sect's 99 peaks, other than our Moonless Peak. All the other peaks have received this news at the same time. Fan Zeng smiled bitterly. There's no need to investigate. It's most likely the same group of people. This time, they've learned their lesson. They've secretly tricked me so that I can't do anything about it. Ning Qi chuckled with a hint of mockery in his eyes. It was impossible for him to fight his way up to the other mountain peaks and question them face to face. No one would admit that he had spread this kind of news and instigated the disciples of the Xianjian sect to raise the price. If he killed all the suspects one by one, the mysterious sword old man would not sit idly by. Big brother, how much more ancient demon poison do you need? If the sect doesn't have a solution, I can go to the Stone River Pill sect and ask. If the Stone River Pill sect doesn't have a solution, I think the Jade Clear sect should have a lot of ancient devil's poison. Ying Jinchuan said, Zhan Xian, you've been running around all this time. It's time for you to settle down and cultivate properly. I'll settle this myself. Ning Qi laughed. Then be careful, big brother. Ying Jinchuan did not argue. She knew that Ning Qi was much stronger than her. He could even exterminate the Yuan family. It would be safer for her to travel outside with a large amount of top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills. However, she had to disguise herself to avoid being targeted by those who coveted the 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. Yingzhou, Lianghe Market. This place was quite a distance away from the Xianjian sect, and it was also a place that one had to pass to reach the Stone River Pill sect and the Jade Clear sect. Along the way, Ning Qi passed by many markets and used the top-grade Stage 2 Earth Spirit pills to exchange for a lot of ancient devil's poison. There was a difference between Lianghe Market and the other markets. There was a prime clarity treasure pavilion here. It was said to be a branch of the High Clarity sect, a top sect in the Juku state. The strength of the High Clarity sect was more than a little stronger than the Mystic Sword sect. There were 3 Zenith Heaven Realm ancestors in the sect. Although it was not comparable to the Jade Clear sect in some specific fields, it was even more famous than the Jade Clear sect. For example, business. Someone had once said that as long as one could pay the price, even if it was a low-grade Dao item, the Shangqing sect would be able to take it out. Whether this was true or not, there was no way to know. However, it also showed that the Shangqing sect was extremely powerful. Are you really not a disciple of the Xianjian sect? I heard that the disciples of the Xianjian sect have been searching everywhere for the ancient devil's poison, but unfortunately they are too scattered. Our Shangqing sect's treasure pavilion will not accept this kind of order. If you only want to exchange for 30 to 50 bottles of ancient devil's poison, please return. A beautiful middle-aged woman with an extremely beautiful face and an impressive figure chuckled as she looked at Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi's appearance had been disguised. His skin looked sallow, like a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. His figure had also been specially changed. Even those who were extremely close to him would not be able to recognize his true identity. Madam Jade, 30 to 50 bottles of ancient devil's poison is something that I can easily obtain. Naturally, I won't come to your place on purpose. Ning Qi laughed lightly. Madam Jade was an early-stage sky immortal. She was the vice pavilion master of the Liang River Market's Shangqing Treasure Pavilion. The moment Ning Qi entered the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion, he told the people below that he had a big business to discuss. Seeing that Ning Qi's bearing was extraordinary, the people below reported this matter to Madame Jade, and she personally came out to receive Ning Qi. Then, I wonder how many bottles of ancient devil's poison do you want? Madame Jade smiled slightly. 1,000,000 bottles. Ning Qi said indifferently. 100. Madame Jade immediately reacted and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. The value of the ancient devil's poison was not too high for her, but the value of 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison was already far beyond the wealth of an ordinary, early-stage sky immortal. The person in front of her actually wanted to exchange for so many ancient devil's poison? According to the market price, a bottle of ancient devil's poison was calculated to be 200 low-grade immortal stones. 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison was 200 million low-grade immortal stones. To the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion, this was a huge deal. Could it be that you plan to use these ancient devil's poison to kill golden immortal stage immortal beasts? Madame Jade looked at Ning Qi strangely. Madame Jade, you only need to say yes or no. The specific use has nothing to do with you. Ning Qi said lightly. Madame Jade's expression changed slightly. Then she smiled charmingly and said, "To our Shangqing Treasure Pavilion. As long as you can afford it, there is no such thing as impossible." Chapter 2376. 2.5 million mid-grade immortal stones. Because you want too much, I need to go to other stores to transfer the goods. This will cost a lot. If you can accept this price, we can continue the discussion. Madame Jade thought about it and gave a price. 2.5 million mid-grade immortal stones? This price is a bit high. Ning Qi said softly, "What price do you think is suitable? Why don't you tell me?" Madame Jade smiled. 2.5 million mid-grade immortal stones. Ning Qi said, "Deal." Madame Jade's lips curled up. This price was the bottom line in her mind. If it was lower than this, the profit she could get would be too low and there would be no need to continue the discussion. "Madame Jade, how long will it take for you to receive the goods?" Ning Qi smiled. "After you pay the deposit, you can come back to pick up the goods within half a year. How about that?" Madame Jade said, "Half a year. Okay, this is the deposit." Ning Qi thought for a moment, then nodded and handed over Universe Ring. Madame Jade took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She found a total of 300,000 mid-grade immortal stones. According to the ratio of 1 to 100, it was equivalent to 30 million low-grade immortal stones. This is the token to pick up the goods. When you come to the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion, show this, and someone will bring you to pick up the goods. Madam, you handed over a dragon talisman to Ning Qi. It was a small dragon, carved from jade. It looked vivid and lifelike, and there seemed to be some kind of special pattern hidden within it. It was constantly emitting a special kind of fluctuation. "If that's the case, I will take my leave first." Ning Qi stood up and left. The reputation of the Shangqing sect's hidden treasure pavilion was still useful. Ning Qi believed that the Shangqing sect would definitely not do something like accepting a deposit but not giving the goods. Not long after Ning Qi left, a figure appeared at Madame Jade's side and said in a low voice, "Madam, this subordinate has already investigated this person's background, but no one knows where he came from. This subordinate suspects that this person has already changed his appearance and is not showing his true appearance." "Yes, I understand. Take my jade talisman and go to the various treasure pavilions to retrieve the ancient demon poison. I want to see 2 million bottles of ancient demon poison in half a year," Madame Jade said softly and threw a jade talisman to him. This jade talisman's appearance and vibration were different from the dragon talisman she gave Ning Qi. 2 million? A look of surprise flashed in the other party's eyes. He then put away the jade talisman and left quietly. Ning Qi did not stay in Lianghe Market for too long. When he left with a few lackeys. They were all human immortals and earthen immortals. They wanted to get some benefits from Ning Qi, but Ning Qi killed them with a single palm strike. After killing them, Ning Qi's face flickered slightly. 2 hours later, he broke away from the battle. After entering his combat state, he entered the top-grade cultivation training field. Rumble! Loud noises kept coming from the dragon-slaying mall. Ning Qi watched with his divine thoughts and saw a huge pavilion rising from the ground, standing in the center of the mall. This pavilion was about 300 feet high, and there were 3 large words carved on the plaque in the center. Merit Pavilion. I've spent dozens of years, and the progress of this Hall of Merit is only at 100%. I wonder what's inside. Ning Qi entered the Merit Tower with some anticipation. He saw that the first floor of the tower was filled with flashing lights. Under the light, there were all sorts of items of various shapes and sizes. There were books, porcelain bottles, sabers, swords, spears, and everything else. 5th grade cultivation method of the immortal race. Absolute Sunday merit points, 20. 5th grade dragon blood pill. Merit points, 30. Revolving spear. It contains the great Tao of acute metal. Lesser Tao treasure. Merit points, 40. Ning Qi looked through the items on the first floor and found that the 10 merit points he had could not be exchanged for anything. And this was only the first floor of the Merit Tower. There are already lesser Tao treasures on the first floor. Doesn't it mean that there are real Tao treasures on the second floor? Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. He went up to the second floor. As expected, the items that could be exchanged for with merit points were of a much higher grade than the first floor. There were already 6th grade elixirs, 6th grade cultivation methods, and real inferior grade Tao treasures. However, the merit points they required were more than 10 times more than the first floor. A inferior grade Tao treasure with 30 traces of the great Tao required 500 merit points. It was equivalent to Ning Qi killing 500 early-stage heaven immortals to exchange for it. And this lesser Tao treasure was not even comparable to Ning Qi's 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers. On the second floor, there were also inferior-grade Tao treasures with 100 traces of the great Tao. There were also inferior-grade Tao treasures with 200 traces of the great Tao. Among them, the strongest one had nearly 300 traces of the great Tao. Perhaps this was the limit of inferior-grade Tao treasures. The exchange price, 3,000 merit points. Ning Qi wanted to go up to the third floor, but he found that he could not go up at all. As soon as he set foot on the stairs, his divine will would be sent out by a force. This merit tower is more than 300 feet high. If each floor is only 20 feet high, there should be a total of 15 floors. A inferior grade Tao treasure appeared on the second floor. What kind of terrifying item would be on the highest floor? It's a pity that with my current cultivation, I can't even go to the third level. Maybe I can break through to the earth immortal level. Perhaps when I break through to the earth immortal level, I can enter the third floor. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Qi's eyes fell on the strongest inferior grade Tao treasure on the second floor. It was a sword that was enveloped by a ray of light. Only by exchanging merit points would the ray of light disappear. Before that, it was impossible for Ning Qi to obtain it. This sword is called Songhai. It contains 299 traces of the Songhai Tao. In terms of power, it should be much stronger than the mountain and river purple golden hammers. If I can wield this sword, I might be able to exchange a dozen moves with an early stage golden immortal. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. He had made Songhai his first target. As long as he killed 3,000 heaven immortals, he could exchange for this sword. Early heaven immortals and great perfection heaven immortals only get 1 merit point. It's basically impossible to gather 3,000 merit points in a short period of time. Ning Qi looked at Songhai deeply, then went down to the first floor and stood in front of the dragon blood pill. A 5th rank dragon blood pill required 30 merit points to exchange, but its effect was very suitable for Ning Qi. It had the ability to refine the body. Although he did not know how strong the dragon blood pill was, he was still a 5th rank immortal after all. Since it required 30 merit points to exchange, it shouldn't be too bad. When the time comes, I'll try out the effect of this pill. Perhaps with the ancient devil's poison, my imprisonment suppressing dragon elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates can reach a higher level. Compared to 3,000 merit points, 30 merit points was obviously easier to obtain. Ning Qi carefully looked through the first and second floor again. With a thought, he left the dragon-slaying mall. Chapter 2377. This is the Stone River Pill Sect. Ning Qi stood on the bluestone steps and looked into the distance. 30 miles away, there was a giant gate with a plaque hanging on it that said Stone River Pill Sect. Ing Jinshuan had told Ning Qi that this place was the most famous pill refining sacred ground in Yingzhou. Alchemists from all over Yingzhou would often come here to do business. Alchemists from all over Yingzhou would often come here to compete. It's a pity that the Yuan family only has 5 million intermediate-grade immortal stones after dominating Taisui Lane for so many years. If I had more, I could just buy it with immortal stones. Ning Qi did not plan to put all his eggs in one basket. After some consideration, he decided to use immortal stones to purchase the ancient devil's poison from the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion. He would then use the Tier 2 Earth spiritual pill to trade for the ancient devil's poison at the Stone River Pill Sect. This was the safest way. You're here to be a disciple too? A group of young men appeared behind Ning Qi. One of them looked at Ning Qi curiously. Their bodies gave off auras ranging from early human immortal to late human immortal. So, when they sensed that Ning Qi was in the great circle of the human immortal stage, other than the person who asked the question, everyone else revealed a hint of vigilance in their eyes, treating Ning Qi as a potential opponent. The Stone River Pill sect was too famous, and the status of alchemists was a level higher than that of ordinary immortals. Therefore, some people who didn't have good cultivation aptitude set becoming alchemists as their lifelong goal. An existence like the Stone River Pill sect would have many immortals coming to take them as their master every year. However, there were less than 1 in 1,000 that could become an alchemist. Nope. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the mountain gate of the Stone River Pill sect. Not here to be a disciple. Ignore him. I heard that there are 3 alchemy grandmasters coming to the Stone River Pill sect. If we can make it in time, we might have a chance to be their disciples. Stop dreaming. With our potential, we might not even be able to become an outer disciple of the Stone River Pill sect. There's no stopping the opportunity. How do you know that I can't be a disciple of the 3 alchemy grandmasters? The group of young immortals quickly overtook Ning Qi and rushed towards the Stone River Pill sect's mountain gate. Even though Ning Qi said he wasn't here to become a disciple, they were still afraid that Ning Qi would beat them to it. Such existences could be seen almost everywhere. When Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the mountain, he was blocked by a large group of people who had come to be his disciples. I've already said it very clearly. Today, there are 3 esteemed guests competing with the elders in the sect. Please return. If you want to be apprenticed, come back next time. A young man exuding the aura of a perfected human immortal blocked the entrance with a frown. Senior brother, we've traveled thousands of miles to come here. Please let us in. As long as the elder says that we don't have the talent for alchemy, we'll turn around and leave. Yeah, it wasn't easy for us to come here. Everyone says that the Stone River Pill sect is the holy land of alchemy. Senior brother, please allow us to enter and admire it. Sai, don't cut the queue. What are you doing? Don't you know it's a queue? The crowd at the entrance of the Stone River Pill sect was in an uproar. Everyone glared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi casually waved his hand, and the people in front of him fell to the side. Soon, Ning Qi came to the front and smiled at the disciple. I'm not here to be apprenticed. I'm not here to be apprenticed. Oh, you're not here to be apprenticed? What's the matter? The disciple's eyes were filled with confusion. I'm acquainted with senior Sister Xiangyan. May I know if she's in the sect? Ning Qi smiled. Xiangyan, an inner sect disciple of the Stone River Pill sect. She was a good friend of Ying Jinshuan. When Ying Jinshuan came to the Stone River Pill sect to exchange for alchemy materials, she was the middleman. When the disciple heard Xiangyan's name, his eyes flashed with surprise. He sized up Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was only a perfected human immortal, he was a little suspicious. Senior Sister Xiangyan is an inner sect disciple of our Stone River Pill sect. Do you really know her? The disciple's tone was still filled with disbelief. In his opinion, Xiangyan's friends should be inner sect disciples of large sections. The person in front of him had sallow skin and didn't look young. Moreover, he was dressed in ordinary green clothes and didn't look like a sect disciple. He was just an independent cultivator. How could someone like that be acquainted with an inner sect disciple of the Stone River Pill sect? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can take me to see Senior Sister Xiangyan. Ning Qi smiled. All right, follow me. The disciple nodded and let Ning Qi in. He then ordered a few outer sect disciples to stop the people outside. Why can he go in, but we can't? This is unfair. The group of people outside had resentful expressions on their faces. Senior Sister Xiangyan, this person says he knows you. Zhang Qingshan clasped his hands. His gaze landed on a cold-looking woman. Ning Qi stood beside Jiang Qingshan and smiled at Xiang Yan. Her lips moved slightly. I understand. You can leave. Xiang Yan nodded indifferently. Jiang Qingshan's eyes flashed with surprise. Before he left, he glanced at Ning Qi, as if he was shocked that Ning Qi really knew Xiang Yan. You were sent by junior sister Jinxian? Xiang Yan looked Ning Qi up and down, her tone indifferent. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He had just sent a message to Xiang Yan. He had only mentioned Ing Jinxuan's name, but didn't mention his identity. It was normal for the other party to mistake him as an errand sent by Ing Jinxuan. After all, his cultivation was only at the perfected human immortal stage. What does junior sister Zhen Xian want this time? Spiritual materials for the Earth Spirit Pill? Xiang Yan said indifferently. No, it's the ancient demon's poison. Ning Qi smiled. Ancient demon's poison? Xiang Yan frowned, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Why does junior sister Zhan Xian want the ancient demon's poison? I don't know either. Ning Qi smiled. All right, come with me. Xiang Yan nodded and led Ning Qi through the corridors of the Stone River Pill sect. Along the way, many people bowed respectfully when they saw Xiang Yan. When they saw Ning Qi behind Xiang Yan, they had a strange look on their faces as they tried to guess Ning Qi's identity. Finally, Xiang Yan brought Ning Qi to 3 grottos. The 3 grottos were marked with the words heaven, earth, and human. Xiang Yan brought Ning Qi into the grotto with the word human written on it. It was a completely different world inside. It was extremely huge, and there were many shelves. Other than Xiang Yan, there were also many disciples of the Stone River Pill sect. They were picking and choosing. It looked like a gathering place for low-level disciples. There are more than 100 bottles of ancient demon's poison here. How many does junior sister Zhen Xian want? Xiang Yan stopped in front of a shelf and asked Ning Qi. Chapter 2378. Misunderstanding. Xiang Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. That's right, senior sister Zhen Xian said to exchange for 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison. Ning Qi transmitted. 1,000,000. Xiang Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air as she looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. At this moment, she had begun to doubt Ning Qi's true origins. The Ing Jinxuan she knew would not exchange for 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison, and Ing Jinxuan did not have that kind of financial resources. 1,000,000 was just a casual remark from Ning Qi. Ing Jinxuan had only told him that she felt that the Stone River Pill sect should have stored a lot of ancient devil's poison. After all, it was a holy land for alchemy. With the Stone River Pill sect's financial resources, they must have stored a lot of ancient devil's poison. You were not sent by junior sister Jinxian. Who are you? Xiang Yan's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as her consciousness locked onto Ning Qi, as if she was ready to attack at any time. The Stone River Pill sect had 3 great treasure vaults, namely the Heaven Vault, the Earth Vault, and the Human Vault. Right now, she had brought Ning Qi to the Human Vault, although compared to the Heaven and Earth Vault, the Human Vault was nothing. The items inside were not of high grade and value, and were usually used by the disciples of the Stone River Pill sect. The place where one could exchange for the items they needed was similar to the mission hall of the Xianjian sect. However, compared to the mission hall, there were no elders guarding the Human Vault because there were specific formations on these shelves. If one wanted something, they would automatically deduct contribution points before they could take it away. Even so, the Human Vault was still an important place for the Stone River Pill sect. If an outsider were to sneak into this place, it would be a sin for Xiang Yan. Senior sister Xiang Yan, you misunderstand. Ning Qi smiled and casually threw out a jade pendant. Xiang Yan took it and recognized that it was Ing Jinxuan's jade pendant. The killing intent in her eyes gradually disappeared. Junior sister Zhen Xian really wants to exchange for 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison? Why is that? Xiang Yen frowned and transmitted her voice. I am just an errand boy. If you don't have that much ancient devil's poison, I will go back and report. Ning Qi smiled. It's not that I don't have 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison, but I can't make the decision for such an amount. If junior sister Zhenxian really needs the ancient devil's poison, I can help you ask the elders in the basement. Xiang Yen hesitated for a moment and said, if it was anything else, Xiang Yen might have rejected it outright. However, the ancient devil's poison was something that could only be used a few times a year. After so many years, the Stone River Pill sect had stored a lot of it. For example, the ancient devil's poison on the shelf had been there for more than 10 years. It was more than 100 bottles then, and it was still more than 100 bottles now. After a pause, Xiang Yen continued, although the value of the ancient devil's poison is not high, if junior sister Zhenxian only needs 3 to 5 bottles, I can give it to her directly. But if there are 1,000,000 bottles, I wonder what junior sister Zhenxian is willing to give in exchange. Earth Spirit Pill. Tier 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pill. 1 pill for 2 bottles of ancient demon poison. As soon as Ning Qi finished speaking, he flipped his palm and a Tier 2 Earth spiritual pill appeared in his palm. Instantly, a strange fragrance filled the air and attracted the attention of many disciples from the Stone River Pill House. Is that an Earth Spirit Pill? This fragrance seems to be of a rather high grade. This person is with Senior Apprentice Sister Xiang Yen. Could he be a senior apprentice brother we've never seen before? It is indeed a Tier 2 top grade Earth spiritual pill. Xiang Yen reached out to take a look and nodded with a complicated expression. She was even more certain that Ning Qi was a Xianjian sect disciple sent by Ing Jinchuan to run errands. Because a while ago, Ing Jinchuan had used these Tier 2 top grade Earth spiritual pills to exchange for a lot of spiritual materials to refine Earth spiritual pills. 1,000,000 bottles of ancient devil's poison in exchange for 500,000 Tier 2 top grade Earth spiritual pills. This deal is extremely profitable for my Stone River Pill House. I think the elders should have no problem with it. Follow me. Xiang Yen nodded and said. Just as she finished speaking, a young man in a black robe walked in with a large group of Stone River Pill House disciples and walked straight in front of Xiang Yen. Junior sister Xiang Yen. The black-robed young man smiled at Xiang Yen, his gaze landing on Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was only at the great circle of the worldly immortal stage, his skin was sallow and he was rather old. He did not look like a genius of the sect. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes. He did not even ask about Ning Qi's origins. After that, his gaze froze. This is a Tier 2 top grade Earth spiritual pill. The black-robed young man looked at Xiang Yen in shock. Senior brother Hua, what's the matter? Xiang Yen flipped her palm and immediately kept the Earth spiritual pill. Nothing. I just heard that a guest is here to visit junior sister Xiang Yen. Out of curiosity, I came to take a look. Hua Longjun smiled and swept a glance at Ning Qi. Since there's nothing else, junior sister will make a move first. Xiang Yen clasped her hands and smiled at Ning Qi. Follow me. One look and I can tell that this person is an errand boy. Why do you need to inform me? Hua Longjun glanced at a follower beside him. That follower jumped in fright and smiled. Senior brother said that someone is here to see junior sister Xiang Yen and told me to inform you. Forget it this time. Let's go and see who sent this person and why he is looking for junior sister Xiang Yen. Hua Longjun snorted and followed in the direction that Xiang Yen and Ning Qi left. Just as he walked out of the human vault, he saw Xiang Yen bringing Ning Qi into the vault. Hua Longjun's eyes flashed with uncertainty. Compared to the human vault, the underground vault was much quieter. There were only 3 to 5 disciples of the Stone River Pill sect walking around. From their aura and clothes, They were the same as Xiangyan. They were the heaven's favorites of the Stone River Pill sect. The items on the shelves here were obviously of a much higher grade than those in the human vault. Xiangyan led Ning Qi around many shelves and arrived at the deepest part of the vault. There was an old man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemingly in a meditative state. Elder Su, Xiangyan came in front of the old man and softly said. After a while, the old man slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Xiangyan, then at Ning Qi. What's the matter? Xiangyan's lips moved. After a while, the old man's eyes flashed as he looked at Ning Qi. You have 500,000 earth spiritual pills? 500,000 earth spiritual pills. From afar, Hua Longjun and the rest were shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other in disbelief. This mere, perfected, worldly, immortal stage fella had such a terrifying amount of earth spiritual pills? And they were all earth spiritual pills. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The old man glanced at Xiangyan and said, without batting an eyelid, You may leave first. Chapter 2379. Elder Su, this person was sent by a good friend of mine to exchange for the ancient demon's poison from our Stone River Pill sect, Xiangyan said softly. Before she could finish her sentence, Elder Su glanced at her impatiently. I told you to stand down. Don't you understand? A faint Heaven Immortal's aura was emitted from Elder Su's body. Xiangyan could not help but take a few steps back. Senior Sister Xiangyan, let's go. We won't exchange for the ancient demon's poison for now. Ning Qi suddenly smiled. Go. To where? You think you can leave after stealing so many top-grade level 2 earth spiritual pills from our Stone River Pill sect? Elder Su raised his eyelids and looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Elder Su, Xiangyan finally understood why the other party wanted her to leave. She didn't expect that this elder in charge of guarding the underground warehouse would be so greedy that he wanted to keep the 500,000 top-grade tier 2 earth spiritual pills for himself. The Stone River Pill sect dares to slander me? Ning Qi furrowed his brows. Initially, he thought that even if this trip wouldn't be smooth, there wouldn't be any big mistakes. He never imagined that he would encounter someone who inverted the truth and brazenly accused him of stealing 500,000 top-grade earth spiritual pills from the Stone River Pill sect. Such a method was even worse than those bandits. Ning Qi guessed correctly. Before this elder Su joined the Stone River Pill sect, he was a bandit in the Ingzhou sect. 1,000 years ago, to hide from an enemy, he changed his name and entered the Stone River Pill sect, becoming the deacon elder of the Stone River Pill sect. It was just that the pills distributed to the elders of the Stone River Pill sect every year were not enough for cultivation, and he didn't know much about alchemy. Over the years, he had been eating away the resources he had accumulated as a thief, consuming 80 to 90% of the cultivation resources he had accumulated. Today, he suddenly heard that Ning Qi, a perfected human immortal today, he suddenly heard that Ning Qi, a perfected stage human immortal, had 500,000 top-grade level 2 earth spiritual pills. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that the Stone River Pill sect is slandering us? Elder Su, I can testify for you. Hua Longjun shouted coldly and walked towards Ning Qi and the rest with his lackeys. I want 50%. Hua Longjun's voice rang in Elder Su's ears. 10%. Elder Su's expression changed slightly. His lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice. 30%. If it's any less, I don't mind reporting it to the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall and saying that you're ruining the reputation of the Stone River Pill sect. Su Shiro, I'm well aware of your background. Others might not believe Xiangyan's words, but I, Hua Longjun, believe the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. I want to verify it. Hua Longjun sneered. As you wish, 30%. Su Shi's eyes flickered, and a trace of killing intent flashed past. Perhaps he was wary of Hua Longjuan's background, but he chose to agree. Senior brother Hua, this is a misunderstanding. This person is Xian. Xiang Yan's eyes moved. He immediately wanted to report Ning Qi's background. The Xianjian sect was a first-rate sect in the Yingzhou, so even if Su Shiro had greedy thoughts, he would have to consider it carefully. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was suppressed by Su Shi and fainted. Su Shiro threw Xiang Yan to Hua Longjun and said indifferently, "She is bewitched by this person. Take her away." "Don't worry. I'll leave you 30% of the Earth Spirit pills." "That's good." Hua Longjun looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Not only did he leave, he even made the nearby inner sect disciples who were attracted by the commotion leave one after another. When the inner sect disciples saw that it was Hua Longjun, they did not dare to disobey his orders and could only leave the basement with a stomach full of suspicions. After that, Hua Longjun and the rest stood guard at the entrance of the basement. Occasionally, an inner sect disciple would want to enter, but they would all be dealt with by Hua Longjun with a smile. Hand over the top-grade second stage Earth Spirit pill. I'll make the decision and let you leave the Stone River Pill sect alive. Su Shi looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, "Are you sure you want to steal my pills?" Ning Qi frowned. "I'm not stealing your pills, but you stole my Stone River Pill sect's pills. I'm just asking for it back from you," Su Shi said indifferently. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you refuse to come to your senses, I will personally make a move. It is inevitable that there will be casualties. I'll give you 3 more breaths of time to consider." Just as Su Shi finished speaking, he suddenly felt a suffocating aura coming towards him. "What is this?" Su Shi jumped in fright as he saw Ning Qi swinging the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers towards him. He could feel an extremely terrifying aura from the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers. This is a Dao artifact? Low-grade Dao artifact? How is this possible? Boom! Because Su Shi had underestimated Ning Qi, he was not prepared at all. Thus, he did not manage to make a single move. A huge crater appeared in front of Ning Qi. If this had happened in the mortal realm, it would have destroyed at least half a planet. However, in the immortal realm, it could only leave such a crater. As an early-stage fairy immortal, Su Shilu's spirit had already been destroyed. No one in the outside world could hear what was happening in the basement. This was because the basement was protected by layers of restrictive spells. The loud noises were silenced. When Ning Qi walked out of the basement, Hua Longjun and the rest looked at Ning Qi in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Shi actually left him alive. Hua Longjun was shocked. "Leave senior sister Xiang Yan to me." Ning Qi smiled. Xiang Yan was being supported by 2 of Hua Longjuan's lackeys. Her head was lowered, as if she had not woken up yet. "Scram!" Hua Longjun snorted coldly and was about to walk into the basement. His lackeys saw this and hurriedly followed him. Ning Qi smiled and followed them into the basement once again. "Where's Su Shi? That damned old fart. Don't tell me he ran away with the elixir?" Hua Longjun was furious when he saw that there was no trace of Su Shi. "Senior brother Hua, something's wrong. Look at this mark. That perfected human immortal doesn't seem to be injured at all. Where did this mark come from?" One of Hua Longjuan's lackeys pointed at the pit made by the mountain and river purple golden hammers and said, "You." Hua Longjun suddenly turned around and looked at Ning Qi. Just at that moment, Xiang Yan seemed to have woken up. His body shook, and the 2 lackeys of Hua Longjun flew out and landed heavily on the ground. "Let's go." Xiang Yan glanced at Hua Longjun coldly and grabbed Ning Qi's arm. However, there was still a trace of doubt in her eyes. Why did Su Shi disappear? Thinking of this, she could not help but glance at Ning Qi. "Senior brother, should we give chase?" Chapter 2380. Ning Qi followed Xiang Yan to her cave abode in the Stone River Pill sect. Her position in the Stone River Pill sect did not seem to be too high. She did not have her own mountain. Not far from her cave abode were the cave abodes of two other inner sect geniuses. Su Shirlu attacked you. After returning to the cave abode, Xiang Yan was silent for a while and suddenly looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Previously, when she was knocked unconscious by Su Shirlu, she had no recollection of what happened after. She only knew that when she woke up, Su Shirlu was already gone. However, Ning Qi didn't have any injuries on him. This made her suspicious. Could it be that Su Shirlu took Ning Qi's top grade tier 2 Earth spiritual pill? Did he just leave the Stone River Pill sect like that? No, he left in a hurry. Ning Qi smiled. That's good. It's all my fault. Su Shirlu's background is unclear, and I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Xiang Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although there were still a few doubtful points in Ning Qi's explanation, Xiang Yan felt that this was the only explanation that could explain why Su Shiro didn't attack Ning Qi and instead disappeared into the basement. As for pursuing Su Shiro's responsibility, Xiang Yan had never thought about it. After all, she was just a weak inner sect disciple. Her background in the sect was not as strong as Hua Longjuan's. If she could avoid becoming enemies with a heaven immortal, she naturally would not want to. Senior Sister Xiang Yan, the ancient demon's poison, Ning Qi smiled. I'll help you arrange it. However, to prevent something like this from happening again, I think it's necessary for me to visit my master, Xiang Yan said. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Sister Xiang Yan. Ning Qi smiled. But Xiang Yan had a strange look on her face. Senior Sister Xiang Yan, is there something you can't tell me? Ning Qi asked. My master is an eccentric person. If you want to ask for his help, even as his disciple, you will have to offer a reward. Your 500,000 top-grade tier 2 Earth spiritual pills might only be able to exchange for 900,000 bottles of ancient demon poison. Xiang Yan blushed. 900,000. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Do you think the pay is too high? This is just a suggestion. After all, although my master wants to ask for a reward, he is an honorable person, unlike Su Shiro, who is shameless. With his help, you can successfully exchange for the ancient devil's poison without any complications. Xiang Yan said, 900,000 it is. But can you do it as soon as possible? Ning Qi thought about it and nodded. If I'm slow, I'll take 5 days. If I'm fast, I'll take a day. Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Xiang Yan nodded and left. Ning Qi scanned his surroundings and smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared on the spot. For the sake of the ancient demon poison, he had been refining top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills whenever he was free. He still had a lot of the spiritual materials that Ing Jinchuan had traded for previously. In the basement, Su Shiro is dead. An old man looked at the crater created by the mountain and river Purple Golden Hammer and said faintly. As soon as he said this, the strong men beside him and Hua Longjun were shocked. Su Shirlu was the deacon elder of the Stone River Pill sect. How could he be killed in the basement? How could this be? After Su Shiro disappeared, Hua Longjun immediately spread the news. After all, Su Shiro had been guarding the underground vault and had disappeared for no reason. Who knew if he had used his position for personal gain and stolen the cultivation resources in the vault? Therefore, Hua Longjun spread the news. However, he did not know about the small incident. However, he didn't mention a word about it. He didn't expect that the great elder of the Stone River Pill sect, Ing Chuan Feng, who was one of the top 5 elders of the Stone River Pill sect, would personally come to the basement and conclude that Su Shiro was dead. Elder Chuan Feng, is this true? Although Su Shiro was only at the early heaven immortal stage, who could kill him in our Stone River Pill sect without anyone knowing. Hua Chongguang couldn't help but glare at Hua Longjun fiercely. Then he cupped his fists towards Ing Chuan Feng respectfully. The rest of the strong men also looked at Ing Chuan Feng. Their status in the Stone River Pill sect was higher than Su Shiro's. They were all mid or late heaven immortal experts. However, they didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of Ing Chuan Feng, an early golden immortal grand elder of the law enforcement hall. You'll have to ask your son about this. Ing Chuan Feng looked at Hua Longjun indifferently. What happened in the basement? Tell me honestly. If there's a single lie, I won't forgive you. Hua Longjun felt a chill down his spine. The followers beside him also revealed a look of fear. They couldn't help but tremble. In the end, Hua Longjun could only tell the truth. In his narration, he became a bystander who didn't want to offend Su Shi. Su Shi really can't change his ways. Letting him join our Stone River Pill sect was really a bad idea. Hua Chongguang couldn't help but curse. Now isn't the time to pursue this matter. Where is that sallow middle-aged man now? Ing Chuan Feng said indifferently. Hua Longjun quickly said. He was taken away by junior sister Xiang Yan. I think he should be in junior sister Xiang Yan's cave abode. Bring this person to the Hall of Discipline. I want to ask him. Ing Chuan Feng snorted coldly and walked out. Longjun, were you involved in Su Shi's matter? After all, it was 500,000 top-grade earth spiritual pills. Hua Chongguang felt that if he was in the same situation, he would also be tempted to do something evil. No. Hua Longjun hurriedly shook his head. Previously, he had been communicating with Su Shi telepathically. Only a few of his lackeys could tell what he was trying to say, but there was no concrete evidence. That's good. Bring that sallow man to the Hall of Discipline. Oh, never mind, I'll go with you. Hua Chongguang sneered. Su Shiro's death was very strange. Although he didn't think that a great circle of human immortal could kill an early heaven immortal, he felt that Su Shiro was most likely killed by the existence that was chasing him. However, just in case, he still decided to go there himself. My master agreed to give me 500,000 top-grade earth spiritual pills. I'll bring them to him. He said that you don't need to show yourself. When Xiang Yan returned to the cave abode, Ningqi had already left the peak-grade earth spiritual pills. In this short period of time, he had concocted many top-grade earth spiritual pills. Forget it. I'll have to trouble senior sister Xiang Yan this time. After a few breaths of silence, Ningqi smiled. I won't exchange the ancient devil poison for now. I'll take my leave first. First, there was Su Shi. Ningqi already didn't trust the people in the Stone River Pill sect. If it wasn't for Ing Jinchuan saying that Xiang Yan was completely trustworthy, Ningqi would have already left. Now that Xiang Yan's master wanted him to hand over the earth's spiritual pills, Ningqi felt that he would be a fool to do so. Son, Chapter 2381. Elder Hua, Senior Brother Hua. Xiang Yan frowned. The other had entered her cave abode without saying a word. He clearly didn't put her in his eyes. Law Enforcement Hall? Your Stone River Pill sect is really interesting. First, an elder was greedy for a mere worldly immortal like me. And now you want me to go to the Law Enforcement Hall. What? Are you planning to kill me here without saying a word? Ningqi said with a faint smile. Xiang Yan's eyes flashed with shame. She took a step forward and said to Hua Chongguang, Elder Hua, what happened in the vault was just a misunderstanding. There's no need to bring him to the Law Enforcement Hall, right? Junior nephew Xiang Yan, you can't get away with this. Come with us to the Law Enforcement Hall. This is Elder Chuan Feng's order. Hua Chongguang said faintly. As he spoke, he secretly sized up Ningqi. From Ningqi's words and demeanor, he sensed something was wrong. Then he thought about what Chuan Feng said about Su Shiro's death. This made Hua Chongguang even more suspicious of Ning Qi's background. What happened? Even I have to go to the law enforcement hall? Xiang Yan frowned. Su Shiro was greedy, but he left because of an urgent matter. Didn't this matter turn into a small one? Why did the law enforcement hall want to investigate this? What's the matter? Junior nephew Xiang Yan, don't you know? Su Shiro died in the vault. According to Dragon Sovereign, this kid was in the vault with Elder Su. He's naturally the biggest suspect. Hua Chongguang sneered. How could Elder Su die? Xiang Yan looked at Ning Qi in shock. Didn't you say Elder Su left on his own? There's indeed something strange. Hua Chongguang and the other heaven immortal elders looked at each other. Ying Chuanfeng said that Su Shiro was dead, so he must be dead. But this kid told Xiang Yan that Su Shiro left on his own. This was contradictory, so they believed Ying Chuanfeng even more. In this case, this kid was lying. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding here, but it is impossible to explain it clearly here. Junior nephew Xiang Yan, as well as Sir, please follow me to the disciplinary hall. If the two of you are innocent, the disciplinary hall will naturally not malign you. Hua Chongguang smiled. If that's the case, then senior brother Hua is also a suspect. Perhaps he and Su Shi didn't share the spoils equally and secretly used some method to harm Su Shi. Xiang Yan said coldly. Junior sister Xiang Yan, don't speak nonsense. Rage surged in Hua Longjuan's eyes. How lively! Hua Chongguang, you came to my territory to take my disciple to the law enforcement hall. Did you ask me? A loud voice came from outside the door. Then a ball rolled in. Upon closer inspection, it was not a ball, but an extremely fat being emanating the aura of a heavenly immortal. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, and he wore a smile on his face. Master, Xiang Yan bowed respectfully. Zhu Duochun, this is the order of the Eagle Pass Crazy Elder. Why should I ask you? A look of disgust flashed across Hua Chongguang's eyes. He quietly distanced himself from the fatty and said indifferently, Xiang Yan's master is actually so fat. Ning Qi glanced at Zhu Duochun with a strange expression, but in his heart he was secretly calculating. Since the Eagle Pass could tell that Su Shi was dead, then the worst result of going to the law enforcement hall this time was to be suppressed by the Stone River Pill sect. However, if he revealed his identity, the Stone River Pill sect wouldn't dare to do anything to an immortal, the adopted son of the Jun sect's disciple. Moreover, he had the Xianjian sect as his backer. However, in this way, those fellows who couldn't bear to part with the mountain and river purple golden hammer would be like sharks that smelled blood and would follow closely behind. I have to waste another Tai turtle breath talisman. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. This time he had put on a disguise because he didn't want to use too many Tai turtle breath talismans. After all, one of them cost 3 million dragon-slaying crystals. With Ning Qi's current wealth, he would only be able to buy 5 or 6 more before he would start to run out of money. If you want to bring my disciple there, you have to ask me. How about this? I'll go with you to the law enforcement hall. Zhu Duochun glanced at Ning Qi with his bean-sized eyes, then said to Hua Chongguang while grinning, Then let's go together. Hua Chongguang looked at Zhu Duochun in disgust and nodded impatiently. Stone River Pill Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Elder Chuanfeng, I've brought him here. Hua Chongguang cupped his hands towards Eagle Chuanfeng, who was sitting in the middle, and said, Eagle Chuanfeng's gaze first swept across Ning Qi, then Xiang Yan, and finally landed on Zhu Duochun. He frowned and said, Zhu Duochun, what are you doing here? Elder Chuanfeng, Xiang Yan is my direct disciple. If something happens to her, as her master, I naturally can't ignore it. Zhu Duochun said while grinning. Sit at the side. Eagle Chuanfeng waved his hand. Thank you, Elder Chuanfeng, for granting me a seat. Zhu Duochun chuckled and rolled to the side to sit down. Instantly, the chair he sat on emitted a creaking sound. When everyone in the hall saw this, a trace of disgust flashed in their eyes once more. No matter where it was, whether it was the mortal realm or the mortal realm, a fat person like Zhu Duochun would always be looked at differently by others. Since you're here, tell us what happened. Why did Su Shirlu appear in the underground vault? Which one of you will tell us? Eagle Chuan Feng said indifferently, his gaze landing on Ning Qi. Elder Chuan Feng, Elder Su is an early heavenly immortal, be it me or him. None of us can hurt Elder Su. Xiang Yan said. That's right, that's right. My disciples' words make sense. That old bandit, Su Shirlu, might not be able to defeat me, but he is still an early heaven immortal. How could my disciple and this messenger have anything to do with Su Shirlu's death? I hope Elder Chuan Feng can understand this. Zhu Duochun interrupted. Apart from Hua Chongguang, the others were somewhat convinced by Xiang Yan and Zhu Duochun's words. They also didn't think that Ning Qi could kill Su Shirlu, a mere peak human immortal. How is that possible? If this person is just a simple peak human immortal, why would he have 500,000 top grade stage 2 earth spiritual pills? Even in our Stone River Pill sect, there are only a few people who can refine such high grade earth spiritual pills. Hua Chongguang suddenly said. Could he have used the ancient devil's poison to harm Elder Su? That's right. I heard that he wanted to exchange the earth's spiritual pills for the ancient devil's poison. Hua Longjun suddenly said. He felt that he had found the truth. Where did you get the earth spiritual pills? Eagle Chuanfeng suddenly said. I know all the people in Yingzhou who can refine top grade stage 2 earth spiritual pills, but I don't remember them having a follower like you. Chapter 2382. Elder, there's something wrong with what you've said. Ningqi looked at Ying Chuanfeng and suddenly smiled. Silence. This is a golden immortal elder. Don't speak nonsense. Otherwise, even my master won't be able to protect you today. Xiang Yan's eyes were filled with shock as she transmitted her voice to Ningqi. The expressions of Hua Chongguang and the rest changed. The smile on Zhu Duochun's face gradually disappeared as he looked at Ningqi in shock. Although this kid is only a perfected human immortal, he is neither servile nor overbearing in front of an early golden immortal like Elder Chuanfeng. Are all disciples of the mystic sword sect so arrogant? Zhu Duochun thought to himself. Xiang Yan had already told him about Ning Qi's background, but Xiang Yan herself didn't know Ning Qi's true identity and only knew that he was Ying Jinchuan's subordinate. How dare you? How dare you be so rude to Elder Chuanfeng? Hua Longjun's expression changed as he suddenly threw a palm towards Ningqi. Ningqi had a faint smile on his face and didn't do anything. At this moment, Ying Chuanfeng lightly waved his hand and Hua Longjun took a few steps back. He looked at Ying Chuanfeng in shock, not knowing why he stopped him from teaching Ningqi a lesson. Tell me, what did I say wrong just now? Ying Chuanfeng smiled. This elder said that he knows all those who can refine peak grade 2 earth spiritual pills in Yingzhou. I think he said something wrong. Ningqi smiled. Why? Ying Chuanfeng's eyes moved slightly. Because you don't know me. Ningqi smiled. What is this guy talking about? Xiang Yan's eyes were filled with confusion. Hua Chongguang, Zhu Duochun, and the others subconsciously looked at each other. They heard a hint of unusual meaning in Ningqi's words. Idiot, you're just a perfected human immortal. Why would Elder Chuanfeng recognize you? Hua Longjun couldn't help but mock. Shut up. Hua Chongguang glared at Hua Longjun. Hua Longjun was slightly stunned and didn't understand what was going on. You said that I don't know you. Could it be that the peak grade 2 earth spiritual pills came from you? Ying Chuanfeng's face turned solemn. Elder Chuan Feng, you've misunderstood. Actually, these pills were brought by Ing Xuan of the mystic sword sect's moon-lacking peak. Xiang Yan couldn't help but interrupt. At the same time, she glanced at Ning Qi with a warning gaze, indicating that he shouldn't speak anymore, lest the situation today become more and more difficult to salvage. Is this child really from the Xianjian sect's moon-missing peak? A few years ago, when Ing Zizai suddenly returned to the Xianjian sect, there were already rumors in the outside world, saying that Ing Zizai had already become a disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Monarch, and followed the White Emperor Immortal Monarch to fight everywhere. As a result, the Xianjian sect naturally became the center of attention. They were existences that no one wanted to provoke, especially the missing moon peak. I want him to answer, not you. Zhu Duochun, if your disciples interrupt again, I will discipline them for you. A hint of impatience flashed in Chuan Feng's eyes. Xiang Yan jumped in fright and quickly shut her mouth. Zhu Duochun smiled sheepishly and agreed. That's right, these Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills were indeed refined by me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He made it. Xiang Yan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. A while ago, that girl, Zhen Xian, did indeed come to the Stone River Pill sect a few times to exchange for a lot of Earth spiritual pills. She also used Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills, and these pills were all made by you? Ing Chuan Feng smiled, and as he spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Xiang Yan and Zhu Duochun. So Elder Chuan Feng already knew about this. Xiang Yan was shocked and subconsciously looked at Zhu Duochun, because Zhu Duochun had specially instructed her not to leak this matter out. As for the reason, Xiang Yan naturally knew that Zhu Duochun wanted to hold Ing Xuan's line tightly in his hands. Otherwise, if others found out, they would definitely do something. After all, although the spirit ingredients for the Earth's spiritual pills were rare, they were not too difficult to obtain. As for the Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills, they were considered extremely rare items, and even in the Stone River Pill sect, they did not collect much. Zhu Duochun had a mocking smile on his face. At this time, he felt that he should not speak. That's right. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Did you kill Sushiro as well? Ing Chuan Feng smiled. That's right. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose. Ing Chuan Feng's sudden question caught everyone off guard. But what shocked them even more was that Ning Qi actually admitted that he killed Su Shi. How is that possible? He is only a worldly immortal full circle. How could he kill Elder Su? Hua Longjun did not believe it, and he stared at Ning Qi blankly. Hua Chongguang and the other Heaven Immortal Elders looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and doubt. They looked at Ning Qi and Ing Chuan Feng. Su Shi really died in his hands? Xiang Yan was dumbfounded, looking at this middle-aged man with sallow skin. No matter how she looked at it, she could not see that this person had the means to kill an early Heaven Immortal. You should be the famous sweeping disciple of the Xianjian sect in recent years, Ning Beixian. Back then, you obtained 2 low-grade Dao artifacts in the ancient immortal secret realm, and then you killed your way into the Yuan family of the Tai Sui lane alone, killing more than 1,000 direct descendants of the Yuan family, including the ancestor of the Yuan family, who was at the perfected Heaven Immortal stage. Ing Chuan Feng looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. He is Ning Beixian? The crowd gasped. Even the elders at the Heaven Immortal realm like Hua Chongguang were startled, as the name Ning Beixian was quite famous in the Yingzhou continent. A full-circle human immortal with 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. A perfected human immortal who had killed more than 1,000 members of the Yuan family's direct line of descent and almost exterminated the Yuan family. A perfected human immortal who was adopted by the Immortal Monarch's disciple, Ing Zizai. For a very long time, when the immortals in the Ying continent saw a perfected human immortal, they would carefully check to see if the other party was the disciple of the Xianjian sect, Ning Beixian, because they were afraid that they would be smashed to death by a hammer. Other than that, there were also people who dug out Ning Chi's deeds in the Xianjian sect. With the cultivation of a worldly immortal, he suppressed the successor disciple with his bare hands, and even the successor disciple of the Crimson Thunder Pavilion of the Feng Lin province, Feng Lin Xianguang, lost to him. His strength was enough to overshadow many self-proclaimed geniuses. "You're Ning Bei Xian?" Xiang Yan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Previously, when she met Ing Jinchuan, she would occasionally ask about Ning Qi. She didn't expect to see him with her own eyes, but Xiang Yan was a little disappointed. So Ning Beixian was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. The difference in her imagination was huge. "Senior sister Xiang Yan, because there are too many people who don't like me. I hid my identity beforehand. Don't blame me." Ning Qi smiled faintly, and his appearance changed. When he looked again, he didn't look like a middle-aged man at all. Instead, he looked like a handsome young master who was 18 or 19 years old. Chapter 2383. This kid is really Ning Beixian. Hua Longjun looked at Ning Qi with fear. If he had stayed with Su Shiro instead of guarding the outer door of the basement, he would probably have been killed by this person, wouldn't he? Given the other party's strength, regardless of whether he wielded a Dao artifact or not, he would be able to kill him. Su Shilu might be a bastard, but he is still a deacon elder of the Stone River Pill sect. If word gets out that he was killed by you just like that, it will damage the reputation of the Stone River Pill sect. Ing Chuanfeng smiled at Ning Qi. "Elder, what can I do for you?" Ning Qi looked at Ing Chuanfeng and asked, "How about this? There are 3 Pill Dao Grandmasters who came to my Stone River Pill sect to spar. There are a total of 3 matches, and my Stone River Pill sect has already lost 1 match. Why don't you represent my Stone River Pill sect in the next match and refine your top-grade Tier 2 Earth Spiritual Pill? If you win, we'll forget about it." Ing Chuanfeng smiled. "Elder Chuanfeng intends to let this kid fight?" Hua Chongguang and the rest looked at each other, and a trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. In terms of alchemy, none of them felt that they were weaker than Ning Qi. Although Ning Qi could refine top-grade level 2 Earth spiritual pills, which meant that his alchemy skills had already reached the pinnacle, his cultivation was still limited. He probably couldn't even refine level 3 or level 4 pills. How could he win against the 3 Pill Dao Grandmasters with just level 2 Earth spiritual pills? Elder Chuanfeng, Hua Chongguang, and the rest communicated their concerns to Ing Chuanfeng. They were afraid that Ing Chuanfeng would lose the second match because he wanted to see Ning Qi's skills. "I naturally have a way to let them compete in Earth spiritual pills." Ing Chuanfeng glanced at Hua Chongguang and the rest. Hua Chongguang and the rest immediately shut their mouths. "Let me fight? That's not impossible. I came here to exchange for the ancient demon poison. I wonder if Elder Chuanfeng can help me?" Ning Qi asked. "It's just a mere ancient demon poison. Tell me, how many bottles do you intend to exchange for?" Ing Chuanfeng smiled. 5 million bottles, 500,000 top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills. Ning Qi said. Xiang Yan glanced at Ning Qi with a strange expression on her face. Previously, they had exchanged 500,000 for 1 million, but now it had become 500,000 for 1.5 million. Even so, it was still a good deal for the Stone River Pill sect. After all, a large amount of Earth Spirit pills were consumed every year, but the ancient devil's poison could not be consumed in a year. A few bottles. Zhu Duochun, go and retrieve all the ancient demon poison from our sect. Chuanfeng laughed and said to Zhu Duochun. Seeing this, Zhu Duochun stood up and left. He had originally planned to make a fortune from this business, but now he couldn't even think about it. Not long after, Zhu Duochun returned to the main hall. Hua Chongguang and the others witnessed Ning Qi and Zhu Duochun handing over the ancient demon's poison. This kid really has so many top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills? How many years has he been saving? A question arose in Hua Chongguang and the rest. After Chuan Feng saw the earth's spiritual pills, he grabbed a few and swallowed them. After a while, he smiled in satisfaction and said, "Little brother Ning, if you can maintain this level of skill in this competition, the 3 alchemy grandmasters will not be able to compete with you in terms of earth's spiritual pills." Elder Chuan Feng, when will the competition start? Ning Qi smiled. There's still a month left. In this month, let Xian Yan bring you around the Stone River Pill sect. Chuan Feng smiled faintly. Disciple, where's that kid? He's in seclusion, Xian Yan said with a strange expression. Ning Qi did not seem to have any interest in the Stone River Pill sect. The moment he returned to his cave, he went into seclusion. Oh, I wanted to spar with this kid in terms of Earth's spiritual pills. Looks like I'll have to wait until after the competition. Zhu Duochun left with a disappointed look on his face. How could Xiang Yan not know what her master was thinking? He wanted to see how Ning Qi could refine top-grade tier 2 Earth spiritual pills and secretly learn from him. Top cultivation training ground. A month in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years in the training ground. Ning Qi would not waste this time. He continued to absorb the ancient devil poison that he obtained from the Stone River Pill sect. The bottleneck of the mid-stage human devil realm started to loosen. As the years passed, the 1.5 million bottles of ancient devil poison decreased rapidly. After 25 years, the demonic qi in Ning Qi's body surged like waves. Soon, the pitch-black demonic qi enveloped Ning Qi's entire body. It was as if the demonic qi had a mind of its own, growing bigger and smaller at times. This went on for about a year. Suddenly, one day, the demonic qi entered Ning Qi's body. All the devil qi entered Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes, and the evil aura on his face was even stronger than before. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the late-stage human devil realm. After absorbing all 1.5 million bottles of ancient devil poison, Ning Qi successfully broke through the bottleneck of the mid-stage human devil realm and advanced to the late-stage human devil realm. The demonic qi in his body was no longer suppressed by the immortal qi. However, there was still a huge gap between the demonic qi and the immortal qi. At this moment, all the demonic qi was contained in Ning Qi's cells, constantly refining his body. The further I go, the more difficult it will be to cultivate the confining dragon-elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates. Perhaps only when I reach the great perfection of the human-demon realm or even the earth-demon realm will the confining dragon-elephant art be able to smoothly break through to the 12th layered heavens and open the 8th of the 9 inner hidden gates. At that time, in addition to the increase in strength brought by the breakthrough, the confinement dragon-elephant skill, 9 inner hidden gates, and the mountain and river purple golden hammer, my strength, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth, rose slightly. At that time, his combat strength would be greatly enhanced. It was as if he was reborn. At that time, he should be able to fight against a celestial immortal without the help of a Dao weapon. If he used a Dao weapon, perhaps even an early-stage golden immortal would not be able to suppress him so easily. Only when he reached this realm would he have the strength to protect himself in the immortal world. Over the next few years, Ning Qi spent his time consolidating the boundary that he had just broken through. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough in the confining dragon-elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates, every small boundary that he had broken through from the early human-demon realm to the present late human-demon realm had greatly enhanced his physical strength. In the eyes of others, although he was still in the great perfection of human immortal realm, he would be able to suppress Feng Lin and Xian Guang with just one punch. It's almost time Ning Qi moved and reappeared in Xiang Yan's cave abode. When he opened the door, Xiang Yan seemed to have been waiting at the door for a long time. Ning, senior brother Ning, the second round of the competition is about to begin. Elder Chuan Feng asked me to take you there, Xiang Yan said in a low voice. Chapter 2384. Stone River Pill Sect. The Alchemy Battle Altar. This was the place where the Stone River Pill Sect competed in alchemy. Just like how the Mystic Sword Sect disciples competed in swordsmanship, the elders and disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect basically did not compete in fighting. Instead, they competed in alchemy. That was why there was an alchemy battle altar that had been passed down from the past until now. If an alchemist from the outside world came, they would also arrange for the competition to be held on the alchemy battle altar. Around the alchemy battle altar was a dense crowd of spectators. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of spectators were all filled. Other than the disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect, there were also some alchemy sects that were weaker than the Stone River Pill Sect. These sects were the vassal sects of the Stone River Pill Sect. When they learned that 3 alchemy grandmasters had come to compete, they all sent out several elders, had brought a group of disciples with them to watch the competition. Elder Chuanfeng, we've already promised you that the second round will be a grade 2 Earth Spirit Pill. Why hasn't the alchemist arrived after so long? On the alchemy battle altar, there were 3 golden immortals dressed in different clothes, but with very similar auras. They looked at Chuanfeng with a faint smile. The 3 of them were rather famous alchemy grandmasters in Yingzhou. In Yingzhou, or even the entire ancestral planet, only those who could successfully refine grade 5 medicinal pellets could earn the title of grandmaster, and there were only 2 such grandmasters in the Stone River Alchemy Sect. One of them was the sect master of the Stone River Alchemy Sect, and the other was Eagle Chuanfeng. In the first round, Chuanfeng lost to Situchi, one of the 3 grandmasters. Situchi and the other 2 were originally weaker than Chuanfeng in alchemy, but for some reason, Situchi's alchemy improved greatly this time. When the 2 were competing to refine grade 4 bone-changing pills, Situchi finished 2 hours faster than Chuanfeng. However, Situchi had managed to complete the pill 2 hours earlier than Crazy Eagle, and he had managed to complete 1 more pill than Crazy Eagle. Therefore, Crazy Eagle was defeated in the first round. Brother Bai Yuan, he'll be here soon. There's no need to rush. Chuanfeng smiled. Haha, I'm just curious. Your esteemed sect has never had any special requirements for the refinement of Earth Spirit pills. Could it be that you have recruited a genius alchemist and his attainments in Earth Spirit pills are higher than mine? Bai Yuan said with a faint smile. I remember a long time ago, Brother Bai Yuan relied on refining top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pills to become famous in Yingzhou, right? The other alchemy grandmaster, Nie Dongyin, smirked and glanced at Bai Yuan. It's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning. It's been a long time since I last refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill like this. Bai Yuan smiled modestly. Bai Yuan's disciples and grand disciples were among the spectators. They all smiled and glanced at the disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect with disdain. When the disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect saw the disdain in their eyes, they became furious. This wasn't the first time Bai Yuan and the other 2 had come to the Stone River Pill Sect to spar with Chuanfeng. However, every time they came, they would show a humble face and lose to Chuanfeng. This time, however, Situchi had won the first match. This made the disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect quite shocked. They had never imagined that Chuanfeng would lose to Situchi. Even though the pills he had refined might not have been Chuanfeng's area of expertise, a loss was still a loss. For the Stone River Pill Sect, this was an extremely humiliating matter. That was why, when Ning Qi first arrived at the Stone River Pill Sect, there were people blocking the entrance to the sect, not allowing those fellows who wanted to take him as their master to enter and watch the alchemy battles. Elder Chuanfeng, which elder are you going to send to spar with Grandmaster Bai Yuan? There doesn't seem to be an elder who's good at refining Earth Spirit pills in our sect. Is Elder Chuanfeng trying to save our Stone River Pill sect's face? Is he going to randomly send someone to spar with Grandmaster Bai Yuan? It's better not to talk about this. He's here. The corner of Chuan Feng's mouth suddenly rose. He looked into the distance. Xiang Yan brought Ning Qi through the air and landed firmly on the alchemy battle altar. Other than Hua Chongguang and the other elders who already knew about this, the other elders and disciples of the Stone River alchemy sect looked at Xiang Yan in surprise, and then at Zhu Duochun with strange expressions. Could it be that Chuan Feng wanted Zhu Duochun's personal disciple, Xiang Yan, to spar with Bai Yuan? Elder Chuan Feng, I've brought him here. Xiang Yan bowed respectfully. You may leave. Chuan Feng smiled and waved his hand. Senior Brother Ning, you can do it! Xiang Yan glanced at Ning Qi, then retreated to the side and stood behind Zhu Duochun. Only then did everyone react. The person who wanted to spar with Grandmaster Bai Yuan was someone they had never seen before. He's a disciple of our Stone River Pill sect. I don't think I've seen him before. Could he be Elder Chuan Feng's new personal disciple? Judging by his aura, he is merely at the great circle of the human immortal realm. How strong could he be in alchemy? Situ Qi, Bai Yuan, and Nie Dongyun's gazes fell on Ning Qi. Bai Yuan frowned slightly, pointed at Ning Qi, and asked Eagle Chuan Feng, Elder Chuan Feng, is this the alchemist you were talking about? Exactly. Eagle Chuan Feng faintly smiled. Ridiculous. There was a hint of anger in Bai Yuan's eyes. I'm a golden immortal and one of the 8 alchemy grandmasters in Yingzhou. You want me to compete with this guy in the perfected human immortal realm in alchemy technique? Yingchuan, is it because your Stone River Pill sect is afraid of losing to the 3 of us? Is that why you're doing this? There was a moment of silence. Many people in the Stone River Elixir sect were embarrassed and angry. They had the same thought as Bai Yuan, but after thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only way to protect the reputation of the Stone River Elixir sect. If Ying Chuan Feng was defeated by the 3 of them 3 times, the Stone River Elixir sect, as the top alchemy sanctuary in the Yingzhou province, would be destroyed. Would it become a joke? The Tao of alchemy doesn't depend on one's cultivation, but one's alchemy skills and understanding of alchemy Tao. This little brother Ning happens to have a deep understanding of earth spirit pills. If Brother Bai Yuan thinks that his cultivation isn't enough to sit with you and refine pills, then forget it. I'll personally compete with you. So what? Ying Chuan Feng faintly smiled. Bai Yuan was slightly startled. He wanted to say something, but Situ Qi and Nie Dongyan looked at each other and moved their lips slightly. Bai Yuan's ears twitched. Then he looked at Ning Qi with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He said to Ying Chuan Feng, if that's the case, then let me see how high this kid's attainment in earth spirit pills is. Master, do you think Senior Brother Ning can win? Xiang Yan's eyes showed a hint of worry. When Bai Yuan was still an earth immortal, he made 10 consecutive cauldrons of earth spirit pills. Each cauldron contained 7 earth spirit pills, and each earth spirit pill was a 2nd stage, supreme grade earth spirit pill. Now that he's a golden immortal, he should be even more proficient. Unless Ning Beixian has been practicing alchemy since he was in his mother's womb, he can't win. Chapter 2385. Upon hearing Zhu Duochun's evaluation of Bai Yuan, Xiang Yan's face turned grim. 10 consecutive cauldrons of pills, with 7 earth spiritual pills in each cauldron, and each earth spiritual pill was a supreme grade tier 2 pill. Such an alchemy technique was probably extraordinary. At least in Yingzhou, one could do it on earth spiritual pills. There was probably no other alchemist who had reached this level. Even the Stone River Pill sect, which claimed to be the holy land of alchemy, did not have such a deep understanding of the earth spirit pill. Bai Yuan's experience was not only known to Zhu Duochun, but also to the elders in the Stone River Pill sect. Some of the inner and outer disciples who were interested in Jianghu also learned about Bai Yuan's experience when he was young from various rumors. In just a moment, one person spread to 10 and 10 to 100. Almost everyone knew that Bai Yuan had such a high level of attainment in earth spiritual pills. Elder Chuan Feng clearly knows that Grandmaster Bai Yuan is the best at refining earth's spiritual pills, but he still wants this lad to compete with him. Could it be that this lad's earth spiritual pill refining technique is not weaker than Bai Yuan's? What's his background? That's strange. Ning Qi no longer had a sallow face. Many disciples of the Stone River Elixir sect who had seen his face in the human database naturally could not recognize him now. They racked their brains, secretly guessing Ning Qi's identity and origin, comparing Ning Qi's appearance with the face in their minds one by one. In the end, they still could not come to a conclusion. I know what Elder Chuan Feng meant. This lad is only at the perfected human immortal realm. If he's really good at refining earth spiritual pills, he doesn't have to defeat the current Bai Yuan. If he loses, it won't be embarrassing, and no one will say that the Stone River Elixir sect found a random guy to compete with. 3 grandmasters. Hua Chongguang's eyes suddenly flickered as he figured out Ing Chuan Feng's intention. How do you intend to compete? Bai Yuan looked at Ning Qi indifferently without any intention of asking for his name. Clearly, he thought that Ning Qi was not qualified to let him know his name. Speed, quantity of pills, and grade. Ning Qi said calmly. Oh. Bai Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ning Qi's attitude made him feel a little strange. How many cauldrons? Whatever. Ning Qi said calmly. This kid is arrogant. The disciples that Bai Yuan brought revealed a trace of anger in their eyes as they stared at Ning Qi. If this wasn't the territory of the Stone River Pill sect, they might have already helped Bai Yuan teach Ning Qi a lesson. Facing an existence like their master. Even if they weren't trembling with fear, they should at least be respectful, right? But they didn't see any trace of respect from Ning Qi. Instead, it was a kind of indifference. Crazy Eagle Chuan is a cunning old fox. He wouldn't casually send out a disciple, right? This kid is indeed a little strange. Nya Dongyin transmitted his voice indifferently. Situ Qi nodded, his spiritual force constantly scanning Ning Qi's body. He thought that Ning Qi could not detect his actions. All right, then 1 cauldron will do. Tier 2 medicinal pills are useless to me even if I refine more. Bai Yuan's lips curled into a sneer. Since the 2 of you have come to an agreement, please verify the spirit materials. Eagle Chuan Feng chuckled. With a thought, a disciple from the Stone River Pill sect respectfully brought out 2 sets of earth spirit pills. The spirit materials are correct. Bai Yuan glanced around and said calmly. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Since the spirit materials are correct, the 2 of you may begin. Eagle Chuan Feng smiled slightly. As soon as his voice fell, everyone held their breaths and looked at Bai Yuan and Ning Qi nervously. Bai Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. With a light tap of his slender finger, a cauldron as tall as a person appeared in front of him. As soon as the cauldron appeared, a strange fragrance filled everyone's nostrils. Many people were shocked. This showed that this cauldron was in Bai Yuan's hands. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strange fragrance. Could this cauldron be the legendary Hidden Dragon Cauldron? Senior brother, what is the Hidden Dragon Cauldron? The Hidden Dragon Cauldron is a pseudo-Dao level cauldron that Grandmaster Bai Yuan obtained when he was still a mid-stage Heaven Immortal. It contains the Hidden Dragon Great Dao. Using this cauldron to refine medicinal pills, one will be protected by a divine dragon. It will greatly improve the success rate, quantity, and grade of medicinal pills. If you're lucky, the medicinal pill will be infused with a trace of dragon qi. The effect will be stronger than ordinary medicinal pills of the same grade. Hiss! Bai Yuan is a grandmaster. If he uses this cauldron to refine medicinal pills, then this competition... Each of the 8 grandmasters has a pseudo-Dao level cauldron. But relatively speaking, Grandmaster Bai Yuan's Hidden Dragon Cauldron is stronger than the other 7 cauldrons. After all, dragon qi is hard to come by. Anything related to dragons will have a subtle change. After taking out the hidden dragon cauldron, Bai Yuan threw the spiritual materials into it. His palms gently moved, and an immortal flame rose from the hidden dragon cauldron. Everyone's attention was attracted by Bai Yuan's smooth alchemy skills. Whether it was his disciples or the elders and disciples of the Stone River Pill sect, they all tried to pry into the essence of alchemy from Bai Yuan's hands. Even Ying Chuan looked at the hidden dragon cauldron with a flash of envy in his eyes. The corners of Bai Yuan's mouth rose slightly. The corners of Bai Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. To him, refining the Earth Spirit Pill was as easy as pouring a cup of water. With such skills, I'm afraid Senior Brother Ning, Xiang Yan couldn't help but shake her head. She was about to look at Ning Qi when she heard Ning Qi's voice on the altar. I'm done. What? Bai Yuan's expression changed. Because of this sentence, he almost lost control of the fire and caused the cauldron of Earth Spirit Pills to be scrapped. However, he was still experienced. In less than a breath's time, he stabilized the cauldron. Then he diverted a bit of his attention and looked in Ning Qi's direction. A strange fragrance suddenly spread throughout the entire area. That was the smell of the Earth Spirit Pill. This kid, he's done with it? Situ Qi and Nyat Dongyun's expressions also changed. When they saw the 11 top-grade 2 Earth Spirit Pills in Ning Qi's hands, they couldn't help but gasp and look at Ning Qi in shock. These few years, Ning Qi had refined countless Earth Spirit Pills, and the number of pills he refined had also increased from the initial 3 or 4 to the current stable number of over 10. And this time he was even more focused, so he refined 11 pills, and each pill was second-tier top grade. How is this possible? When did he finish? I didn't see it. I didn't notice either. I was looking at Grandmaster Bai Yuan. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2386. Impossible. As Bai Yuan controlled the cauldron, he stared at the 11 supreme grade 2 Earth spiritual pills in Ning Qi's hand in disbelief. He had his reasons for disbelief. No matter what kind of pill one was refining, there would be some losses. That was why some people could only refine 3 to 4 pills with the same amount of spiritual materials, while some could refine 7 to 8 pills. The latter had already trained their pill refinement skill to the extreme and controlled the loss of spiritual materials to the minimum. Only by doing so would one be able to refine so many pills. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater the loss. An ordinary pill refinement master could refine 1 to 2 pills with the amount of spiritual materials required for a set of Earth spiritual pills. If one could refine 3 to 4 pills, one would be considered an excellent pill refinement master. Bai Yuan had managed to refine 7 pills with each cauldron, each of which was a supreme grade 2 pill. That was how he became famous in Yingzhou and became a rising pill refinement master. Step by step, he became one of the top 8 pill refinement masters in Yingzhou. Even so, he was only confident that he could refine 9 Earth spiritual pills. If he tried to refine 10 pills, he would not be able to guarantee the quality of the pills. He might not be able to refine all of them to the supreme grade 2 pill. This was a fish and bear's paw problem. How could a mere perfected human immortal realm cultivator refine 11 pills with each of them being supreme grade 2 pills? This guy's pill refinement skill is so amazing. 11 supreme grade 2 Earth spiritual pills? Even Master Bai Yuan wasn't this terrifying when he was young, right? Hua Chongguang and the elders of the Stone River Elixir sect looked at Ning Qi in disbelief with astonishment. Those who did not know much about pill refinement might not know how terrifying it was to refine 11 supreme grade 2 Earth spiritual pills in one cauldron. However, they were all pill refinement masters who had been practicing for countless years. Naturally, they knew how terrifying it was. Where did Elder Chuan Feng find this guy? His pill refinement skill is so terrifying. With his superb Earth spiritual pill refining skills, He can definitely become the #1 rising pill refinement master in Yingzhou. I knew Elder Chuanfeng wouldn't be able to embarrass our Stone River Elixir sect. I wonder if this senior brother is Elder Chuanfeng's direct disciple. After this competition, I'll definitely go and ask him for advice. The disciples of the Stone River Elixir sect were extremely excited. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Stone River Elixir sect looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Master, did you see that? Xian Yan was excited. Zhu Duochen nodded and said solemnly, I saw it. At this moment, he finally believed that Ning Qi had really refined those earth spirit pills himself. Everyone no longer paid any attention to Bai Yuan, as they all turned their attention to Ning Qi. After a few hours, Bai Yuan finally finished refining the pill, and a strange fragrance floated out of the pill furnace. Earth sect spiritual qi was on. Ning Qi, 1 pill sect by spiritual qi, and 2-1-1-2-1 by 1, Qi Dong Qi, Qi 1-1-4-1, 1 of 1, spiritual 1, Qi 2, Qi spiritual, 1-1-2. By Qi of the Qi of the Qi. Bye for it. Ying Chuanfeng said with a smile. Bai Yuan's face was pale, and a trace of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He was well aware of how many pills were inside. There were a total of 9 earth spirit pills. If this kind of achievement was not compared to Ning Qi, it was enough to show off. However, because of the distraction just now, his 9 earth spirit pills were all at the upper 2nd stage. If he opened the cauldron now, his reputation would be ruined. There's no need to open it. Bai Yuan said calmly. Brother Bai Yuan, are you admitting defeat? Ying Chuanfeng said with a faint smile. I suspect that he did something to make 11 superior grade 2 earth spiritual pills in 1 cauldron? Hee. I've been in Yingzhou for so many years, but I've never seen such an existence. Even the alchemy grandmaster from Zhou didn't have such an impressive achievement, right? Therefore, I don't believe it. This alchemy battle doesn't count. I want to redo it. Bai Yuan sneered. The elders of the Stone River Elixir sect were furious. As one of the top 8 alchemy grandmasters in Yingzhou, how could he be so shameless? Redo the alchemy competition. Brother Bai Yuan is right. We didn't pay attention to him earlier, and he has already formed his earth spiritual pills. This result, indeed, doesn't count. 11 superior grade 2 earth spiritual pills? How can there be such a monstrous genius in this world? Elder Chuanfeng. Could it be that the Stone River Elixir sect couldn't afford to lose? So must have done something secretly, right? Nie Dongyan said as he glanced at Ying Chuanfeng with a mocking gaze. With Nie Dongyan's support, the awkwardness in Bai Yuan's heart disappeared. He concluded that Ning Qi had cheated. Before the alchemy battle, we agreed to only refine 1 cauldron. How can Grandmaster Bai Yuan go back on his words? Behind Ying Chuanfeng, an elder of the Stone River Elixir sect, couldn't help but reprimand him. Who are you to interrupt when I'm talking to Elder Chuanfeng? Bai Yuan's expression turned cold as he glared at the elder of the Stone River Elixir sect with a murderous intent. The elder of the Stone River Elixir sect took 2 steps back with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. As a result, the elders and disciples of the Stone River Elixir sect glared at Bai Yuan angrily. Brother Bai Yuan, it's just an alchemy battle. Victory and defeat are common. Why are you angry at your subordinates? Ying Chuanfeng said calmly as he threw a pill to the elder behind him. The elder's expression improved after consuming the pill, and he cupped his fists at Ying Chuanfeng to express his gratitude. I don't care about winning or losing, but I don't want to lose without knowing why. Let me fight with this kid again. This time, I want to see him refine the earth's spiritual pill with my own eyes. If he really didn't play any tricks, then I'll admit defeat and never step into the Stone River Elixir sect again. Bai Yuan sneered. Let's fight again? Sure, but won't I lose face if I fight just because you say so? How about this? If you can take out some stakes, I can refine the earth spiritual pill again. I'll show you that there's always someone better than you out there. Ningqi laughed after watching the show for a long time. You. Hearing this, Bai Yuan was furious. No human immortal had ever dared to speak to him like this. At this moment, a cold gaze fell on him. Bai Yuan glanced at Ying Chuanfeng and suppressed his anger. He smiled at Ningqi and said word by word, You want what? Bet, head. Senior, do as you please. With senior status, you can't possibly take out a dozen spiritual jade pills as a wager, right? Ningqi smiled. Chapter 2387. A level 5 essence enhancing pill? Everyone gasped at the same time. 5th grade medicinal pills were basically the limit of the ancestral star. There were only slightly more than 100 people who could refine such pills in the vast ancestral star. Taking Zhou as an example, only the 8 known alchemy grandmasters could refine such pills. The pills sold in the market were not cheap at all. The level 5 essence enhancing pills on the market were either passed down from the ancient times or made by the 8 major alchemy grandmasters. Among the 5th grade elixirs, there were strong and weak ones. The effect of a 5th grade essence enhancing elixir could enhance an immortal's origin source, and it was even effective for perfected golden immortals. If there were enough 5th grade essence enhancing elixirs, an existence with mediocre aptitude could become a genius with first-class aptitude. Before this, only one alchemy grandmaster from the Feng Lin province knew how to refine a level 5 essence enhancing pill. Everyone was shocked that Bai Yuan knew how to refine this pill as well. Where did he get the essence enhancing pill recipe? Did he exchange it with the one from the Feng Lin province? A hint of surprise flashed in Chuanfeng's eyes as he stared at Bai Yuan thoughtfully. As for Situ Qi and Nie Dongyan, they seemed to have already known about this. They weren't surprised at all, as they wore faint smiles on their faces. Elder Chuanfeng, how many ancient demon poisons can a level 5 essence enhancing pill be exchanged for? Ningqi laughed at Chuanfeng. This fella is planning to exchange the essence enhancing pill for the ancient demon poisons. He seems to be very confident. What a waste! If I can consume a lower level 5 essence enhancing pill, I will be able to break through my current bottleneck and become a heaven immortal in 100 years. A perfected earth immortal Sky Pride clenched his fists and looked at Bai Yuan excitedly. An essence enhancing pill was effective even for a zenith heaven immortal. If it was consumed by a human immortal, an earth immortal, a heaven immortal, or a golden immortal, the effect would be even stronger. Regardless of whether it was the ordinary disciples of the Stone River Pill faction, the geniuses of the inner sect, or the few true disciples sitting behind the crazy eagle, or the elders like Hua Chongguang, they were all attracted by the name of the essence enhancing pill. Is he planning to exchange my essence enhancing elixir for the ancient demon's poison? Bai Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard Ningqi's words. The anger in his heart burned even more vigorously. The hardships he had gone through to refine this batch of Peiyuan pills were not enough for outsiders to know. He had prepared for decades, but in the end he only managed to refine 2 pills. He had intended to use such a precious pill himself. The other party actually intended to use it to exchange for the ancient demon poison? Do you really plan to exchange the essence-enhancing elixir for the ancient demon's poison? Chuanfeng looked at Ningqi with a serious expression. Not bad. Ningqi smiled. He was not interested in knowing how powerful the foundation pill was. Right now, his priority was to raise his cultivation from the late stage of demonic cultivator to the perfect stage of demonic cultivator. Just as Ying Chuanfeng was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared on the altar. Everyone cupped their hands in greeting and addressed him as Old Ancestor. This person was the sect leader of the Stone River Pill sect, a perfected golden celestial like Old Man Mysterious Sword, Patriarch Stone River. 2 million bottles of ancient demon poison for your essence-enhancing elixir. Ancestor sure. He looked at Ning Chi calmly and said, All right. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Ancestor sure why are you so confident in this lad? Bai Yuan cupped his hands in greeting at Ancestor sure and said with a sour expression, Ancestor sure. He smiled and looked at Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng immediately reacted and ordered his men to bring another set of spiritual materials for the earth spiritual elixir. Let's begin. Ancestor sure, he said with a smile. Everyone's eyes focused on Ning Chi. Everyone wanted to see how Ning Chi was going to refine a top-grade level 2 earth spiritual elixir. With a thought, Taishang Laojuan's elixir cauldron appeared in front of Ning Chi. Compared to the dragon cauldron, Taishang Laojuan's elixir cauldron was much shorter. Moreover, its aura seemed to be no different from an ordinary lower or middle-grade immortal artifact. Seeing that Ning Chi was using such an elixir cauldron, everyone's eyes turned strange. If Ning Chi had used this elixir cauldron to refine the top-grade level 2 earth spiritual elixir, wouldn't that mean that his alchemy skills would improve by a few levels? After all, Bai Yuan was using a lesser Dao artifact, the dragon cauldron, which contained dragon qi. Bai Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ning Chi. At the same time, he attached a strand of his spiritual sense onto Ning Chi, as if he wanted to see what kind of cheating method Ning Chi had used to get 11-tier, 2 earth spiritual pills. In the next moment, Ning Chi started refining. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual materials fell into the elixir cauldron. With a thought, a total of 9 different immortal flames appeared under the elixir cauldron. 9 immortal flames? This kid actually merged with 9 immortal flames? How is that possible? Everyone was visibly moved. This kid is interesting. Ancestor, sure. His eyes flickered. The first requirement to become an alchemist was to absorb an immortal flame for one's own use. There were all kinds of immortal flames in the immortal world. Every immortal flame had different strengths and uses. Therefore, after merging with one of the immortal flames, the alchemist that could refine the immortal pill in the future was limited to a small range. The strength of some immortal flames naturally conflicted with the immortal pill recipe. Thus, the alchemist that merged with the immortal flame would not be able to refine the immortal pill. Therefore, a good pill alchemist would use all sorts of methods to find immortal flames with slightly different strengths to make up for their shortcomings. However, putting aside how difficult it was to find immortal flames, it was extremely difficult to merge several immortal flames with different properties and effects into one. For example, Hua Chongguang and the other elders only had one type of immortal flame. As for the 5 alchemy grandmasters present, including Patriarch Stone River, they only had 2 types of immortal flames. The fact that Ning Chi had unleashed 9 different types of immortal flames was naturally shocking and unbelievable. Little did they know that the immortal flame was originally an ordinary immortal tribe martial art, the 9-flame Daluo Palm. However, after Ning Chi merged it with the art of suppressing Dragon Elephant and turned it into a secondary outline, the 9-flame Daluo Palm had surpassed its original grade. As the art of suppressing Dragon Elephant and Dragon Elephant reached the 11th layer, it had evolved into 9 different immortal flames. Ning Chi could freely control the immortal flames without using his palm. It was fundamentally different from the method they used to merge with the immortal flames. Ning Chi's movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was even more pleasing to the eye than Bai Yuan's alchemy technique. While the crowd was immersed in observing Ning Chi's technique, a strange fragrance wafted out. Ning Chi lightly tapped the cauldron, causing several perfectly round immortal pills to fly out. Top grade, 2nd grade, earth spiritual pills. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. We won. The disciples of the Stone River Pill sect counted carefully. When they reached 11, their faces lit up with joy. Chapter 2388. It's your turn. Ningqi looked at Bai Yuan and smiled. Bai Yuan's face was pale as he stared at Ningqi. Then he snorted and threw an elixir at Ningqi. The elixir shot out like a cannonball towards Ningqi. Ningqi's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, Ancestor Stone River made a grabbing motion. In an instant, the spiritual qi on the elixir dissipated, and Bai Yuan's attack was easily blocked. This is the essence enhancing elixir. Farewell. After Bai Yuan finished speaking, he glanced at Ningqi expressionlessly. He directly soared into the sky and flew out of the Stone River Pill sect. When the disciples and grand disciples saw this, how could they stay any longer? They all chased after him. Ancestor Stone River, we will take our leave for now. Situchi and Nye Dongyun stood up and bowed to Patriarch Shurhi, then left with their disciples and grand disciples. Before they left, they took a deep look at Ningqi, as if they wanted to memorize Ningqi's appearance. Yes, it is indeed the essence-enhancing elixir. However, compared to the one in Feng Lin's state, his skill in refining the essence-enhancing elixir is still lacking. This essence-enhancing elixir can barely be classified as lower rank 5. Ancestor Stone River looked at the elixir and smiled at the crowd. He turned to Ningqi and said, "Do you really want to exchange the essence-enhancing elixir for the ancient demon poison? You should know that the number of people who can refine the essence-enhancing elixir can be counted on one hand. After this, you may not be able to get another essence-enhancing elixir in the future. 3 to 5 million bottles of ancient demon poison might not be enough. If that's the case, why don't you exchange it for 3 million bottles of ancient demon poison?" Ningqi smiled. "All right, 3 million it is." Patriarch Stone River smiled and threw an interspatial ring to Ningqi. Ningqi was taken aback. He took it and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. It was filled with ancient demon poisons. He estimated that there were at least 3 million bottles of them. He had said it casually, but the other party was so decisive. This was beyond Ningqi's expectations. 3 million bottles of ancient devil poison was worth a lot. However, the market for ancient devil poison was not big on the ancestral star. Therefore, the actual value of the poison was greatly reduced. However, Ningqi was able to get 3 million bottles of ancient devil poison from this bet. The ancient devil's poison was a pleasant surprise. In addition to the 1.5 million bottles from before, he had obtained 4.5 million bottles of ancient devil's poison from the Stone River Elixir sect. Old ancestor that I don't have any more. I have accumulated these ancient demon poisons over the years. Since they are useless to me and I don't need so much, I'll give them all to you. Patriarch Stone River waved his hand. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Ningqi saluted respectfully. Bon voyage. Old ancestor sure. He smiled as if he was implying something. Ningqi nodded and bid farewell to Xiangyan and Chuanfeng. Then he soared into the sky and left the Stone River Pill sect. Old ancestor, why did you give him 1 million bottles of ancient devil's poison? Chuanfeng walked to Ancestor Shurhi's side and looked at Ningqi's back. Since they had already agreed on 2 million bottles of ancient devil's poison, there was no need to spend 1 million more. Even though the ancient devil's poison was not that valuable, it was still a sum that they could not afford to belittle. This kid has Ingzizai support and has peerless alchemy skills. Today, he has made a good impression on us. He might be of use in the future. Ancestor sure, he smiled. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him. Chuanfeng said, Brother Bai Yuan, are you really going to wait for that kid here? Situchi and Nye Dongyun stood beside Bai Yuan less than 1,000 miles away from the Stone River Pill sect. They frowned. This kid caused me to lose an essence-enhancing elixir and humiliated me in the Stone River Pill sect. I have to avenge him. Do you know where he came from? Bai Yuan said expressionlessly. I can't tell for now, but I think he must be from a famous sect. Nye Dongyun said. You mean he's not a disciple of the Stone River Pill sect? Situ Chi pondered. Of course not. Nya Dongyun sneered. Capture this kid, and everything will be clear. Bai Yuan sneered. His spirit sense had already enveloped the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles like a tidal wave. As long as Ning Chi left the Stone River Pill sect, he would know immediately. What the three of them didn't know was that a figure was standing a few dozen feet away from them, looking at them indifferently. Catch me? Ning Chi smiled and turned to leave. From start to finish, Bai Yuan, Nia Dongyin, Situ Chi, and the other 3 early-stage Golden Immortals did not discover Ning Chi's whereabouts. Have you heard that the disciple of the Xianjian sect, Ning Beixian, has already left the Xianjian sect? Oh, I thought he was going to be a coward for the rest of his life. This kid has 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. If he doesn't stay in the Xianjian sect, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Courting death? That might not be the case. Didn't you hear that he has already been adopted by Ing Zizai? If you want to touch this kid, shouldn't you think about Ing Zizai? If it's an open and above-board move, you will naturally need to think carefully. However, Golden Immortals are powerful. If they secretly kill Ning Beixian and take the 2 low-grade Dao artifacts, even Ing Zizai might not be able to find out who did it, right? That's true. Not long after Ning Chi left the Stone River Elixir sect, there were rumors about him, including his whereabouts. Everyone knew where he had been and when he had been there. Apart from the first-rate sects like the Wind and Cloud sect, even the second-rate sects in Yingzhou kept a close eye on Ning Chi. The Dao artifact in his hand moved a little. Those Golden Immortals who had been in seclusion in the past also came out one by one, following the traces left behind by Ning Chi. Ning Beixian, hand over the 2 Dao artifacts in your hands. A dozen Heaven Immortals surrounded Ning Chi. Their expressions were excited, fearful, and a hint of madness. The kind of madness that people die for wealth and birds die for food. They were not disciples of sects, but rogue cultivators. They originally wanted to try their luck, but they did not expect to find Ning Chi's traces. This is Ning Beixian, the disciple of the Mystic Sword sect. The immortals on both sides of the market moved away and looked at Ning Chi and the dozen Heaven Immortals who surrounded him in disbelief. They were only human immortals or earth immortals, even though they knew that the person in front of them was Ning Beixian, who had 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. They had no intention of fighting. I have killed at least 100 Heaven Immortals along the way. Are you guys still not going to learn? Ning Chi's lips curled. He had deliberately released his whereabouts in order to bait those Heaven Immortals who didn't know the difference between life and death to give him merit points. Don't waste your time talking to him. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't suppress a human immortal with so many of us. One of the itinerant Heaven Immortals let out a groan. Following this, they all unleashed their attacks at Ning Chi without hesitation. At that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Rumbling immortal chi swept toward Ning Chi like a tidal wave. Chapter 2389. In an instant, the group of itinerant celestial immortals who besieged Ning Chi had been completely annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Among them were a few existences in the consummate celestial immortal realm, and none of them were weaker than the patriarch of the Yuan family in Taisui Lane. If it was Ning Chi who had just gone to the Taisui Lane, he might have had to spend some effort to deal with these guys. However, after years of cultivation, Ning Chi first broke through to the early stage of human demon, and then to the peak celestial immortal. His body was greatly tempered, and his basic strength had skyrocketed. With all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates opened, Ning Chi, who was holding 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers, was a nightmare to these celestial immortals. Perhaps he was no different from a golden immortal. However, Ning Chi knew that if he really fought against a golden immortal, he would be captured after a dozen moves at most. Therefore, after killing the group of celestial immortals, Ning Chi did not hesitate to slap a Tai turtle or a talisman on himself and vanished without a trace. In less than 3 breaths of time, several gold immortals arrived one after another. One step too slow again. They looked at the chaotic scene below, and their expressions were incomparably ashen. They had already experienced this situation several times. Ning Chi was like a loach, slippery and slippery, never confronting them head-on. Every time they received news and rushed over, Ning Chi would disappear without a trace. No one knew where Ning Chi was. What kind of method did he use? Go after him. I don't believe that we golden immortals will be played by a peak celestial. Ancestral patriarch, many people are chasing after Ning Beixian, including the Wind and Cloud sect, the Profound Sun sect, the Four-Way sect, the Honesty sect, the Mountain Destruction sect, and even the Stone River Pill sect. Do we need to take action? In the Xianjian sect, Morong and Nangong stood in front of the stone tablet and asked for instructions. Is Ning Beixian dead? After a while, the voice of the mysterious sword elder came from the stone tablet. Not yet. The two looked at each other. Then that's enough. With so many golden immortals attacking, they won't be able to kill this little fellow. Why do we need to do anything unnecessary? I want to see how lively this brat can make the Yingzhou lively. Our Xianjian sect has not made a sound for many years. This time, let him replace our Xianjian sect to go and fight with these sects. Let him fight for some heavenly Dao luck. Ancestor, you mean? Nangong and Murong were slightly shocked. They had already guessed Old Man Mysterious Sword's goal. Just like how Ing Zhenxuan fought for the missing Moon Peak's luck, Old Man Mysterious Sword actually wanted to use an existence at the great perfection of the worldly immortal stage to help the huge Xianjian sect compete with the first-rate sects for the heavenly Dao luck? Ancestor actually thinks so highly of that brat. The two of them found it hard to believe. This time, Ing Zizai had returned and left, bringing a sliver of luck to the Xianjian sect. The immortal spirit energy of each peak had increased by a lot, but not by too much. Even Ing Zizai, who was at the Golden Immortal Great Circle, could only be like this. How much luck would it give to the Xianjian sect? Let those wild flowers and weeds flourish? What a great harvest! In a small market in Yingzhou, Ning Chi appeared in a restaurant. He closed his eyes and checked the merit points that he had obtained during this period of time. There were more than 330 merit points. As expected, fishing was more efficient. No matter when or where, this method could bring the greatest merit points in a short period of time. Profit. If Ning Chi were to find someone himself and then kill them to obtain merit points, his speed would be slow. After all, if the other party had no enmity with him, Ning Chi would not be able to kill them. In the eyes of outsiders, his killing intent was extremely heavy, and it seemed like he could kill them if he did not agree with them. Only Ning Chi himself knew the standard of the heavenly centipede. Normally, there would not be many immortals in this small market. However, today it seemed to be a little special. There were at least several times more people than usual. We've finally forced this kid to this place. Let's see where else he can escape to. In the sky, a golden immortal gathered with a dozen or so true disciples of the sect, staring straight at Ning Chi, who was in the restaurant. When they saw that Ning Chi was eating the dishes on the table as if he was unaware of anything, and drinking the wine on the table, they were furious in their hearts. They had spent a lot of effort. Only by constantly calculating Ning Chi's route of travel did he manage to lure Ning Chi into this trap. The amount of effort he had expended behind this was uncountable. There were at least 10 such encirclement circles. Luck had played a part in them running into Ning Chi this time. When they thought about how Ning Chi, a mere perfected human immortal, had forced them to follow him around for years, they were infuriated, especially the culprit, who was still happily eating below, as if he did not know that danger was coming. Eat, then we'll be on our way when you're full. Niu Haishi stared coldly at Ning Chi. The prodigies who came this time were not as weak as the ones in the ancient, immortal secret realm. The mountain-destroying sect alone had more than just Nyohaishi. There were two perfected celestial immortals. During this period of time, because Ningqi's whereabouts were secretive, only celestial immortals could meet him head-on. The golden immortals of the various sects had reached an agreement. They would lead a large group of true disciples and set up encirclement circles according to Ningqi's route of travel. No matter which side the Tao treasure landed in, they would distribute it fairly. Let those guys make the first move. If this kid discovers my presence, he'll disappear immediately. When they make their move, we'll attack together. We must suppress this kid in one move and not give him a chance to escape. The one who spoke was the golden immortal of the Wind and Cloud sect, who guarded the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. Linghu Yuanqiu, Nyohaishi, and the other true disciples replied softly, "Yes." One after another, figures appeared in the small market. They came from all directions, but their destination was the same, the most luxurious restaurant in the small market. These people came from various sections. Some were elders, and some were true disciples. A rough estimate would place them at least 200 to 300 people. 200 to 300 celestial immortals working together to suppress a perfected human immortal. In the past, no one would have believed it, but it was different now. In the past few years, Ningqi had killed hundreds of celestial immortals. Some of these celestial immortals were itinerant cultivators, while others were geniuses of various sections. Therefore, he had unknowingly formed a deadly feud with the various sects in Yingzhou. Chapter 2390. Where is he? The Empyrean immortals, who were about to join forces to suppress Ningqi, stared at the scene, dumbfounded. In the restaurant, a shopkeeper and several diners, who seemed to be at the earthly immortal stage, stood up in astonishment and stared at the empty seats. Just a moment ago, their target was sitting there. He's gone. After a thorough search, they finally realized that Ningqi had disappeared without a trace. According to Ningqi's routine, when he reappeared, he would be far away. Did he find Elder Leng Yuan? Nyohaishi, Linghu Yuanqiu, and the other prodigies subconsciously looked at the Wind and Cloud sect's golden immortal. Leng Yuan's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flickered. Although he didn't speak, everyone could feel an oppressive anger from him. Then, Leng Yuan led all the geniuses to the restaurant where Ningqi disappeared. He personally searched the small market inch by inch with that restaurant as the center. After several days, he finally had to admit that Ningqi had escaped again. Elder Leng Yuan, Ning Beixian shouldn't have gone far. Beside Nyohaishi, there were two Heaven's Prides who were even more muscular than him. It was obvious that they were from the Mountain Destroyer sect. They smiled and said, "Notify a few encirclement points." Leng Yuan nodded faintly. "Elder Leng, should we wait here, or—" The Wind and Cloud sect also sent a peak Empyrean immortal prodigy who looked similar to Linghu Yuanqiu. He looked around with a frown, then asked Leng Yuan for instructions. "Leave a group here. The rest follow me." Leng Yuan said faintly. Before long, the small market quieted down again. A few dozen sect disciples were left to guard the place, while the rest followed Leng Yuan to where Ningqi might appear next. From beginning to end, although the immortals in the market sensed that something was wrong, they didn't expect a huge battle to break out here, the top cultivation training ground. As soon as Ningqi arrived, his divine will entered the dragon-slaying mall and entered the Merit Tower. He didn't go to the second floor. With his 339 merit points, he could only stare at the second floor. However, he could exchange for many items on the first floor. The most expensive 5th grade elixir was only worth 60 merit points, and the 5th grade dragon blood elixir that Ningqi had his eyes on was only worth 30 merit points. Therefore, he had no interest in the 5th grade essence cultivating elixir that Bai Yuan had refined, and this was the main source of his confidence. An ordinary pseudo-Dao artifact cost 30 to 40 merit points. With Ning Chi's current net worth, he could easily exchange for 8 or 9 of them. If he took these 8 or 9 pseudo-Dao artifacts out and sold them in the market square, Ning Chi's net worth would multiply many times over in a single night. Their value was absolutely higher than what could be exchanged for with the same amount of merit points. After all, only by breaking through to the mysterious immortal realm and comprehending the energy of the grand Tao that belonged to oneself would one be able to refine a pseudo-Tao artifact. On the other hand, only alchemy grandmasters at, by Yuan's level, would be able to refine 5th-level medicinal pills. Ning Chi's divine sense turned into a hand and grabbed at the dragon blood pill. With a flash of thought, 10 more dragon blood pills appeared in his hand. His merit points were deducted by 300, leaving him with 39 points. The dragon blood elixir was a 5th-grade elixir, which corresponded to the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Before Ning Chi swallowed it, he had no idea how strong its medicinal effect was. In addition, the dragon blood elixir was not a life-prolonging elixir, but a body-strengthening elixir. Its medicinal effect was definitely explosive. If it was someone else, they would not dare to swallow it at the human immortal level. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to swallow a 5th-grade dragon blood pill. For an ordinary worldly immortal, swallowing several earth spirit pills was already their limit. However, Ning Chi's mortal body couldn't be judged by common sense. Thus, he dared to skip over 3rd-level pills, 4th-level pills, and directly swallow a 5th-level dragon blood pill. But for safety's sake, Ning Chi first took out a pill and opened all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates. Then he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Boom! The dragon blood pill melted in his mouth. The pill juice flowed down Ning Chi's throat and into his stomach. Then, Ning Chi's head felt like it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. He saw stars, and an extremely terrifying power appeared in his body. In almost an instant, his first immortal meridian expanded by at least 30%. At the same time, cracks appeared in his immortal meridian. It was a little like a robber had suddenly come to his house and was wreaking havoc. Ning Chi's body continued to swell uncontrollably. This wasn't due to Ning Chi's control, but due to the medicinal effects of the dragon blood pill. It caused Ning Chi's head, neck, back, and chest to constantly change shape, as if they had tumors growing on them. The imprisonment dragon elephant skill activated. The 9 inner hidden gates activated. These 2 cultivation methods were almost in a passive state as they circulated crazily. Ning Chi endured all sorts of intense pain and tried his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his mind. He discovered that when he circulated both cultivation methods, the power he could absorb was still not even 1/10 of the dragon blood pill's medicinal effects. The effects of the dragon blood pill are too abnormal. If this continues, going too far is as bad as falling short. I have to think of a way. Ning Chi's mind raced. He was certain that any random gold immortal wouldn't be able to take the dragon blood pill redeemed from the Merit Tower, much less Earth immortals and Sky immortals. Their bodies would explode the moment they took it. Ning Chi, on the other hand, had relied on all sorts of methods and techniques to temper his terrifying fleshly body over the years. If he allowed the dragon blood pill's medicinal effect to continue, even his body would be in danger of exploding. Ning Chi stood up with a whoosh and continuously used the 33 subsidiary programs of the imprisonment dragon elephant skill. 9 flames Dalio palm, 18 dragon subduing palms, void penetrating finger, 90,000 li in an instant, eternal void spirit void saber. Even so, the medicinal effect of the dragon blood pill was like a tidal wave, battering against him wave after wave. Ning Chi's current appearance was completely devoid of human form. He was like a deformed monster. Clang! Ning Chi brought out all the various spiritual materials that he had accumulated over the years. Next, he utilized the 9 hells tempering technique in an attempt to vent out the medicinal power within his body. It did not take long before all the spiritual materials were used up and many immortal artifacts of various grades appeared before Ning Chi. Chapter 2391. Just as Ning Chi was about to reach his limit, the silver dragon tattoo on his skin suddenly let out a dragon roar. The tattoo broke out of his skin and turned into a huge silver dragon that circled around Ning Chi. Its cold eyes stared at Ning Chi for a while. Then it lifted a dragon claw and placed it on Ning Chi's forehead. When it reached Ning Chi's forehead, the raging medicinal power in Ning Chi's body suddenly calmed down. This was somewhat like a turbulent sea turning into a calm stream in the blink of an eye. Following that, the medicinal power changed from thugs to courteous scholars. They lined up in an orderly manner and were absorbed by Ning Chi step by step. His body gradually returned to its original state, and the tumors on his body slowly calmed down. There was no worry of his body exploding. The medicinal power of the dragon blood pill was truly powerful. As Ning Chi began to effectively absorb the essence of the medicinal power, the strength of his fleshly body was rapidly strengthening. It had been a long time since Ning Chi's imprisonment dragon elephant technique had reached the 11th level, and he had used the endless devil chi in the immortal prison to refine his body. His physical strength had not improved so quickly for a long time. Ning Chi focused 99% of his attention on the situation within his body, but he split a strand of his divine sense to fall on the silver dragon. Before he became a human immortal, the silver dragon gave him an unfathomable feeling. Now he was a human immortal at the Great Circle and had killed many celestial immortals, even golden immortals and zenith immortals. Immortals and zenith heaven golden immortals had met before, but the silver dragon gave him an even more unfathomable feeling. It was like a mortal standing in front of a black hole, which made his heart palpitate. "Are you the Dragon Slayer Saber? Or something else?" Ning Chi asked with his divine sense. The silver dragon's cold eyes stared at him indifferently, but there was no response. "Do you have a mind? Can you understand what I'm saying? Will you appear if I'm in mortal danger?" No matter how Ning Chi tried to probe the silver dragon seemed to turn a deaf ear to him. Time passed day by day. Ning Chi absorbed the medicinal effects of the dragon blood pill for more than 30 years. 30 days had also passed in the outside world. Finally, he felt that there was not much medicinal effects left in his body. At this time, his prison suppression, the dragon and elephant exercise, took another big step towards the 12th level. Such an effect could only be compared to when Ning Chi absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation when he was still in the creator realm. After the imprisonment dragon elephant technique broke through to the 11th heavenly layer, Ning Chi suspected that even the power of the thunder tribulation might not be as powerful as this dragon blood pill. 50%. One dragon blood pill has increased my basic strength by at least 50%. Ning Chi clenched his fists. Although he hadn't made any breakthroughs in the confining dragon elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Chi's mortal bodily strength had risen by over 50%. If he were to completely take all 9 dragon blood pills, then even if the medicinal efficacy wasn't as potent as it was now, it would still be an enormous increase to Ning Chi. At that time, there would be utterly no need for him to break through to the earthly immortal realm, and Ning Chi would be able to go against an initial stage heavenly immortal realm expert barehanded. I know you can understand me, and you have your own consciousness. No matter what you are planning, at least you need me to carry it out, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have transformed into a silver dragon tattoo and attached yourself to my body. Can't you tell me anything? Who is your target? Jiang family? At least it prepared me a little. Ning Chi's eyes flickered as he looked at the silver dragon. He didn't know when, but more than half of the silver dragon's body had disappeared, turning back into a tattoo that attached itself to his body. At this moment, all that was left was a dragon head and 2 dragon claws. He didn't know when this silver dragon would appear again. Back when he was facing the Wu family's heavenly immortal on Haoran Star, only one of its claws had appeared. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Chi's body was in danger of exploding, the silver dragon probably wouldn't have appeared. The silver dragon looked at Ning Chi indifferently. The two claws had also disappeared, leaving only a dragon head. Just when Ning Chi thought that it wasn't going to say anything, the silver dragon suddenly spoke. Its voice was hard to distinguish whether it was male or female. The time hasn't come yet. Wait until I reach the earthly immortal realm before taking the dragon blood pill. This time, I've already exhausted my essence energy. Don't court death again. The time hasn't come yet? When will it come? I say, can you finish what you want to say? Ning Chi looked at the empty space in front of him. The dragon head had completely disappeared, and the incomplete silver dragon tattoo on his body had been restored. Courting death, Ning Chi lowered his head and looked at the tattoo. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He had always been too confident in the strength of his body. That was why he dared to take a rank 5 dragon blood pill when he was at the great circle of the human immortal realm. If the silver dragon didn't appear this time, Ning Chi would definitely not have escaped the fate of exploding his body. It seems like it can appear any time and anywhere. Essence energy should be the condition for it to appear. For example, immortal chi, devil chi. No wonder a claw appeared last time. Ning Chi muttered to himself. He didn't intend to touch the remaining 9 dragon blood pills. Instead, he took out the ancient devil's poison that he obtained from the Stone River Elixir sect. A total of 4. 5 million bottles of ancient devil's poison floated in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi looked at them calmly. In the next moment, these bottles turned into powder in the blink of an eye. The ancient devil's poison within them rushed out with a loud bang. In a split second, the entire area was covered in thick devil chi. Immortals would avoid this poison. However, Ning Chi felt like he was bathing in a hot spring. All the pores on his body opened up and continuously absorbed the ancient devil's poison into his body. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. It took Ning Chi nearly 20 years to finally absorb all the ancient devil's poison. His physical body was greatly strengthened once again. However, the effect was insignificant compared to the dragon blood pill. Although the dragon blood pill was powerful, it couldn't improve the demon realm. However, the ancient devil's poison allowed Ning Chi to advance to the late-stage demon realm. The strange thing was that his cultivation had advanced to the peak of the late stage of the devil, and he was only a step away from the full circle of the devil. At this point, he was only half a step away from completing the advancement task assigned by the system. It's time to go to the Lianghe market to get the 1 million bottles of ancient devil's poison from the treasure pavilion. With it, I should be able to break through to the demon realm, perfected demon realm. With a slight thought, Ning Chi's figure suddenly disappeared from the top-notch cultivation training ground and returned to the restaurant. Let me tell you, the North Mysterious Demon disappeared from this place. TSK, even Senior Lung Yuan of the Wind and Cloud sect couldn't find him. Do you know that this restaurant was surrounded by the prodigies and heaven immortal elders of the various sects? He was so close to the North Mysterious Demon. Just a little bit more, and the North Mysterious Demon would have been suppressed. A shifty-eyed guy with a cultivation of the late-stage human immortal pointed at the chair that Ning Chi had sat on and said with a face full of gossip. Chapter 2392. When Ning Chi appeared, a few human immortals were pointing at the spot where he was standing. When they saw Ning Chi suddenly appear, they were first shocked. Then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so scared that they fell to the ground and looked at Ning Chi in horror. It's Ning Beixian. Why is he still here? Has he been using some kind of camouflage that even golden immortals can't see through? The immortals in the restaurant gasped and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Beixian demon? How did I become a demon? Ning Chi looked at the sneaky guy with a faint smile. Bei. The man stared at Ning Chi in fear and stammered, unable to speak. After a few breaths, he finally suppressed the fear in his heart and put on a fawning expression. Senior Beixian, That's what those guys call you in private. In fact, in my opinion, it's Senior Beishian. In fact, I think you're definitely not a demon. It's their fault for coveting your inferior grade Tao artifact. They all deserve to die. Am I right? Am I right? Motherf asterisk cur. The immortals in the restaurant wanted to cut this sneaky guy into pieces. He was so scared that he couldn't speak properly, but he still wanted to drag them down with him? Wouldn't he offend all the first-tier sects in Yingzhou if what he said was spread out? Am I right? Ningqi smiled and looked at the crowd. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd nodded. Oh, that's good. I was wondering why I was called a demon in the blink of an eye. Ningqi muttered to himself. His figure moved and instantly disappeared from the spot. The crowd let out a long sigh of relief when they saw Ningqi leaving. They looked at each other with fear. Both human immortals and earth immortals were drenched in cold sweat. After all, they had just faced someone who killed hundreds of heaven immortals from various sections. Yingzhou was a huge place. How many days had it been? Immortals? The title of Bei Xian Demon was not given for nothing. Stop right there. Ningqi left the restaurant and was about to head to the market when he was surrounded by dozens of heaven immortals. The leader's eyes revealed a hint of terror, but he was trying his best to hide it, trying to make his expression look more solemn and angry. Wind and Cloud Sect, Mountain Destruction Sect, Four-Way Sect Teehee. Ningqi glanced at them. He didn't need to look at their attributes. Just by looking at their clothes, he could tell which sect they belonged to. Right now, every single one of the people surrounding Ningqi were elders and core disciples. However, when they faced Ningqi, they could not hide the fear in their hearts. They had to admit that Ningqi, this human immortal full circle stage, had given them a huge shock during this period of time. The news has already spread. As long as we delay this kid for 15 minutes, Elder Leng Yuan will be able to rush over and suppress this kid. You fellows want the Tao artifacts on me? Ningqi smiled. Bei Xian Demon. Naturally, someone will come and collect your Tao weapon. However, you killed my younger brother. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will. A middle-aged heaven immortal stared at Ningqi with grief and indignation in his eyes. What will you do? Kill me? Ningqi smiled. Yes, that's it. Delay him. Just 15 minutes. I will. The middle-aged heaven immortal was not an idiot. He knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to withstand 10 moves from Ningqi. He changed the topic and said coldly, My brother is an elder of the Mystic Sun sect. As a disciple of the Mystic Sword sect, you killed an elder of the Mystic Sun sect. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will personally ask the sect master to come forward and find the ancestor of the Mystic Sword sect. If your sect master really plans to make a move, would you still let me stand here and chat with you fellows? Looking at the time, your reinforcements should be arriving soon. How about this? I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to step aside now, otherwise. The corner of Ningqi's mouth rose slightly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered with a strange look. That's right, just as Ningqi had said, they had already guessed that the sect masters of the various sects seemed to have reached some sort of consensus and did not plan to make a move. Otherwise, Ningqi would have been suppressed a long time ago. Otherwise, what? Are you going to kill us? We didn't steal your lower grade Tao artifact. You, run. The mountain and river purple golden hammer smashed a few heaven immortals to death on the spot. Seeing that Ningqi was really going to kill them, the rest of the heaven immortals turned around and fled. If the heaven immortals wanted to escape, it would not be easy for Ningqi to catch up with them. In the end, only 8 of them were left and the rest fled. In the past few years, Ningqi had been nurturing himself through battles. Although he had spent a lot of dragon-slaying crystals to buy Tai Tortoise Aura Talisman, he had also obtained a lot of dragon-slaying crystals from the heaven immortals. Not only did the number of dragon-slaying crystals not decrease, it was even more than before. Ning Qi casually slapped a Tai tortoise aura talisman on his body and flew towards Lianghe Market like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings. About 10 breaths later, Leng Yuan and the others arrived again. Elder Leng Yuan, the North mysterious demon, has killed a few fellow Taoists. The group of heaven immortals who almost died in Ning Qi's hands turned around and said angrily. The prodigies around Leng Yuan exchanged glances with each other with a strange expression. They suddenly felt a tinge of fear in their hearts. Ning Beixian was only a peak human immortal, but he was already so elusive. Even golden immortals couldn't suppress him, and he even killed so many heaven immortals. If this stalemate continued, they would probably be in danger. When did this kid appear? Tell me everything without missing a single word. Leng Yuan's eyes flashed with anger. Soon, when Leng Yuan heard that Ning Qi appeared in the restaurant where he disappeared, he suddenly had a guess. It won't be so easy to escape next time. Leng Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He felt more confident. He felt that he had seen, through Ning Qi's tricks, Lianghe Market, Shangqing Treasure Pavilion. Ning Qi's face, once again, turned into the sallow middle-aged man. You haven't come for the ancient demon poison for so many years. I thought you didn't want it anymore. Madame Jade looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. I was busy and delayed a bit. Please don't take offense, Madame Jade. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he asked, Where's the ancient demon poison that I wanted? Do you have the dragon talisman? Shangqing Treasure Pavilion only recognizes talismans and not people. Madame Jade smiled. Next, Ning Qi produced the dragon talisman, inspected the goods, and smoothly completed the transaction with Madame Jade. Just as he was about to leave, Madame Jade suddenly said with a smile, If you wish to sell low-grade Tao artifacts, our high-purity treasury will also accept them, regardless of immortal stones, medicinal pills, or cultivation methods. Can be exchanged. Chapter 2393. After Ning Qi left the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lady Jade. Is this child really Ning Beixian? 80 to 90%, Lady Jade said with a faint smile. Looking at his unbridled appearance, there is indeed a high possibility that he is. Unfortunately, what a pity! You still want to obtain those 2 low-grade Tao artifacts from him? With them in hand, even if you and I join hands, we will not be a match for this child. A trace of ridicule flashed across Lady Jade's eyes. Xianjian sect. The moment Ning Qi returned to the sect, it immediately caused a huge uproar. In the past few years, Ning Qi had made quite a commotion outside, and the hundreds of thousands of people in the Xianjian sect had all heard of it. When they found out that Ning Qi had killed hundreds of heaven immortals one after another with a mountain and river purple gold hammer, they had already planned for Ning Qi in their hearts. As for Li Zhangtang and the others who had caused trouble for Ning Qi back then, they had also accepted various missions and left the Xianjian sect. They were afraid that if Ning Qi found out that the mission he had given them back then was ruined by them, it was very likely that he would directly charge up the mountain like he did with Yuan Long. At that time, even the Heaven Immortal Elders would not be able to protect them. Senior Ning. Greetings, Senior Ning. Greetings, Senior Ning. From the entrance of the Xianjian sect to the Missing Moon Peak, all the Xianjian sect disciples who saw Ning Qi, regardless of whether they were outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, stopped and bowed respectfully. As for the disciples of the 3 peaks who had enmity with Ning Qi, they would deliberately avoid him from afar, not daring to approach Ning Qi. As expected of our ancestor, when the disciples of the various peaks saw Ning Qi's figure passing by, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Of the tens of thousands of disciples in the Xianjian sect, 99% were Ning Qi's believers. In these past few years, their faith in Ning Qi had become even stronger. With Ning Beixian's current fighting strength, in the younger generation of the sect, only senior brother Su Wanjian can suppress him, right? Senior brother Su is a golden immortal's direct disciple. Not only can he suppress Ning Beixian, he can even kill him with ease. However, senior brother Su seems to be in the Zhu province and hasn't been back for many years. I wonder if anyone sent him a message. Otherwise, in a few years, even the direct disciples of the sect will be swept away by Ning Beixian. Place your bets. Nalin Shiji and He Zhe stood side by side, looking at Ning Qi's disappearing figure in the distance. Their faces were a little pale. Senior brother Nalin, I heard that senior brother Pei died in the ancient immortal secret realm? He Zhe suddenly said, If he's alive, we can't find him. If he's dead, we can't find his corpse. Maybe he's dead. Nalin Shiji nodded solemnly. Perhaps he was the one who killed them. He Zhe said, If you don't have any proof, then don't spout nonsense, lest you get yourself into trouble. With this kid's current strength, we can't afford to provoke him. Let's go. Nalin Shiji sneered. He knew very well how terrifying the purple golden hammer of mountain and river was. Back in the ancient immortal mystery realm, Ning Qi's purple golden hammer of mountain and river was enough to deter the chosen from acting recklessly. Later on, he obtained another purple golden hammer of mountain and river. His combat ability must have increased to a terrifying level. Besides that, Ing Zizai's identity as Ing Zizai's foster son made him even more fearful. Ing Zizai even dared to humiliate Jiang Kuan, who was an early-stage golden immortal, let alone a mere heaven immortal like him. Senior brother Ning. As soon as Ning Qi returned to the missing moon peak, Fan Zhang and the others rushed over. What happened? Ning Qi sized up Fan Zhang's expression and asked indifferently. Senior brother Pei is talking to senior sister Ing in the main hall. He mentioned that he wants to see you, senior brother Ning. Fan Zhang cupped his hands. At this moment, 3 worried gazes fell on Ning Qi. They came from Du Xuaning, Morong Leiling, and Xiang Wanyu. From the day Pei Yong came to the mountain, they knew why he was here. It must have something to do with Pei Kangle's death in the ancient immortal secret realm. I see. Ning Qi nodded and walked towards the Peak Lord Hall. Peak Lord Hall. Junior sister Jinchuan, although my brother is a bit of a bad person, he is still my biological brother. No matter how bad he is, he still has the same blood flowing in his veins. I just want to know what happened to him in the ancient immortal secret realm. Why hasn't he returned yet? Pei Yong looked at Ing Jinchuan sincerely. Senior brother Pei, I don't know about this. I'm afraid you'll return empty-handed. Why don't you go to the ancient immortal secret realm to find out? Ing Jinchuan said indifferently. From her expression, there was no flaw. However, since Pei Yong came to the missing moon peak, he must have received some news. Naturally, he wouldn't be sent away by Ing Jinchuan's words. If that's the case, I'll wait for junior brother Ning to come back and ask him about it. Pei Yong smiled. As you wish. Ing Jinchuan smiled. Pei Kangle is dead. A voice sounded in the main hall. Pei Yong and Ing Jinchuan subconsciously stood up and looked towards the entrance of the main hall. Ing Jinchuan's expression was a little strange, while Pei Yong's face was solemn. Junior brother Ning, you said that my brother is dead? Pei Yong looked at Ning Qi. That's right. Ning Qi nodded. How did he die? Pei Yong said solemnly. I killed him. Ning Qi said. All right, I understand. I'll take my leave. Pei Yong nodded. Since he had gotten the answer, there was no point in staying here. If Ning Qi was someone he could kill easily, he would break the rules to avenge his brother. So what if it was against the sect rules? Unfortunately, he knew that with Ning Qi's current battle strength, he was far from being a match for him. If he wanted revenge, he could only take it slow. Pei Yong left without any hesitation, nor did he leave behind any harsh words. But even so, Ing Jinchuan was even more worried. Big brother, no one knows about Pei Kangle's death. It's fine even if we don't tell Pei Yong. This way, Pei Yong will definitely want revenge in secret. I heard that the Pei brothers are from the Pei family of Zhuzhou, and there's a golden immortal patriarch in their family. Ing Jinchuan looked worried. He already knows. It's the same whether he says it or not. Ning Qi smiled. Do you think that with Pei Yong's personality, he would need evidence to confirm that Pei Kangol died in my hands? That's right. Realization flashed in Ing Jinchuan's eyes. Pei Yong came to the Moon Missing Peak, not because he had no confidence. He probably already knew that Pei Kangol's disappearance had something to do with Ning Qi. Instead of guessing when he will take revenge, it's better to say it directly. This way, we don't have to waste time. Ning Qi smiled. Ing Jinchuan nodded, then asked, Big brother, was your trip to the Stone River Elixir sect not smooth? She had also heard about what Ning Qi had been doing outside all these years. Xian Yan had even sent someone to inform her about Su Shiro by Yuan and the others. Chapter 2394. Top Training Ground. More than 1 million bottles of ancient devil poison floated in front of Ning Qi. With a thought, all the bottles turned into dust, and the ancient devil poison inside condensed together, enveloping Ning Qi. After several years of absorption, all the ancient devil poison had been absorbed by Ning Qi. However, he was still at the peak of the late stage of the demon realm and was unable to break through the bottleneck. A pseudo-Dao tool should be enough to exchange for the ancient devil poison that I need to break through to the peak of the demon realm. With a thought, Ning Qi used the remaining merit points to exchange for the cheapest pseudo-Dao tool in the Hall of Merit, which only required 30 merit points. Then he left the top training ground, disguised himself as a middle-aged man with a sallow face, and left the Xianjian sect once again, arriving at the Upper Clarity Treasure Pavilion in Lianghe Market. This time he specially made a trip back to the Xianjian sect to see if there was any trouble in the Moonless Peak during the years he was away. From the fact that the old man of mysterious sword did not look for him to talk to him, Ning Qi could tell that he had taken a tacit agreement with what he had done outside all these years. You're here again? What do you plan to buy this time? Madame Jade smiled brightly when she saw Ning Qi. How much ancient devil poison can a pseudo-Dao tool be exchanged for? Ning Qi went straight to the point. Pseudo-Dao tool? With a whoosh, a figure appeared beside Madame Jade. Ning Qi looked up at him indifferently. Pavilion Master of the Upper Clarity Treasure Pavilion. This kid actually has a pseudo-Dao tool? Madame Jade looked at Ning Qi with a bewildered expression. In this way, she began to doubt her previous guess. Was this kid Ning Beixian? According to the rumors, Ning Beixian only obtained 2 low-grade Dao artifacts in the ancient immortal mystic realm. Could it be that no one knew about it? Did Ning Beixian obtain another pseudo-Dao tool? That's right, I am Zhuohe, the Pavilion Master of the Upper Clarity Treasure Pavilion. Do you really want to use a pseudo-Dao tool to exchange for the ancient devil poison? I wonder if you can let me inspect the goods? Zhuohe nodded, his tone carrying a trace of unconcealable anticipation. Ordinary successor disciples didn't even have a pseudo-Dao treasure. Usually, it was a magic treasure of a golden immortal. Although Zhuohe, he was the pavilion master of the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion in Lianghe Market. This place was not an important place. Otherwise, he, a mere late fairy immortal, wouldn't be sent to guard this place. If he could obtain a pseudo-Dao artifact, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. He would even be able to put up a fight against a perfected heaven immortal. At that time, his status in the High Clarity sect would definitely rise by a lot, and he might even be sent to a more prosperous place to be the pavilion master. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, a light blue celestial sword appeared in front of him. The hilt of the celestial sword was carved with a strange beast. Aside from that, it didn't look any different from an ordinary celestial sword. However, as soon as it appeared, an unusual aura came from it, making it seem like a normal celestial sword. Zhuohe and Madame Jade subconsciously took a step back. Traces of the great Tao, It really is a pseudo-Tao artifact. So he and Madame Jade looked at each other and saw the pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. Sir, what kind of grand Tao trace is on this celestial sword? A trace of greed flashed across Swahi's eyes, but in the end his rationality won over his greed. He knew that Ning Chi naturally had a trump card since he dared to take out this pseudo-Tao artifact without any precaution. He wasn't afraid of the two of them working together to steal it. Other than that, if the pavilion master of the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion were to steal it, he couldn't be silenced. More importantly, if this sallow-faced guy was really Ning Beixian, they would die the moment they made a move. Grand Tao of Yin Flame. Ning Chi smiled and gently pointed at the celestial sword. With a swoosh, the celestial sword was instantly enveloped by a pitch-black flame. There were all kinds of immortal flames in the immortal realm, and Yin Flame was one of them. If it was just an ordinary Yin Flame, so he and Madame Jade wouldn't be afraid of it, since it wasn't ranked too high. However, if it was a Yin Flame with Tao, even a golden immortal would have to be wary of it. When the celestial sword was enveloped by the grand Tao of Yin Flame, so he and Madame Jade took a few steps back again, not daring to approach the celestial sword. The greed in Swahi's eyes intensified. He had already confirmed that this celestial sword was indeed a pseudo-Tao artifact. Moreover, his cultivation technique leaned towards the fire attribute. This celestial sword was perfectly compatible with his cultivation technique, and the increase in his combat power would be stronger than other pseudo-Tao artifacts of other attributes. Ning Chi smiled, and with a thought, the celestial sword suddenly disappeared without a trace. He looked at the two indifferently and said, "How many bottles of ancient demon poison can I exchange for? You only have one chance to make a bid. If I'm not satisfied, I'll leave immediately." The Shangqing sect seems to have opened 70 to 80 treasure pavilions in Yingzhou. In the Merit Tower, the exchange price of a 5th-grade elixir and a pseudo-Tao artifact were about the same. However, Ning Chi knew that the value of a pseudo-Tao artifact on the Ancestral Star was much higher than a 5th-grade elixir. Therefore, he was confident that this pseudo-Tao artifact could be exchanged for at least twice as much ancient demon poison as the essence-enhancing elixir. 6 million bottles of ancient demon poison was his limit. If it was lower than that, Ning Chi would leave without hesitation. Wait. Let the two of us think about it. 10 minutes. Swahi quickly invited Ning Chi to sit down and ordered his subordinates to pour tea for Ning Chi. Meanwhile, he discussed with Madame Yu through telepathy. Ning Chi only gave them one chance to quote a price, which caught them off guard. They were used to bargaining when you quote a price. They had never done a one-off deal like this before. If they quoted a low price and Ning Chi really wanted to leave, they would suffer a great loss. But if they quoted a high price, they would lose a lot. If they offered a high price, they would not suffer a loss. After all, a pseudo-Tao artifact was much rarer than an ancient demon poison. No matter how high the price was, as long as they had it, the Shangqing sect would not feel the pinch. However, if Swahi wanted to obtain this secondary Tao artifact himself, he would have to find a way to make up for the ancient demon poison that he had used without permission after the transaction was completed. If the price he offered was too high and he could not make up for it, he would definitely be severely punished. 7 million bottles of ancient demon poison. What do you think? Swahi, how are you going to make up for this in the future? If I'm implicated, I might as well report this matter to the sect openly and earn a commission for this business. As long as I have this substandard Tao artifact, I will beg the Zhou clan's ancestor. He will definitely help me fill in the gap. At that time, you only need to hide this news for 3 to 5 years. 10 years will be the time for us to report back to the sect. 3 to 5 years is enough for me to fill in the gap. 100,000 mid-grade immortal stones. Chapter 2395. 7 million. Ning Chi pondered for a moment. Just as he was panicking, Ning Chi smiled faintly and said, "I'll collect the goods in a month." A month! So he was initially relieved, but his expression became conflicted when he heard that the goods would be collected in a month. Is it very difficult? Ning Qi smiled and stood up. A month it is. Seeing this, so he immediately agreed. Isn't a month too hasty? Even if we go to the other pavilions to get the goods, I don't think there's enough time. Madame Yu's eyes showed a trace of worry as she transmitted her voice. Whatever, we'll talk about it later if we can't make it in time, so he transmitted his voice. Then I'll wait for you for a month. I'll be in Liangha Market this month. Ning Qi smiled. The deposit, so he hesitated for a moment but finally nodded and said, There's no need for the deposit this time. Come back to my pavilion in a month. That's good. Farewell, both of you. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. After Ning Qi left, so he immediately arranged for all his subordinates to bring his jade talismans with them. Regardless of the cost, he requested them to use the fastest means to transfer the goods to the various prime, clear, treasure pavilions, together with the various teleportation formations. As long as they did not stop, they should be able to gather 7 million ancient devil poisons within a month. It was possible. Just as Ning Qi walked out of the upper purity treasure pavilion's door, a loud rumble came from the sky. Then, a familiar voice entered Ning Qi's ears. The immortals in Liangha Market all looked up, seeing that it was a battle between heavenly immortals. Their spirits were instantly lifted. Wen Sheng, Wen Qing, stop running. You can't escape. Lu Dongyu stood in the void with a cold expression and said faintly. Around her, there were more than 10 heaven immortals, ranging from early to mid-heaven immortals, surrounding Wen Sheng and Wen Qing. One of them had a cultivation even higher than Lu Dongyu. He was a perfected heavenly immortal. He looked at Wen Sheng and Wen Qing indifferently as if he was waiting for Lu Dongyu's order. Besides that, Ning Qi also saw a familiar face. It was the elder who followed Wu Xianyang back then, Li Tian. Ning Qi recognized Lu Dongyu. This person was a descendant of the martial clan of the heavenly ancient immortal realms, Wu Xianyang's mother. Back then, she brought a group of experts to pursue him and Wen Sheng. After that, because her old servant was crushed by the claws of a silver dragon, she fled in panic. Who would have thought that after so many years, she would still be able to chase them all the way to the ancestral planet? Lu Dongyu, second brother, and I are already disciples of the Xianjian sect. If you dare to attack the two of us in Yingzhou today, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the Haran Star. Wen Qing looked at Lu Dongyu coldly and said, You guys killed Xianyang. No matter what, I will take revenge for this. Could it be that the disciples of the Xianjian sect can casually kill the disciples of my Wu family? Furthermore, you guys were not disciples of the Xianjian sect back then. I think the elders and seniors in the Xianjian sect should be able to speak some sense. Where is that kid now? Lu Dongyu snorted coldly. However, because of Wen Qing's words, the heaven immortals that she had brought along had a hint of fear and seriousness in their eyes. Lu Dongyu was eager to avenge her son. She could ignore the Xianjian sect, but they could not. Madam, if these two really become disciples of the Xianjian sect, if we kill them today, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to our Wu family. Please reconsider, madam. The great perfection, heaven immortal, transmitted his voice. He was one of the 3 great immortal guards of the Wu family. Normally, he was in existence at the level of a supreme elder in the Wu family. He was different from Li Tian, and his status was extremely high. He only listened to the orders of the Wu family's ancestor. This time, Lu Dongyu begged the Wu family's ancestor bitterly, and the Wu family's ancestor softened his heart and sent him out. In the end, he did not care who killed Wu Xianying. If it was not for the sake of the Wu family's ancestor, how could a mere late heaven immortal like Lu Dongyu order him around? Therefore, when he was considering things, he was thinking from the perspective of the Wu family. He did not want to offend a first-rate sect like the Xianjian sect, which had a great Luo existence. Ma Xianwei, since the ancestor asked you to help me, you have to listen to my instructions and not worry about the Xianjian sect. These two killed my son, Xianyang. Today, we must repay this debt with blood. Lu Dongyu snorted coldly, his gaze landing on Wensheng and the other two. I'll give you 2 more breaths of time. If you don't say it, I'll kill you 2 first. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find that brat. Lu Dongyu, you crazy woman, your son was only slightly injured back then. How could he have died? Up until now, you still don't know who killed your son. Even if you killed us 2 siblings, you still didn't avenge Wu Xianying. When Qing said angrily, Li Tian's expression changed slightly, but he concealed it very well. Other than Ning Qi, who happened to be looking at him, no one noticed the change in Li Tian's expression. Back then, when Wu Xianying escaped with heavy injuries, he was with this person. Later on, he died. I'm afraid it has something to do with this person. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth raised slightly. He already roughly understood how Wu Xianying died. It was just a family conflict. There were definitely people in the Wu family who wished for Wu Xianying to die, and also framed the Wensheng siblings. Flowery words. Xianyang was killed by the 2 of you. How could Lu Dongyu believe Wenqing's words? She looked fiercely at Ma Xianwei and said, Ma Xianwei, please kill the 2 of them and extract their souls. I want to bring them back to pay tribute to my son. Xianjian sect? Wu family? Where is that Wu family from? To dare make a move against a disciple of the Xianjian sect, he is truly audacious. Shill, lower your voice, you don't even know where the Wu family is from. What if they are stronger than the Xianjian sect? Aren't you afraid of taking you in as well? The immortals below Liang He Market whispered to each other, and looked at Lu Dongyu with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Ma Xianwei was silent for a while. Seeing that Lu Dongyu's expression was becoming uglier and uglier, he slowly raised his hand and grabbed towards Wensheng. Third sister, you go first. Wensheng's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Today, the 2 of them would either die here, or one of them would die and the other would escape. As a genius of the Wen family, he naturally had some trump cards on him. However, if he used these trump cards, it was very likely that he would die of exhaustion before the other party even made a move. Second brother, we will fight it out with him today. This place is not far from the Xianjian sect. If we can delay for a while, we might be able to wait for the elders of the Xianjian sect to rescue us. When Qing shook his head, his expression determined. Chapter 2396. Wensheng and Wenqing were only early-stage heaven immortals. Being surrounded by a dozen heaven immortals and facing Ma Xianwei's attack, the 2 of them were ready to die. It's a pity that our Wen clan is going to die in the hands of this crazy woman before we can take our revenge. Wensheng sighed softly in his heart. An enormous immortal spirit hand appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the 2 of them. A hint of joy flashed across Li Tian's eyes. As long as Wensheng and Wenqing died, Wu Xianying's matter would basically be resolved. At this moment, a giant hammer suddenly appeared and accurately struck the immortal spirit hand that Ma Xianwei had formed. With a bang, the immortal spirit hand instantly dissipated. Brother Ning. Wensheng and Wenqing looked at Ning Qi in shock. Ning Qi had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a waxen face, but they had seen the mountain and river purple golden hammer before, so they were sure that this person was Ning Qi. We're saved today. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Ning Qi was no longer an early-stage human immortal in the 9-sect alliance's gladiator arena in the ancient heavenly court. He was a great expert who could easily kill heaven immortals. Although his cultivation was not high, his battle strength made the 2 of them sigh. Why not? All these years, there was a rumor that Ning Qi might be the strongest person below the golden immortals in Yingzhou. Although this rumor was denied by the major sects, many rogue cultivators in the market still admitted it. After all, when Ning Qi wielded the mountain and river purple golden hammer, his battle strength was indeed far beyond ordinary heaven immortals. Who? That hammer. Could it be Ning Beixian? So Ning Beixian disguised himself and is actually in our Lianghe market. This is going to be a good show. These guys wanted to kill Xianjian sect's disciples, but they met the number one disciple of Xianjian sect. The immortals in Lianghe market looked at Ning Qi in shock. They recognized Ning Qi's identity through the appearance and aura of the mountain and river purple golden hammer. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my Wu clan's business? Lu Dongyu instantly revealed a trace of shock and rage when she saw Ning Qi had suddenly made a move to save the Wen siblings, whereas Ma Xianwei looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression instead. Even an existence at the perfection stage of the heavenly immortal realm might not be able to destroy the immortal spirit hand. He'd just condensed with a single strike. This kid's cultivation is only at the great circle human immortal realm. However, the aura of the hammer just now was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Could it be a Tao artifact? Although the ancestral star is 2 levels higher than the righteous star, it's a level 6 planet. I don't think they have so many Tao items that even a peak human immortal would have one, right? Ma Xianwei looked at Ning Qi, her mind racing. Li Tian and the other heaven immortals brought by Lu Dongyu looked solemn as they stared coldly at Ning Qi, who had suddenly appeared in the encirclement, waiting for Lu Dongyu's next order. Should we kill them or spare them? Ning Qi ignored Lu Dongyu and looked at Wensheng and Lu Dongyu with a smile. A hint of hesitation flashed in Wensheng's eyes, but Wenqing said decisively, "Kill. Leave no one alive." "All right." Ning Qi let out a long laugh. 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers appeared in his hands, and he smashed them directly at Ma Xianwei. So what if it is a Tao artifact? A mere perfected human immortal wants to kill me? Ma Xianwei was infuriated when he saw that Ning Qi did not take him seriously at all. When he saw the mountain and river purple golden hammers smashing at him, he sneered and his immortal sword turned into a stream of light, meeting Ning Qi head-on. "Join forces and kill this kid," Lu Dongyu immediately ordered. "Go." Li Tian and the other heaven immortals attacked at the same time, temporarily sparing Wensheng and Wenqing as they targeted Ning Qi. However, before their attacks could land on Ning Qi, Ma Xianwei's flying sword had already been smashed into dust by the mountain and river purple golden hammers. Ma Xianwei's face showed a hint of astonishment. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Then he stared dumbfoundedly as the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers continued to smash down at his head. "Wait." Li Tian waved his hand. Without needing his reminder, the other heaven immortals had already stopped what they were doing and stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded. One of the Wu clan's 3 immortal guardians, a perfected heaven immortal, was smashed into pieces by the opponent, his soul destroyed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even when Ma Xianwei died, he still couldn't understand why he was smashed to death by a perfected heaven immortal. Could it be a top-grade Tao artifact? He no longer had the chance to know the answer to this question. As expected of the North mysterious demon, the number 1 disciple of the Xianjian sect. He's really amazing. Even a perfected heaven immortal can be killed so easily. In this way, other than a golden immortal, who else can take care of him? No wonder hundreds of heaven immortal seniors died in his hands all these years. I heard that the 2 Tao artifacts are called the mountain and river purple golden hammers, and they contain hundreds of mountain and river Tao. If I can get them, I'm afraid I can be like him and fight against heaven immortals. When the immortals in Lianghe market saw Ning Qi kill Ma Xianwei, although they had already guessed this result, they were still a little shocked. However, compared to Lu Dongyu, Li Tian, and the others, their shock was slightly less. After all, hundreds of heaven immortals had already used their lives to verify Ning Qi's identity. His methods. It is indeed Ning Beixian inside the Shangqing treasure pavilion. So he and Madame Yu looked at each other and were even more certain of Ning Qi's identity. There was a trace of fear in Zhua He's eyes. Fortunately, his rationality restrained his greed. Otherwise, if he had tried to snatch the Tao artifact just now, his ending would be exactly the same as Ma Xianwei, or even worse. After all, Ma Xianwei's cultivation was a level higher than his. Ma Xianwei is dead? Isn't he a perfected heaven immortal? Lu Dongyu's eyes were a little dull, as if she had yet to recover from the shock. It's your turn. Ningqi smiled and looked at Li Tian. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. We are cultivators of the vast Star Wu clan of the heavenly ancient immortal region. These two are the enemies who killed the geniuses of my Wu clan. I wonder why you are standing up for them. Li Tian hurriedly opened his mouth and looked at Ningqi with fear and terror. You don't recognize me? Oh, right. Ningqi smiled, and his face returned to its original appearance. After Li Tian saw Ningqi's appearance, he was moved. It's you. It's you. Lu Dongyu looked at Ningqi in disbelief. She never would have thought that the person who killed Ma Xianwei was the brat who almost died in her hands. Yes, it's me. Since you've come all the way to the ancestral star as guests, then stay here and don't go back. Ningqi laughed and swung the mountain and river purple golden hammer at Li Tian. Chapter 2397. Kill him. Lu Dongyu shrieked in horror and turned to flee. However, Ningqi caught up to her before she could run 1,000 miles away. Can't you just stay in Howren Star? Why did you have to chase me all the way to Ancestral Star? You don't even know who killed your son? I've avenged you, so you don't have to thank me. Go on your way. Ningqi looked at Lu Dongyu with a faint smile. The group of men she brought were all killed by Ningqi within a few breaths, mainly because they had yet to react to Ma Xianwei and Li Tian's deaths. They thought that they could kill Ningqi if they joined forces. Otherwise, Ningqi might not be able to kill them all if they tried to escape. Wait, you've avenged me? Lu Dongyu stared at Ningqi. She did not believe Wen Sheng and Wen Qing's words at all, but since Ningqi said so, she had to clarify. That's right. Wu Xianying escaped with severe injuries. Although his injuries were not light, even a human immortal like me could see that his life was not in danger. Then he died when he returned to your Wu clan? Don't you doubt it at all? Ningqi smiled. Lu Dongyu's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Her mind raced, and she blurted out, Li Tian? It's him? At least you have some brains. Ningqi smiled. Lu Dongyu, didn't you think that you'd have such a day? Wen Sheng and Wen Qing arrived. Wen Qing stared at Lu Dongyu coldly, feeling a little relieved. Humph, the winner takes all. Kill me if you want. Cut the crap. If you kill me today, you'll die in the hands of my Wu clan's patriarch in the future. Lu Dongyu was silent for a while before she smiled as if she had seen through life and death. All right. The mountain and river purple golden hammer fell on her head. That was the last word Lu Dongyu heard. Before she died, there was a trace of shock in her eyes, as if she did not understand why the other party was so decisive. Was he not afraid of the Wu clan's patriarch at all? Brother Ning, thank you for your help today. When Shen glanced at the place where Lu Dongyu had died and thanked Ningqi with cupped hands. I suppose I've repaid both of you for taking me away from the 9 sect alliances? Ningqi smiled faintly. Yes, Wen Sheng nodded calmly. The Wu family might send more people to the ancestral star. If the two of you have nothing else to do, you can cultivate in seclusion in the Xianjian sect. I reckon that in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, there will be a swarm of flies coming to disturb me. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. His figure moved slightly and disappeared in front of the two. Second brother, this fellow's origin is truly not simple. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority to his movement technique. Wen Qing sighed with emotion. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ningqi's speed of 90,000 miles in a flash was indeed not inferior to hers. This person has an extraordinary background. He has only been in the ancestral star for a few decades, but his name has already spread across Yingzhou. Although it's not a good name. He, the North Mystic Demon? I have a feeling that one day, every immortal on the ancestral star will know his name, and when that time comes, he might already be dead by now. No one dares to call him a devil anymore. Wen Sheng smiled. That's something that will happen a long time later. Wen Qing pursed her lips. It was not surprising that Ning Qi's cultivation had improved so quickly over the years. She had already guessed that Ning Qi's cultivation before he was heavily injured was at least between an earth immortal and a heaven immortal. Naturally, his recovery was faster than his cultivation, but it was impossible for him to make a name for himself on the ancestral star without the cultivation of a golden immortal. Of course, she didn't think that Ning Qi could become a golden immortal in a short period of time. No matter how fast he was, it would still be tens of thousands of years later, or even hundreds of thousands of years later. By then, it was unknown whether they would still be on the ancestral star. Ning Qi slapped the Tai turtle aura talisman on himself, but he did not leave Lianghe Market. Instead, he strolled into the Prime Purity Treasure Vault and entered the top-grade cultivation training ground. Not long after Lu Dongyu and the others died, figures arrived one after another. Apart from Leng Yuan, there were 3 other golden immortals who were the first to arrive at Lianghe Market. All 3 of them were acquaintances of Ning Qi. They were by Yuan, Situ Qi, and Ye Dongyin, who went to the Stone River Pill Sect to spar. Brother Leng, you said that you have a way to capture this kid, but in my opinion, we are one step too slow. Bai Yuan said flatly. Leng Yuan smiled at the trio. There's no need to hurry. This kid's whereabouts have been secretive over the years, and he always managed to escape before we arrived. It's all because he has a special camouflage technique. It could be a 6th grade or even 7th grade immortal art he obtained in some immortal realm before he came to the ancestral star. If that's the case, the 2 inferior grade Dao items he has on him are not that valuable. If the 4 of us work together to suppress this kid and interrogate him for the camouflage technique, it would not matter if we are on the ancestral star or when we leave the ancestral star for a vaster land. Leng Yuan and the others smiled at the trio. Bai Yuan and the others were taken aback. They looked at each other and believed Leng Yuan's guess because Ning Beixian was able to surpass Bai Yuan, a renowned alchemy grandmaster, in alchemy even though he was only a perfected human immortal. It was very likely that he had stayed in the ancestral star before he came to the ancestral star. He had received a master that they could never hope to reach. If that's the case, what's your plan now, Brother Leng? The 3 of us will work together. Bai Yuan smiled. Don't do anything. Just wait. Leng Yuan smirked. He could wait for decades, centuries, or even millennia, let alone a few years. Wait! Bai Yuan and the others had a strange look on their faces. More than 10 days had passed. Leng Yuan and the others were guarding the 4 directions of Lianghe City. He was confident that as long as Ning Qi showed up, he would not be able to escape. Elder Leng, the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion is not willing to let us know if Ning Beixian bought the ancient demon poison from them. Linghu Yuanqiu stood respectfully in front of Leng Yuan and said, He, someone saw him walk out of the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion with their own eyes. Since they are not willing to reveal anything, just keep watching. Leng Yuan sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that the Shangqing Treasure Pavilion was backed by the top sects in the Juku state, he could easily capture Zui He and Madame Yu and interrogate them with his status in the Yingzhou state. Yes, Linghu Yuanqiu took the order and left. Over the past 10 days, batches after batches of geniuses from different sects had entered Lianghe City. Even the slowest ones could sense something. Shangqing Treasure Pavilion. Zui He's expression was a bit ugly. Madame Jade was silent for a while before she said, for golden immortals, and there might be more coming later, including the geniuses of the sects. Do you think Ning Beixian will show up and complete the deal with us? Regardless of whether he shows up or not, continue to urge them to bring me the ancient demon poison. Chapter 2398. Elder Leng, A few batches of ancient devil's poison have arrived at the Upper Clarity Treasure Pavilion recently. Roughly speaking, they seem to be planning to mobilize at least 5 to 8 million batches of ancient devil's poison this time. A few days later, Linghu Yuanqiu stood before Leng Yuan and said in a low voice, even though Zuohe did not give Leng Yuan any face and was unwilling to reveal any information, the wind cloud sect's influence in Yingzhou could still find out about 70% to 80% of the ancient demon's poison that was going to be mobilized in the treasure pavilion. There are so many ancient demon poisons. This kid must have cultivated some kind of demonic art. It's not wrong to call him the North Mysterious Demon. Lang Yuan sneered. It should be about time. He will show himself to collect the goods, and at that time, I will be able to lock onto him in the blink of an eye. He can forget about escaping no matter what. Continue to keep an eye on the vicinity of the Upper Purity Treasure Pavilion. Report to me immediately if anyone suspicious appears. Yes. Finally, Zuohe looked at the Qian Kuan ring in his hand and heaved a long sigh of relief. There was only one day left until the deadline given by Ningqi. He had finally gathered 7 million ancient demon poisons from the various clear treasure pavilions. If it was not for the fact that the ancient demon poisons existed in a somewhat useless form, their actual price would be far lower than according to the market price. With Zuohe's status, he might not be able to gather 7 million ancient demon poisons in a month. Pavilion Master, there are 4 golden deities guarding the market right now. Other than them, the Heaven Immortal Elders and direct disciples of the major sects are all around the treasure pavilion. Do you think Ning Beixian will be able to arrive on time tomorrow? Madame Jade said indifferently. We'll know tomorrow. Zuohe put away the universe ring. The next day, Zuohe and Madame Jade sat in the great hall where they had once received Ningqi. They waited quietly. The sun gradually approached noon, but there was still no sign of Ningqi. Pavilion Master Zuo, do you have all the ancient demon poisons? A voice suddenly rang out. Zuohe and Zuohe were slightly stunned. They looked at Ningqi in disbelief. It was as if Ningqi had been standing there the whole time, appearing silently. Beixian demon, die! A loud noise came from the sky. The moment Ningqi appeared, the 4 golden immortals, Leng Yuan, Bai Yuan, Sita Qi, and Ye Dongyun immediately locked onto him. Soon after, Linghu Yuanqiu, Niu Haishi, and the other legacy disciples, as well as the heavenly immortal elders, rushed into the high purity treasure vault. Ignored. This kid is really as Leng Yuan expected. He's always been in Liang River Marketplace, and he's even hiding in the high clarity treasure pavilion. Ha ha ha. Bai Yuan grinned hideously. Compared to Leng Yuan and the others, he hated Ningqi even more. After all, as one of the 8 great alchemy grandmasters in Yingzhou, he was defeated by Ningqi in refining the earth's spiritual pill that he was good at. This was absolutely unforgivable. He had lost all his face in front of so many people from the Stone River Pill sect. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to obtain Ningqi's alchemy inheritance and see how he managed to refine such a high-grade earth spirit pill in such a short period of time, he would have already used his killing move. Boom! The tallest hall in the high-clarity treasure pavilion was directly smashed into pieces. Leng Yuan and the other 3 appeared in the hall one after another, followed by Linghu Yuanqiu, Niu Haishi, and the various heaven immortal elders. There were hundreds of people surrounding the ruined hall. Where's the Beixian demon head? Niu Haishi looked around. When he only saw Zuohe and Madame Yu with gloomy expressions, he immediately had a bad feeling. Soon, the immortals from the high-clarity treasure pavilion arrived one after another. They stood behind Zuohe and Madame Yu, staring at Leng Yuan and the others with fear and anger. Senior Leng and the 3 alchemy grandmasters, I don't think our high-clarity sect has offended you, right? Zuohe said calmly. Even if he was facing 4 golden immortals, he was not afraid at all. This was because the force behind him, the high-clarity sect, was several times stronger than the wind and cloud sect. Even the Zhua family he was born in also had a mid-stage golden immortal. Naturally, so he was not afraid of Leng Yuan and the others. "Where's Ning Beixian?" Leng Yuan said with a livid expression. He kept scanning the place with his divine sense, but he could not find any trace of Ning Qi. "Ning Beixian? He's here?" Zui's face showed a trace of confusion, but he sneered in his heart. At this moment, there was an additional pseudo-Dao artifact immortal sword in his interspatial ring. The transaction was completed successfully. As for how Ning Qi escaped, it no longer mattered. Playing dumb. Leng Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness. He reached out and grabbed everyone from the high-clarity treasure pavilion, including Zhua, into the air. As if sensing Leng Yuan's plan, Bai Yuan and the others also soared into the air. In the next moment, Leng Yuan struck out with his palm, causing the original location of the hall to sink more than 10 feet. If this kid really used some kind of trick, he should be dead by now. Bai Yuan and the other two exchanged glances. A few breaths later, Leng Yuan's expression turned ugly. His palm strike was not within his expectations. Ning Qi seemed to have disappeared into thin air, just like that. "Leng Yuan, I've already sent a message back to the Shangqing sect about what happened today. A golden immortal elder will be coming to your sect to question you. You better think about how to explain yourself. If your wind and cloud sect wants to start a war with my Shangqing sect will not be afraid." Zhuo sneered. It's just a misunderstanding. We saw the mysterious North Demon appear here just now. We were too eager to capture the demon and caused your sect to suffer losses. I will naturally give you an explanation for this matter." Leng Yuan suddenly smiled. "Explanation?" Zhuo smiled insincerely. "Linghu Yuanqiu, stay here and discuss with Pavilion Master Zhuo. Let's see how much the Wind and Cloud sect should compensate," Leng Yuan ordered with a smile. Then he glanced at Bai Yuan and the other two. The four of them soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Pavilion Master Zhuo, what do you think?" Linghu Yuanqiu looked at Zhuo. Zhuo's eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer. He was just scaring Leng Yuan. This time he used the sect's resources to obtain a pseudo-Dao artifact from Ning Qi. So he naturally did not dare to make a big deal out of this. Looking at Linghu Yuanqiu, Zhuo had an idea. The Wind and Cloud sect should be able to make up for the lack of demonic poison. "Brother Leng, where are you going now?" "Mystic Sword sect." "Oh." Chapter 2399. Thousands of miles away from Lianghe Market, Ning Qi found a beautiful place and slowly entered the top cultivation training ground. He did not know that Leng Yuan and the others were already waiting outside the Xianjian sect. Even if he knew, he would only smile. Top cultivation training ground. Ning Qi took out all of the ancient devil's poison and took a deep breath. The ancient devil's poison rushed into his mouth like a long dragon. The cells in his body also began to breathe, absorbing a large amount of ancient devil's poison with each breath. This seclusion lasted for 70 to 80 years. Ning Qi's blood and qi became thicker and thicker. Every cell was like a desert that had been dry for a long time, greedily absorbing the ancient devil's poison. Gradually, Ning Qi's cultivation had been pushed to the peak of the late stage of the human devil. Another 20 years passed. In Ning Qi's mind, there seemed to be a loud sound. With a bang, the devil qi in his body was completely equal to the immortal qi. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the full circle of the human devil. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement mission. Do you wish to advance? Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 12th level of the suppressing dragon and elephant technique. Congratulations to the host for opening the 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates. The system's beep sounded one after another. the aura on Ning Qi's body skyrocketed bit by bit. First, he broke through to the full circle of the human devil, which greatly strengthened Ning Qi's body. Then the suppressing dragon and elephant technique that had not broken through for a long time broke through to the 12th level. With the two added together, Ning Qi's current body strength was at least 20 times stronger than before. This was only the basic physical strength. Ning Qi originally thought that after he advanced to the Earth Immortal, the suppressing dragon and elephant technique and the 9 inner hidden gates would have a breakthrough, but he did not expect that it would be a step earlier. The 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates had also been opened. In Ning Qi's navel, there was an additional shining dot of light which formed a line with the other 7 dots of light, forming a simple and unadorned pattern. As long as the 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates was opened, it would be able to increase the strength of the body by 256 times, and Ning Qi's basic physical strength had increased by a large amount. At this moment, if Ning Qi used his full strength, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. He did not need the mountain and river purple golden hammer at all. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an early heaven immortal with a single punch. Without the help of external forces, Ning Qi was already on par with an early heaven immortal expert. And this was under the condition that he hadn't broken through to the early earth immortal realm. If he chose to advance to the early earth immortal realm now, Ning Qi's strength would definitely skyrocket by several times. He didn't need to be afraid of a mid-stage golden celestial. With the mountain and river purple golden hammer, Ning Qi was confident that he could exchange hundreds of blows with an early-stage golden celestial like Lung Yuan. Do you wish to advance? The system notification rang out once more. Advance, Ning Qi said lightly. In the next moment, a wave of immortal qi appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Ning Qi within it. This wave of immortal qi was so dense that it seemed to have solidified. Like a spring, it enveloped Ning Qi. The immortal qi within Ning Qi's body was originally on par with the demonic qi. The mystical, immortal spiritual energy once again overwhelmed the demonic energy, and the first immortal meridian was instantly filled. Boundless immortal spiritual energy rushed into the originally empty second immortal meridian. The breakthrough this time was extremely long. Time passed year by year, and the spring-like immortal spiritual energy that enveloped Ning Qi was slowly decreasing. The reduced portion had already entered the second immortal meridian in Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi took the opportunity to circulate the prison dragon elephant technique to increase the speed at which he absorbed the immortal spiritual energy. Very quickly, another 7 to 8 years had passed since Ning Qi last appeared in Lianghe Market. During this period of time, there were rumors of Ning Qi appearing everywhere, but in the end, they were all determined to be rumors. The number of times Ning Qi had truly appeared was not even once. Many people used various connections to inquire and discovered that Ning Qi didn't seem to be hiding in the Xianjian sect. He did not hide in the Xianjian sect either. In these past few years, Ning Qi seemed to have disappeared, and no one could find any traces of him. Lung Yuan, wait here. We'll be leaving first. Bai Yuan and the other two bade farewell to Lung Yuan with ugly expressions and left directly. Lung Yuan's face was ashen as he looked at their backs. A trace of ridicule flashed across his eyes as he sneered. You can't even wait for a few years? Then I'll take the benefits myself. Bai Yuan and the other two casually went into closed-door cultivation for hundreds or even thousands of years. A few years was indeed nothing to them. However, they felt a trace of humiliation. They were like fools, waiting here for 7 to 8 years, yet there was no news from the other party. Rather than waiting like this, it was better to go outside and personally investigate. Perhaps they could even find Ning Qi's whereabouts. More than 10 years had passed, and the rumors about Ning Qi gradually faded away. In the past 10 to 20 years, many interesting things had happened. After all, there were countless geniuses in the vast Yingzhou. Wonderful things were happening everywhere at every moment, except for a few people who had already left the Yingzhou continent. No one cared about Ning Qi's whereabouts, and even more people guessed that Ning Qi had already been secretly killed by a golden immortal, a top cultivation training ground. The immortal spirit energy that enveloped Ning Qi had already disappeared without a trace. This advancement had taken Ning Qi more than 8,000 years. The immortal spirit energy in his body was more than 30 to 50 times thicker than when he was at the perfected human immortal stage, and this immortal spirit energy only occupied less than 1/10 of the second immortal meridian. When Ning Qi was at the perfected human immortal stage, his immortal spirit energy was more than 10 times thicker than ordinary people of the same level. If he filled the second immortal meridian, the immortal spirit energy in his body would reach an extremely terrifying level. Host, Ning Qi level, earthly immortal early stage cultivation technique, imprisonment dragon elephant skill, 12 levels, 9 inner hidden gates, 8th gate immortal tribe, divine grace health points, 500 yuan dragon slaying crystals, 35 million merit points, 56 points. Ning Qi had been in the immortal world for dozens of years, and he had successfully gotten rid of his identity as a newbie. Human immortals were considered the lowest existences in the immortal world, just like ants. After Ning Qi broke through to the earthly immortal early stage, he had crossed the first threshold, but there would be more and more difficult thresholds waiting for him to cross. However, from now on, Ning Qi had a pretty good ability to protect himself in the immortal world. He was one step closer to his goal of going to the Jiang family. With a slight thought, Ning Qi left the top cultivation training ground. Then a figure appeared in front of Ning Qi. Little Six stretched himself, and his eyes fell on Ning Qi. Then his expression changed slightly, and he maintained the posture of stretching, as if he had been petrified. Gradually, a trace of shock appeared on his face. Earthly immortal early stage? This is the immortal world? Little Six was dumbfounded. Chapter 2400. We're back in the immortal world. Ha ha ha. Little Six couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. His eyes were red. He had waited for this day for a very, very long time. Ning Qi looked at Little Six. He suddenly realized that even though he had reached the early Earth immortal realm, Little Six was still like a mist in his eyes. There seemed to be some kind of power hidden in Little Six's body that he couldn't see through. Could that power be the bloodline heritage of the ancient sky dragon? Ning Qi thought to himself, "Boss, how long have you been in the immortal world? How did you become an early stage Earth immortal in the blink of an eye?" After Little Six calmed down, he quickly asked, "Not too long, maybe a few decades." Ning Qi laughed. "In just a few decades, you have already reached the early Earth immortal stage? As expected of someone who can be my boss. Please accept this little brother's bow." Bootlicker. All right, let's get straight to the point. How powerful is the profound Azure Mansion in the immortal world? Profound Azure Mansion. Little Six's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance as he looked around. "Boss, where is this place in the immortal world?" "Homeworld," Ning Qi said. "Ancestral star." Whoosh, Little Six heaved a sigh of relief. "Luckily, it's not in the heavenly ancient immortal realm." Heavenly ancient immortal realms? Ning Qi had a strange expression on his face. The vast star where the one clan was located was a 4th grade planet in the heavenly ancient immortal realms. Profound Azure Mansion is in the heavenly ancient immortal realm? Not bad. Little Six nodded solemnly. The Profound Azure Mansion is one of the major sects in the heavenly ancient immortal realm. The Mansion Lord is a Tai true immortal who has lived for countless years. He has countless subordinates, including tens of Xian immortals. These Xian immortals have very high statuses in the Profound Azure Mansion and are called Divine Generals. The experts recorded on the law rank are all extremely famous. These divine generals also control all kinds of sects under them, be it the orthodox sects or the demonic sections. It's truly 100 flowers blooming together. Back then, half of the immortals who hunted us were from the demonic Tao. Although they couldn't dominate the heavenly ancient immortal realm, they offended the profound azure mansion. As long as they dared to appear in the heavenly ancient immortal realm, the profound azure mansion would immediately send people to suppress them. All of them, myself included. It should still have the soul aura token of my ancient sky dragon race. Tai, perfected immortal, Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. Old Man Mysterious Sword was only a zenith heaven golden immortal, but he already gave Ning Chi an unfathomable feeling. His methods were also very magical and had the ability to move mountains and drain seas. Because the heavenly Taos were different, every blade of grass, tree, and rock in the immortal world were different from those in the lower realms. Ning Chi could move mountains and drain seas in the central continent. He could destroy a planet with his full power, but in the immortal world, he could only destroy a small hill. The limit. On the other hand, primordial unity true immortals were existences that were a level stronger than mysterious immortals, and their abilities had probably attained the level of being able to destroy stars and obliterate realms. The Mansion Lord of Profound Azure Mansion was a Tai true celestial, and there were dozens of profound immortals under him. Each of these profound immortals had a lot of great Luo golden immortals as their subordinates. In this way, the strength of Profound Azure Mansion was not something that Mystic Sword Sect or Wind and Cloud Sect could compare to. The Profound Azure Mansion won't sense your presence here, right? Ning Chi said, solemnly. I don't think so. No matter how strong the Profound Azure Mansion was, could they extend their reach into the heavenly ancient immortal realm? Although Little Six said so from his solemn expression, it was obvious that he was also thinking about the possibility of this happening. What is the divine soul aura token that you mentioned before? Can the Profound Azure Mansion use this thing to track you down? Ning Chi asked. It's similar to a life token, but the function is different. When my ancestor died, his divine soul aura was taken by the Profound Azure Mansion's experts and refined into a divine soul aura token. Only the Profound Azure Mansion's people know how to refine it and what conditions are required. I only know that after being refined into a divine soul aura token, as long as you appear in the Profound Azure Mansion's territory, you will be detected. Back then, the number of people who were annihilated by them was too many to count. Speaking of which, in the eyes of the Profound Azure Mansion, the ancient heavenly dragon clan was probably just at the lowest level. Little Six said and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If they discover my existence, maybe they will send a perfected human immortal or an early earth immortal to kill me. Then don't be afraid. Even if they send a heaven immortal, Boss can protect you. Ning Chi smiled. After listening to Little Six's explanation, Ning Chi suspected that something like a divine soul aura token could only be refined by profound immortals or even Tai true immortals. He had been in Yingzhou for so many years, but he had never heard of such a thing in the ancestral star. Otherwise, his divine soul aura token would have been refined by those sects to capture him. Boss, you are not afraid of a heaven immortal. Little Six was slightly startled. Look at this. Ning Chi smiled, and the mountain river, purple golden hammer, appeared in his hands. So it's a low-grade Tao artifact. Little Six nodded. Then a long rod appeared in his hand. In the next moment, an aura that was 10 times stronger than the mountain and river, purple golden hammer came from the long rod. The mountain and river, purple golden hammer, let out a buzzing sound and trembled slightly. Mid-grade Tao artifact? Ning Chi glanced at the long staff in Little Six's hand. The power of the great Tao on it was more than 10 times that of the mountain and river purple golden hammer. This was clearly a mid-grade Tao artifact that was much stronger than the mountain and river purple golden hammer. It seems that you found a lot of good things on Earth. Ning Chi was slightly surprised and looked at Little Six with a faint smile. Little Six smiled embarrassedly. You flatter me. He had already put away the rod. Boss, I have something to tell you. Little Six put away the smile on his face and said in a serious tone. What is it? Ning Chi smiled faintly. I'm leaving. Little Six said. Where are you going? Ning Chi paused and frowned. Langya Immortal Domain. Little Six said. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of being caught and roasted? Ning Chi smiled. If that's the case, it's my fate. Little Six couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then I won't see you off. When you leave, lend me that rod for a few days. Little Six looked at Ning Chi with some vigilance. He seemed to be calculating whether Ning Chi would steal his rod or not. All right, but remember to give it back to me. All I have left is this stick. If you say another word, I'll steal it. Ugh, I'll stop. Little Six quickly covered his mouth. Ning Beixian, several astonished gazes fell on Ning Chi in an instant.